Section 14 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. At sundown, the whole multitude set up the Salve, or hymn to the Virgin. The swell of human voices filled the air, and made the hearts of the inhabitants quake with fear. Carrera entered the cathedral. The Indians, in mute astonishment at its magnificence, thronged in after him, and set up around the beautiful altar the uncouth images of their village saints. Monreal broke into the house of General Prem, and seized a uniform coat, richly embroidered with gold, into which Carrera slipped his arms, still wearing his straw hat with its green bush. A watch was brought him, but he did not know the use of it. Probably since the invasion of Rome by Alaric and the Goths, no civilized city was ever visited by such an inundation of barbarians. And Carrera alone had power to control the wild elements around him. As soon as possible, some of the authorities sought him out, and in the most abject terms begged him to state on what conditions he would evacuate the city. He demanded the deposition of Galvez, the chief of the state, all the money, and all the arms the government could command. The priests were the only people who had any influence with him, and words cannot convey any idea of the awful state of suspense which the city suffered, dreading every moment to hear the signal given for general pillage and massacre. The inhabitants shut themselves up in their houses, which, being of stone, with iron balconies to the windows, and doors several inches thick, resisted the assaults of straggling parties. But atrocities more than enough were committed, as it seemed, preliminary to a general sacking. The Vice President of the Republic was murdered, the House of Flores a deputy sacked, his mother knocked down by a villain with the butt of a musket, and one of his daughters shot in the arm with 2 balls. The house of Messrs. Klee, Skinner, and Company, the principal foreign merchants in Guatemala, which was reported to contain ammunition and arms, was several times attacked with great ferocity. Having strong balconied windows, and the door being secured by bales of merchandise piled up within, it resisted the assaults of an undisciplined mob, armed only with clubs, muskets, knives, and machetes. The priests ran through the streets bearing the crucifix in the name of the Virgin and saints, restraining the lawless Indians, stilling the wildness of passion, and saving the terrified inhabitants. And I cannot help mentioning one whose name was in everybody's mouth, Mr. Charles Savage, at that time United States Consul, who, in the midst of the most furious assault upon Mr. Klee's house, rushed down the street under a shower of bullets, knocking up bayonets and machetes, drove the mob back from the door, and branding them as robbers and murderers, with his white hair streaming in the wind, poured out such a torrent of indignation and contempt that the Indians, amazed at his audacity, desisted. After this, with an almost wanton exposure of life, he was seen in the midst of every mob. To the astonishment of everybody, he was not killed, and the foreign residents presented him a unanimous letter of thanks for his fearless and successful exertions in the protection of life and property. Pending the negotiation, Carrera, dressed in Prem's uniform, endeavored to restrain his tumultuous followers, but several times he said that he could not himself resist the temptation to sack Klee's house and those of the other Ingleses. There was a strange dash of fanaticism in the character of this lawless chieftain. The battle cry of his hordes was "Viva la Religion." the palace of the archbishop had been suffered to be used as a theatre by the Liberals. Carrera demanded the keys, and putting them in his pocket, declared that, to prevent any future pollution, it should not be opened again until the banished archbishop returned to occupy it. At length the terms upon which he consented to withdraw were agreed upon, viz., $11,000 in silver, 10,000 to be distributed among his followers, and 1,000 for his own share, 1,000 muskets, and a commission as lieutenant colonel for himself. The amount of money was small as the price of relief from such imminent danger, but it was an immense sum in the eyes of Carrera and his followers, few of whom were worth more than the rags on their backs and the stolen arms in their hands, and it was not easily raised. The treasury was bankrupt, and the money not very cheerfully contributed by the citizens. The madness of consenting to put in the hands of Carrera 1,000 muskets was only equalled by the absurdity of making him a lieutenant colonel. On the afternoon of the third day the money was paid, the muskets delivered, and Carrera was invested with the command of the province of Mita, a district near Guatemala. The joy of the inhabitants at the prospect of his immediate departure was without bounds, but at the last moment an awful rumour spread that the wild bands had evinced an uncontrollable eagerness before leaving to sack the city. A random discharge of muskets in the plaza confirmed this rumour, and the effect was dreadful. An hour of terrible suspense followed, but at 5 o'clock they filed off in straggling crowds from the plaza. At the Plaza de Toros they halted, and, firing their muskets in the air, created another panic. A rumour was revived that Carrera had demanded $4,000 more, and that unless he received it, he would return and take it by force. Carrera himself did actually return, and demanded a field piece, which was given him, and at length, leaving behind him a document requiring the redress of certain grievances, to the unspeakable joy of all the inhabitants, he left the city. The delight of the citizens at being relieved from the pressure of immediate danger was indeed great, but there was no return of confidence, and, unhappily, no healing of political animosities. Valenzuela was appointed chief of the state. The Assembly renewed its distracted sessions. Barrundia, at the head of the now ministerial party, proposed to abolish all the unconstitutional decrees of Galvez. Money was wanted, and recourse had to the old system of forced loans. This exasperated the moneyed men, and in the midst of discord and confusion, news was received that Quetzaltenango, one of the departments of Guatemala, had seceded and declared itself a separate state. At this time, too, the government received a letter from Carrera stating that he had been informed, since his arrival at Matasquintla, that people spoke ill of him in the capital, and if they continued to do so, he had 4,000 men and would return and put things right. From time to time he sent a message to the same effect by some straggling Indian who happened to pass through his village. Afterward it was reported that his followers had renounced his authority and commenced operations on their own account, threatening the city with another invasion, determined, according to their proclamations, to exterminate the whites and establish a government of pardos libres, free tigers, and enjoy in their own right the lands which had devolved upon them by their emancipation from the dominion of the whites. To the honor of Guatemala, a single spark of spirit broke forth, and men of all classes took up arms, but it was a single flash and soon died away. Another intelligence arrived that Carrera himself had sent out his emissaries to summon his hordes for another march upon the city. Several families received private information and advice to seek safety in flight. Hundreds of people did so, and the roads were crowded with processions of mules, horses, and Indians loaded with luggage. On Sunday everybody was going, and early on Monday morning guards were placed at the barriers. Hundreds of passports were applied for and refused. Again, a decree was published that all should take up arms. The militia were again mustered. At 10 o'clock on Tuesday night, it was said that Carrera was at Palencia, at 11 that he had gone to suppress an insurrection of his own bandits, and on Wednesday night that he was at a place called Canales. On Sunday, the 4th of March, a review took place of about 700 men. The Antigua sent 350 muskets and ammunition, which they did not consider it prudent to keep, as there had been cries of "Muera Guatemala" y "Viva Carrera," and placards bearing the same ominous words had been posted on the walls. At this time a letter was received from Carrera by the government, advising them to disband their troops and assuring them that he was collecting forces only to destroy a party of 400 rebels, headed by one Galvez, the former chief of the state, whom he had deposed, and requesting 2 cannon and more ammunition. At another time, probably supposing that the government must be interested in his fortunes, he sent word that he had narrowly escaped being assassinated. Monreal had taken advantage of an opportunity, seduced his men, tied him to a tree, and was in the very act of having him shot, when his brother Sotero Carrera rushed in and ran Monreal through with his bayonet. The government now conceived the project of inducing his followers, by the influence of the priests, to surrender their arms on paying them $5 apiece. But very soon he was heard of stronger than ever, occupying all the roads, sending in imperious proclamations to the government, and at length the news came that he was actually marching upon the city. At this time, to the unspeakable joy of the inhabitants, General Morazan, the President of the Republic, arrived from San Salvador with 1,500 men. But even yet party spirit was dominant. General Morazan encamped a few leagues from the city, hesitating to enter it or to employ the forces of the general government in putting down a revolution in the state, except with the consent of the state government. The state government was jealous of the federal government, tenacious of prerogatives it had not the courage to defend, and demanded from the president a plan of his campaign, passed a decree offering Carrera and his followers 15 days to lay down their arms, which General Morazan would not permit to be published at his headquarters, 2 days afterward annulled it, and authorized the President of the Republic to act as circumstances might require. During this time, one of Morazan's piquets had been cut off and the officers murdered, which created a great excitement among his soldiers. But anxious to avoid shedding more blood, he sent into the city for the Canonigo Castillo and Barundia, deputing them as commissioners to persuade the bandits to surrender their arms, even offering to pay $15 a head rather than come to extremities. The commissioners found Carrera at one of his old haunts among the mountains of Matasquintla, surrounded by hordes of Indians living upon tortillas. The traitor Barundia had been received by Morazan's soldiers with groans. His poor jaded horse was tied up at Morazan's camp a day and a half without a blade of grass, and as a further reward of his treason, Carrera refused to meet him under a roof, because, as he said, he did not wish to plunge his new lance, a present from a priest, into Barundia's breast. The meeting took place in the open air, and on the top of a mountain. Carrera refused to lay down his arms unless all his former demands were complied with, and unless also the Indian capitation tax was reduced to 1/3 of its amount. But he softened his asperity against foreigners to the demand that only those not married should be expelled the country, and that thereafter they should be permitted to traffic only, and not to radicate in it. The atrocious priest, Padre Lobo, his constant friend and adviser, was with him. The arguments of the Canonigo Castillo, particularly in regard to the folly of charging the government with an attempt to poison the Indians, were listened to with much attention by them. But Carrera broke up the conference by asserting vehemently that the government had offered him $20 a head for every Indian he poisoned. All hope of compromise was now at an end, and General Morazan marched immediately to Matasquintla, but before he reached it, Carrera's bands had disappeared among the mountains. He heard of them in another place, devastating the country, desolating villages and towns, and again, before his troops could reach them, the muskets were concealed, and the Indians either in the mountains or quietly working in the fields. Mr. Hall, the British vice-consul, received a letter from 11 British subjects at Salama, a distance of 3 days' journey, stating that they had been seized at night by a party of Carrera's troops, stripped of everything, confined 2 nights and a day without food, and sentenced to be shot, but finally ordered to leave the country, which they were then doing, destitute of everything, and begging their way to the port. A few nights after, at 10 o'clock, the cannon of alarm was sounded in the city, and it was reported that Carrera was again at the gates. All this time, party strife was as violent as ever, the Centralists trembling with apprehension, but in their hearts rejoicing at the distraction of the country under the administration of the Liberals, and that one had risen up capable of inspiring them with terror, and the divided Liberals hating each other with a more intense hate even than the Centralists bore to them. But the excitement became so great that all the parties drew up separate petitions to General Morazan, representing the deplorable state of insecurity in the city, and begging him to enter and provide for its safety. Separate sets of deputies hurried to anticipate each other at General Morazan's headquarters, and pay court to him by being the first to ask his protection. General Morazan had become acquainted with the distracted condition of the city, and was in the act of mounting his horse when the deputies arrived. On Sunday he entered with an escort of 200 soldiers, amid the ringing of bells, firing of cannon, and other demonstrations of joy. The same day the merchants, with the Marquis of Aycinena and others of the Central party, presented a petition representing the dreadful state of public feeling, and requesting Morazan to depose the state authorities and assume the reins of government, and to convoke a constituent assembly as the only means of saving Guatemala from utter ruin. In the evening, deputies from the different branches of the Liberal party had long conferences with the President. Morazan answered all that he wished to act legally, would communicate with the Assembly the next day, and be governed by their decisions. The proceedings in the Assembly are too afflicting and disgraceful to dwell upon. So far as I can understand the party strife of that time, after wading through papers and pamphlets emanating from both sides, General Morazan conducted himself with probity and honor. The Centralists made a desperate effort to attach him to them, but he would not accept the offered embrace, nor the sycophantic service of men who had always opposed him, nor would he sustain what he believed to be wrong in his own partisans. In the meantime, Carrera was gaining ground. He had routed several detachments of the Federal troops, massacred men, and increased his stock of ammunition and arms. At length all agreed that something must be done, and at a final meeting of the Assembly, with a feeling of desperation, it was decreed, without debate, 1. That the state government should retire to the Antigua; 2. That the President, in person or by delegate, should govern the district according to Article 176 of the Constitution. Amid these scenes within the city, and rumors of worse from without, on Sunday night a ball was given to Morazan, but the Centralists, displeased at his not acceding to their overtures, did not attend. Galvez, the chief deposed by Carrera, made his first appearance since his deposition, and danced the whole time. Though Morazan was irresolute in the cabinet, he was all energy in the field, and being now invested with full power, sustained his high reputation as a skillful soldier. The bulletin of the army for May and June exhibits the track of Carrera, devastating villages and towns, and the close pursuit of the government troops, beating him whenever they found him, but never able to secure his person. In the meantime, party jealousies continued, and the state government was in a state of anarchy. The Assembly could not meet, because the state party not attending, it was incumbent on the vice chief to retire, and the oldest councillor to take his place. But there was no such person. The term of the council had expired, and no new elections had been held. And while Morazan was dispersing the wild bands of Carrera, and relieving the Guatemalans from the danger which had brought them to their knees before him, the old jealousies revived, and incendiary publications were issued, charging him with exhausting the country in supporting idle soldiers, and keeping the city in subjection by bayonets. About the 1st of July, General Morazan considered Guatemala relieved from all external danger, and returned to San Salvador, leaving troops in different towns under the command of Carvallo, and appointing Carlos Salazar commandant in the city. Carrera was supposed to be completely put down, and to bring things to a close, Carvallo published the following notice: quote, "The person or persons who may deliver the criminal Rafael Carrera, dead or alive, if he does not present himself voluntarily under the last pardon, shall receive a reward of $1,500 and 2 caballerias of land, and pardon for any crime he has committed. The General-in-Chief, J. N. Carvallo, Guatemala, July 20th, 1838. But the criminal Carrera, the prescribed outlaw, was not yet put down. One by one he surprised the detachments of Federal troops, and while the city exhibited the fierceness of party spirit, forced loans, complaints of the expense of maintaining idle soldiers, plans to abolish the state government and form a provisional junta, its actual prostration, and the organizing of a constituent assembly with M. Rivera Paz at the head, Carrera, with still increasing numbers, attacked Amatitan, took the Antigua, and barely waiting to sack a few houses, stripped it of cannon, muskets, and ammunition, and again marched against Guatemala, proclaiming his intention to raze every house to the ground and murder every white inhabitant. The The consternation of the city cannot be conceived. General Morazan was again solicited to come. A line in pencil was received from him by a man who carried it sewed up in the sleeve of his coat, urging the city to defend itself and hold out for a few days. But the danger was too imminent. Salazar, at the head of the Federal troops, the idle soldiers complained of, marched out at 2 o'clock in the morning, and, aided by a thick fog, came upon Carrera suddenly at Villanueva, killed 450 of his men, and completely routed him, Carrera himself being badly wounded in the thigh. The city was saved from destruction, and the day after Morazan entered with 1,000 men. The shock of the immense danger they had escaped was not yet over. On the morrow it might return. Party jealousies were scared away. All looked to General Morazan as the only man who could effectually save them from Carrera, and in turn begged him to accept the office of dictator. About the same time, Guzman, the general of Quetzaltenango, arrived with 700 men, and General Morazan made formidable arrangements to enclose and crush the Cachurecos. The result was the same as before. Carrera was constantly beaten, but as constantly escaped. His followers were scattered, his best men taken and shot, and he himself was penned up and almost starved on the top of a mountain, with a cordon of soldiers around its base, and only escaped by the remissness of the guard. In 3 months, chased from place to place, his old haunts broken up, and hemmed in on every side, he entered into a treaty with Guzman, by which he agreed to deliver up 1,000 muskets and disband his remaining followers. In executing the treaty, however, he delivered only 400 muskets, and those old and worthless. And this breach of the convention was winked at by Guzman, little dreaming of the terrible fate reserved for himself at Carrera's hands. This over, Morazan deposed Rivera Paz, restored Salazar, and returned to San Salvador, first laying heavy contributions on the city to support the expense of the war, and taking with him all the soldiers of the federal government, belying one of the party cries against him, that he was attempting to retain an influence in the city by bayonets. Guzman returned to Quetzaltenango, and the garrison consisted only of 70 men. The contributions and the withdrawal of the troops from the city created great dissatisfaction with Morazan, and at this time the political horizon became cloudy throughout the Republic. The Marquis of Aycinena, who had been banished by Morazan and had resided several years in the United States, studying our institutions by a series of articles which were widely circulated, purporting to illustrate our Constitution and laws, hurried on the crisis. Honduras and Costa Rica declared their independence of the general government. All this came back upon Guatemala and added fuel to the already flaming fire of dissension. On the 24th of March, 1839, Carrera issued a bulletin from his old quarters in Matasquintla, in which, referring to the Declaration of Independence by the States, he says, "When those laws came to my hands, I read them and returned to them very often, as a loving mother clasps in her arms an only son whom she believed lost, and presses him against her heart. So did I with the pamphlet that contained the Declaration, for in it I found the principles that I sustain and the reforms I desire." This was rather figurative, as Carrera could not at that time read, but it must have been quite new to him, and a satisfaction to find out what principles he sustained. Again he threatened to enter the city. All was anarchy and distraction in the councils, and on the 12th of April his hordes appeared before the gates. All were aghast, but there was no rising to repel him. Morazan was beyond the reach of their voice, and they who had been loudest in denouncing him for attempting to control the city by bayonets now denounced him for leaving them to the mercy of Carrera. All who could hid away their treasures and fled. The rest shut themselves up in their houses, barring their doors and windows, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, routing the guard, he entered with 1,500 men. Salazar, the commandant, fled, and Carrera, riding up to the house of Rivera Paz, knocked at the door and reinstalled him chief of the state. His soldiers took up their quarters in the barracks, and Carrera established himself as the guardian of the city. And it is due to him to say that he acknowledged his own incompetency to govern, and placed men at the disposition of the municipality to preserve the peace. The central party was thus restored to power. Carrera's fanaticism bound him to the church party. He was flattered by his association and connection with the aristocracy, was made brigadier general, and presented with a handsome uniform, and besides empty honours, he had the city barracks and pay for his men, which was better than Indian huts and foraging expeditions, the last two being a resource for pastime. The League had continued since the April preceding my arrival. The great bond of union was hatred of Morazan and the Liberals. The Centralists had their Constituent Assembly, abolished the laws made by the Liberals, revived old Spanish laws, and old names for the courts of justice and officers of government, and passed any laws they pleased, so that they did not interfere with him. Their great difficulty was to keep him quiet. Unable to remain inactive in the city, he marched towards San Salvador for the ostensible purpose of attacking General Morazan. The Centralists were in a state of great anxiety. Carrera's success or his defeat was alike dangerous to them. If defeated, Morazan might march directly upon the city and take signal vengeance upon them. If successful, he might return with his barbarians so intoxicated by victory as to be utterly uncontrollable. A little circumstance shows the position of things. Carrera's mother, an old woman well known as a huckster on the plaza, died. Formerly it was the custom with the higher classes to bury in vaults constructed within the churches, but from the time of the cholera all burials, without distinction, were forbidden in the churches and even within the city, and a campo santo was established outside the town, in which all the principal families had vaults. Carrera signified his pleasure that his mother should be buried in the cathedral. The government charged itself with the funeral, issued cards of invitation, and all the principal inhabitants followed in the procession. No efforts were spared to conciliate and keep him in good temper, but he was subject to violent bursts of passion, and it was said had cautioned the members of the government at such moments not to attempt to argue with him, but to let him have his own way. Such was Carrera at the time of my visit, more absolute master of Guatemala than any king in Europe of his dominions, and by the fanatic Indians called El Hijo de Dios, the Son of God, and Nuestro Señor, our Lord. When I entered the room, he was sitting at a table counting sixpenny and shilling pieces. Colonel Monterosa, a dark mestizo, in a dashing uniform, was sitting by his side, and several other persons were in the room. He was about 5 feet 6 inches in height, with straight black hair, an Indian complexion and expression, without beard, and did not seem to be more than 21 years old. He wore a black bombasset roundabout jacket and pantaloons. He rose as we entered, pushed the money on one side of the table, and, probably out of respect to my coat, received me with courtesy, and gave me a chair at his side. My first remark was an expression of surprise at his extreme youth. He answered that he was but 23 years old. Certainly he was not more than 25, and then, as a man conscious that he was something extraordinary, and that I knew it, without waiting for any leading questions, he continued that he had begun, he did not say what, with 13 men armed with old muskets, which they were obliged to fire with cigars, pointed to 8 places in which he had been wounded, and said that he had 3 balls then in his body. At this time he could hardly be recognized as the same man who, less than 2 years before, had entered Guatemala with a horde of wild Indians proclaiming death to strangers. Indeed, in no particular had he changed more than in his opinion of foreigners, a happy illustration of the effect of personal intercourse in breaking down prejudices against individuals or classes. He had become personally acquainted with several, one of whom, an English doctor, had extracted a ball from his side, and his intercourse with all had been so satisfactory that his feelings had undergone an entire revulsion, and he said that they were the only people who never deceived him. He had done, too, what I consider extraordinary. In the intervals of his hurried life he had learned to write his name, and had thrown aside his stamp. End of section 14. Section 15 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. I never had the fortune to be presented to any legitimate king, nor to any usurper of the prerogatives of royalty, except Mohammed Ali. Old as he was, I gave him some good advice, and it grieves me that the old lion is now shorn of his mane. Considering Carrera a promising young man, I told him that he had a long career before him, and might do much good to his country, and he laid his hand upon his heart, and with a burst of feeling that I did not expect, said he was determined to sacrifice his life for his country. With all his faults and his crimes, none ever accused him of duplicity, or of saying what he did not mean, and perhaps, as many self-deceiving men have done before him, he believes himself a patriot. I considered that he was destined to exercise an important, if not controlling influence on the affairs of Central America, and trusting that hopes of honorable and extended fame might have some effect upon his character, I told him that his name had already reached my country, and that I had seen in the newspapers an account of his last entry into Guatemala, with praises of his moderation and exertions to prevent atrocities. He expressed himself pleased that his name was known, and such mention made of him among strangers, and said he was not a robber and murderer, as he was called by his enemies. He seemed intelligent and capable of improvement, and I told him that he ought to travel into other countries, and particularly from its contiguity into mine. He had a very indefinite notion as to where my country was. He knew it only as El Norte, or the North, inquired about the distance and facility of getting there, and said that, when the wars were over, he would endeavor to make El Norte a visit. But he could not fix his thoughts upon anything except the wars and Morazan, In fact, he knew of nothing else. He was boyish in his manners and manner of speaking, but very grave. He never smiled, and, conscious of power, was unostentatious in the exhibition of it, though he always spoke in the first person of what he had done and what he intended to do. One of the hangers-on, evidently to pay court to him, looked for a paper bearing his signature to show me as a specimen of his handwriting, but he did not find one. My interview with him was much more interesting than I had expected. So young, so humble in his origin, so destitute of early advantages, with honest impulses, perhaps, but ignorant, fanatic, sanguinary, and the slave of violent passions, wielding absolutely the physical force of the country, and that force entertaining a natural hatred to the whites. At parting he accompanied me to the door, and in the presence of his villainous soldiers made me a free offer of his services. I understood that I had the good fortune to make a favourable impression, and afterward, but unluckily during my absence, he called upon me in full dress and in state, which for him was an unusual thing. At that time, as Don Manuel Pavon told me, he professed to consider himself a brigadier general, subject to the orders of the government. He had no regular allowance for the maintenance of himself and troops. He did not like keeping accounts, and called for money when he wanted it. And with this understanding, in 8 months he had not required more than Morazan did in 2. He really did not want money for himself, and as a matter of policy he paid the Indians but little. This operated powerfully with the aristocracy, upon whom the whole burden of raising money devolved. It may be a satisfaction to some of my friends to know that this lawless chief is under a dominion to which meeker men are loath to submit. His wife accompanies him on horseback in all his expeditions, influenced by a feeling which is said to proceed sometimes from excess of affection, and I have heard that it is no important part of the business of the chief of the state to settle family jars. As we were returning to my house, we met a gentleman who told Mr. Pavon that a party of soldiers was searching for a member of the Assembly who was lying under the displeasure of Carrera, but a personal friend of theirs, and as we passed on we saw a file of soldiers drawn up before his door, while others were inside searching the house. This was done by Carrera's orders, without any knowledge on the part of the government. Chapter 12. Party to Mixco. A scene of pleasure. Procession in honor of the patron saint of Mixco. Fireworks. A bombardment. Smoking cigars. A night brawl. Suffering and sorrow. A cockfight. A walk in the suburbs. Sunday amusements. Return to the city. In consequence of the convulsions and danger of the times, the city was dull, and there was no gaiety in private circles. But an effort had been made by some enterprising ladies to break the monotony, and a party, to which I was invited, was formed for that afternoon to Mixco, an Indian village about 3 leagues distant, at which the festival of its patron saint was to be celebrated the next day with Indian rites. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon I left my door on horseback to call on Don Manuel Pavon. His house was next to that of the proscribed deputy, and a line of soldiers was drawn around the whole block, with the purpose of preventing an escape, while every house was searched. I always gave these gentlemen a wide berth when I could, but it was necessary to ride along the whole line, and as I passed the house of the deputy, with the door closed and sentinels before it, I could but think of his distressed family, in agony lest his hiding place should be discovered. Don Manuel was waiting for me, and we rode to the house of one of the ladies of the party, a young widow whom I had not seen before, and who, in her riding dress, made a fine appearance. Her horse was ready, and when she had kissed the old people good-bye, we carried her off. The women's servants, with familiarity and affection, followed to the door and continued farewell greetings and cautions to take good care of herself, which the lady answered as long as we were within hearing. We called at 2 or 3 other houses, and then all assembled at the place of rendezvous. The courtyard was full of horses, with every variety of fanciful mountings. Although we were going only 9 miles, and to a large Indian village, it was necessary to carry beds, bedding, and provisions. A train of servants large enough to carry stores for a small military expedition was sent ahead, and we all started. Outside the gate all the anxieties and perils which slumbered in the city were forgotten. Our road lay over an extensive plain, seeming, as the sun went down behind the volcanoes of Agua and Fuego, a beautiful bowling green, in which our party, preceded by a long file of Indians with loads on their backs, formed a picture. I was surprised to find that the ladies were not good horsewomen. They never ride for pleasure, and, on account of the want of accommodation on the road, seldom travel. It was after dark when we reached the borders of a deep ravine separating the plain from Mixco. We descended, and, rising on the other side, emerged from the darkness of the ravine into an illuminated street, and at 2 or 3 horses' lengths into a plaza blazing with lights and crowded with people, nearly all Indians in holiday costume. In the centre of the plaza was a fine fountain, and at the head of it a gigantic church. We rode up to the house that had been provided for the ladies, and leaving them there, the gentlemen scattered to find lodgings for themselves. The door of every house was open, and the only question asked was whether there was room. Some of the young men did not give themselves this trouble, as they were disposed to make a night of it, and Mr. P. and I, having secured a place, returned to the house occupied by the ladies. In one corner was a tienda about 10 feet square, partitioned off and shelved, which served as a place for their hats and shawls. The rest of the room contained merely a long table and benches. In a few moments the ladies were ready, and we all sallied out for a walk. All the streets and passages were brilliantly illuminated, and across some were arches decorated with evergreens and lighted, and at the corners were altars under arbors of branches adorned with flowers. The spirit of frolic seemed to take possession of our file leaders, who, as the humour prompted them, entered any house, and after a lively chat left it, contriving to come out just as the last of the party were going in. In one house they found a poncho rolled up very carefully, with the end of a guitar sticking out. The proprietor of the house only knew that it belonged to a young man from Guatemala, who had left it as an indication of his intention to pass the night there. One of the young men unrolled the poncho, and some loaves of bread fell out, which he distributed, and, with half a loaf in his mouth, struck up a waltz, which was followed by the quadrille. The good people of the house seemed pleased at this free use of their roof, and, shaking hands all around, with many expressions of goodwill on both sides, we left as unceremoniously as we had entered. We made a tour of all the principal streets, and as we returned to the plaza, the procession was coming out of the church. The village procession in honor of its patron saint is the great pride of the Indian, and the touchstone of his religious character. Every Indian contributes his labor and money towards getting it up, and he is most honored who is allowed the most important part in it. This was a rich village, at which all the muleteers of Guatemala lived, and nowhere had I seen an Indian procession so imposing. The church stood on an elevation at the head of the plaza, its whole facade rich in ornaments illuminated by the light of torches, and the large platform and the steps were thronged with women in white. A space was cleared in the middle before the great door, and with a loud chant the procession passed out of the doorway. First came the alcalde and his alguazils, all Indians with rods of office in one hand and lighted wax candles, 6 or 8 feet long, in the other. Then a set of devils, not as playful as the devils of Guatemala, but more hideous, and probably better likenesses according to the notions of the Indians. Then came, borne aloft by Indians, a large silver cross, richly chased and ornamented, and followed by the curate, with a silken canopy held over his head on the ends of long poles borne by Indians. As the cross advanced, all fell on their knees, and a stranger would have been thought guilty of an insult upon their holy religion who omitted conforming to this ceremony. Then came figures of saints, larger than life, borne on the shoulders of Indians, and then a figure of the Virgin, gorgeously dressed, her gown glittering with spangles. Then followed a long procession of Indian women, dressed in costume, with a thick red cord twisted in the hair so as to look like a turban, all carrying lighted candles. The procession passed through the illuminated streets, under the arches, and stopping from time to time before the altars, made a tour of the village, and in about an hour, with a loud chant, ascended the steps of the church. Its re-entry was announced by a discharge of rockets, after which all gathered in the plaza for the exhibition of fireworks. It was some time before these were ready, for those who had figured in the procession, particularly the devils, were to be the principal managers. Our party was well known in Mixco, and though the steps of the church were crowded, one of the best places was immediately vacated for us. From their nearness to Guatemala, the people of Mixco knew all the principal families of the former place, and were glad to see so distinguished a party at their fiesta, and the familiar but respectful way in which they were everywhere treated manifested a simplicity of manners and a kindliness of feeling between the rich and the poor, which to me was one of the most interesting parts of the whole feat. The exhibition began with the toros. The man who played the bull gave universal satisfaction. Scattering and putting to flight the crowd in the plaza, he rushed up the steps of the church, and amid laughing and screaming went out. Flying pigeons and other pieces followed, and the whole concluded with the grand national piece of the Castle of San Felipe, which was a representation of the repulse of an English fleet. A tall structure representing the castle, and a little brig perched on the end of a stick like a weathercock, the fleet. The brig fired a broadside, and then by a sudden jerk turned on a pivot and fired another, and long after, until she had riddled herself to pieces, the castle continued pouring on all sides a magnanimous stream of fire. When all was over, we returned to the posada. A cloth was spread over the long table, and in a few minutes, under the direction of the ladies, covered with the picnic materials brought from Guatemala. The benches were drawn up to the table, and as many as could find seats sat down. Before supper was over, there was an eruption of young men from Guatemala, with glazed hats, ponchos, and swords, and presenting a rather disorderly appearance, but they were mostly juveniles, brothers and cousins of the ladies. With their hats on, they seated themselves at the vacated tables, and as soon as they had finished eating, hurried off the plates, piled the tables away in a corner, one on top of the other, and the candles on the top of all. The violins struck up, and gentlemen and ladies, lighting cigars and cigarillos, commenced dancing. I am sorry to say that generally the ladies of Central America, not excepting Guatemala, smoke married ladies puros, or all tobacco, and unmarried cigars, or tobacco wrapped in paper or straw. Every gentleman carries in his pocket a silver case with a long string of cotton, steel, and flint, taking up nearly as much space as a handkerchief, and one of the offices of gallantry is to strike a light. By doing it well he may help to kindle a flame in a lady's heart. At all events, to do it bunglingly would be ill-bred. I will not express my sentiments on smoking as a custom for the sex. I have recollections of beauteous lips profaned. Nevertheless, even in this, I have seen a lady show her prettiness and refinement, barely touching the straw to her lips, as it were kissing it gently and taking it away. When a gentleman asks a lady for a light, she always removes the cigar from her lips. Happily, the dangerous proximity which sometimes occurs between gentlemen in the street is not in vogue. The dancing continued till 2 o'clock, and the breaking up was like the separation of a gay family party. The young men dispersed to sleep or to finish the night with merriment elsewhere, and Don Manuel and I retired to the house he had secured for us. We were in our hammocks, talking over the affairs of the night, when we heard a noise in the street, a loud tramping past the door, and a clash of swords. Presently Mr. P.'s servant knocked for admission, and told us that a man had been killed a few doors off by a sword cut across the head. Instead of going out to gratify an idle curiosity, like prudent men we secured the door. The tramping passed up the street, and presently we heard reports of firearms. The whole place seemed to be in an uproar. We had hardly lain down again before there was another knock at the door. Our host, a respectable old man, with his wife, slept in a back room, and, afraid of rioters, they had a consultation about opening it. The former was unwilling to do so, but the latter, with a mother's apprehensions, said that she was afraid some accident had happened to Chico. The knocking continued, and Raphael, a known companion of their son, cried out that Chico was wounded. The old man rose for a light, and, apprehending the worst, the mother and a young sister burst into tears. The old man sternly checked them, said that he had always cautioned Chico against going out at night, and that he deserved to be punished. The sister ran and opened the door, and 2 young men entered. We could see the glitter of their swords, and that one was supporting the other, and just as the old man procured a light, the wounded man fell on the ground. His face was ghastly pale and spotted with blood, his hat cut through the crown and rim as smoothly as if done with a razor, and his right hand and arm were wound in a pocket handkerchief, which was stained with blood. The old man looked at him with the sternness of a Roman, and told him that he knew this would be the consequence of his running out at night. The mother and sister cried, and the young man, with a feeble voice, begged his father to spare him. His companion carried him into the back room, but before they could lay him on the bed, he fell again and fainted. The father was alarmed, and when he recovered asked him whether he wished to confess. Chico, with a faint voice, answered, "As you please." The old man told his daughter to go for the padre, but the uproar was so great in the street that she was afraid to venture out. In the meantime we examined his head, which, notwithstanding the cut through his hat, was barely touched, and he said himself that he had received the blow on his hand, and that it was cut off. There was no physician nearer than Guatemala, and not a person who was able to do anything for him. I had had some practice in medicine, but none in surgery. I knew, however, that it was at all events proper to wash and cleanse the wound, and with the assistance of Don Manuel's servant, a young Englishman whom Don Manuel had brought from the United States, laid him on a bed. The servant had had some experience in the brawls of the country, having killed a young man in a quarrel growing out of a love affair, and been confined to the house 7 months by wounds received in the same encounter. With his assistance I unwound the bloody handkerchief. As I proceeded I found my courage failing me, and as with the last coil a dead hand fell in mine, a shudder and a deep groan ran through the spectators, and I almost let the hand drop. It was cut off through the back above the knuckles, and the 4 fingers hung merely by the fleshy part of the thumb. The skin was drawn back and showed on each side 4 bones, protruding like the teeth of a skeleton. I joined them together, and as he drew up his arm, they jarred like the grating of teeth. I saw that the case was beyond my art. Possibly the hand might have been restored by sewing the skin together, but I believed that the only thing to be done was to cut it off entirely, and this I was not willing to do. Unable to give any further assistance, I wound it up again in the handkerchief. The young man had a mild and pleasing countenance, and as thankful for my ineffectual attempt as if I had really served him, told me not to give myself any more trouble, but return to bed. His mother and sister, with stifled sobs, hung over his head. His father retained the sternness of his manner, but it was easy to see that his heart was bleeding. And to me, a stranger, it was horrible to see a fine young man mutilated for life in a street brawl. As he told the story himself, he was walking with some of his friends when he met one of the Spinosas from Guatemala, also with a party of friends. The latter, who was known as a bully, approached them with an expression in Spanish about equivalent to the English one, "I'll give it to you." Chico answered, "No, you won't," and immediately they drew their swords. Chico, in attempting to ward off a stroke, received it on the edge of his right hand. In passing through all the bones, its force was so much broken that it only cut the crown and rim of his hat. The loss of his hand had no doubt saved his life, for if the whole force of the stroke had fallen on his head, it must have killed him. But the unfortunate young man, instead of being thankful for his escape, swore vengeance against Spinoza. The latter, as I afterward learned, swore that the next time Chico should not escape with the loss of his hand, and in all probability, when they meet again, one of them will be killed. All this time the uproar continued, shifting its location with occasional reports of firearms. An aunt was wringing her hands because her son was out, and we had reason to fear a tragical night. We went to bed, but for a long time the noise in the street, the groans of poor Chico, and the sobbing of his mother and sister kept us from sleeping. We did not wake till nearly 10 o'clock. It was Sunday. The morning was bright and beautiful. The arches and flowers still adorned the streets, and the Indians, in their clean clothes, were going to Sunday Mass. None except the immediate parties knew or cared for the events of the night. Crossing the plaza, we met a tall, dashing fellow on horseback, with a long sword by his side, who bowed to Mr. Pavon and rode on past the house of Chico. This was Spinoza. No one attempted to molest him, and no notice whatever was taken of the circumstance by the authorities. The door of the church was so crowded that we could not enter, and passing through the curate's house, we stood in a doorway on one side of the altar. The curate, in his richest vestments, with young Indian assistants in sacerdotal dresses, their long black hair and sluggish features contrasting sharply with their garb and occupations, was officiating at the altar. On the front steps, with their black mantons drawn over their heads, and their eyes bent on the ground, were the dancers of our party the preceding night. Kneeling along the whole floor of the immense church was a dense mass of Indian women, with red headdresses, and leaning against the pillars and standing up in the background were Indians wrapped in black chamars. We waited till Mass was over, and then accompanied the ladies to the house and breakfasted. Sunday though it was, The occupations for the day were a cockfight in the morning and bullfight in the afternoon. Our party was increased by the arrival of a distinguished family from Guatemala, and we all set out for the former. It was in the yard of an unoccupied house, which was already crowded, and I noticed, to the honour of the Indians and the shame of the better classes, that they were all mestizos or white men, and always, excepting Carrera's soldiers, I never saw a worse looking or more assassin-like set of men. All along the walls of the yard were cocks tied by one leg, and men running about with other cocks under their arms, putting them on the ground to compare size and weight, regulating bets, and trying to cheat each other. At length a match was made. The ladies of our party had seats in the corridor of the house, and a space was cleared before them. The gaffs were murderous instruments, more than 2 inches long, thick and sharp as needles, and the birds were hardly on the ground before the feathers of the neck were ruffled and they flew at each other. In less time than had been taken to gaff them, one was lying on the ground with its tongue hanging out, and the blood running from its mouth, dead. The eagerness and vehemence, noise and uproar, wrangling, betting, swearing, and scuffling of the crowd exhibited a dark picture of human nature and a sanguinary people. I owe it to the ladies to say that in the city they never are present at such scenes. Here they went for no other reason that I could see than because they were away from home, and it was part of the feat. We must make allowances for an education and state of society every way different from our own. They were not wanting in sensibility or refinement, and though they did not turn away with disgust, they seemed to take no interest in the fight, and were not disposed to wait for a second. Leaving the disgusting scene, we walked around the suburbs, one point of which commands a noble view of the plain and city of Guatemala, with the surrounding mountains, and suggests a wonder that, amid objects so grand and glorious, men can grow up with tastes so groveling. Crossing the plaza, we heard music in a large house belonging to a rich muleteer, and entering, we found a young harpist and 2 mendicant friars with shaved crowns, dressed in white, with long white mantles and hoods, of an order newly revived in Guatemala, and drinking agua ardiente. Mantas and hats were thrown off, tables and seats placed against the wall, and in a few moments my friends were waltzing. 2 or 3 cotillions followed, and we returned to the posada, where, after fruit of various kinds had been served, all took seats on the back piazza. A horse happened to be loose in the yard, and a young man, putting his hands on the hind quarters, jumped on his back. The rest of the young men followed suit, and then one lifted the horse up by his forelegs. When he dropped him, another took him up, and all followed, very much to the astonishment of the poor animal. Then followed standing on the piazza and jumping over each other's heads. Then one leaped down with his hands resting on the piazza, and another mounted on his back, and the former tried to shake him off without letting go his hands. Other feats followed, all impromptu, and each more absurd than the one before it, and the whole concluded with a bullfight, in which 2 young men mounted on the backs of other 2 as matadors, and one, with his head between his shoulders, ran at them like a bull. Though these amusements were not very elegant, all were so intimate with each other, and there was such a perfect abandonment, that the whole went off with shouts of laughter. This over, the young men brought out the ladies' mantas, and again we sallied for a walk. But reaching the plaza, the young men changed their minds, and seating the ladies, to whom I attached myself, in the shade, commenced prisoner's base. All who passed stopped, and the villagers seemed delighted with the gaiety of our party. The players tumbled each other in the dust, to the great amusement of the lookers-on, and this continued till we saw trays coming across the plaza, which was a sign of dinner. This over, and thinking that I had seen enough for one Sunday, I determined to forego the bullfight, and in company with Don Manuel and another prominent member of the Assembly and his family, I set out on my return to the city. Their mode of travelling was primitive. All were on horseback, he himself with a little son behind him, his daughter alone, his wife on a pillion with a servant to support her, a servant maid with a child in her arms, and a servant on top of the luggage. It was a beautiful afternoon, and the plain of Guatemala, with its green grass and dark mountains, was a lovely scene. As we entered the city, we encountered a religious procession, with priests and monks all bearing lighted candles, and preceded by men throwing rockets. We avoided the plaza on account of the soldiers, and in a few minutes I was in my house alone. End of section 15. Section 16 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 13. Excursion to La Antigua and the Pacific Ocean, San Pablo, Mountain Scenery, El Rio Pensativo, La Antigua, Account of its Destruction, an Octogenarian, the Cathedral, San Juan Obispo, Santa Maria, Volcano de Agua, Ascent of the Mountain, the Crater, a lofty meeting place, the Descent, Return to La Antigua, Cultivation of Cochineal, Classic Ground, Ciudad Vieja, its Fountain, Visit from Indians, Departure from Ciudad Vieja, First Sight of the Pacific, Alontenango, Volcan del Fuego, Escuintla, Sunset Scene, Masagua, Port of Istapa, Arrival at the Pacific. On Tuesday, the 17th of December, I set out on an excursion to La Antigua, Guatemala, and the Pacific Ocean. I was accompanied by a young man who lived opposite, and wished to ascend the Volcano de Agua. I had discharged Augustin, and with great difficulty had procured a man who knew the route. Romaldi had but one fault: he was married. Like some other married men, he had a fancy for roving, but his wife set her face against this propensity. She said that I was going to El Mar, the sea, and might carry him off, and she would never see him again, and the affectionate woman wept at the bare idea. But upon my paying the money into her hands before going, she consented. My only luggage was a hammock and a pair of sheets, which Romaldi carried on his mule, and each had a pair of alforgas. At the gate we met Don Jose Vidauri, whom I had first seen in the president's chair of the Constituent Assembly, and who was going to visit his hacienda at the Antigua. Though it was only 5 or 6 hours distant, Senor Vidauri, being a very heavy man, had 2 led horses, one of which he insisted on my mounting, and when I expressed my admiration of the animal, he told me, in the usual phrase of Spanish courtesy, that the horse was mine. It was done in the same spirit in which a Frenchman, who had been entertained hospitably in a country house in England, offered himself to 7 of the daughters, merely for the compliment. And my worthy friend would have been very much astonished if I had accepted his offer. The road to Mixco I have already described. In the village I stopped to see Chico. His hand had been cut off, and he was doing well. Leaving the village, we ascended a steep mountain, from the top of which we had a fine view of the village at its foot, the plain and city of Guatemala, and the lake of Amatitan, enclosed by a belt of mountains. Descending by a wild and rugged road, we reached a plain, and saw on the left the village of San Pablo, and on the right, at some distance, another village. We then entered a piece of woodland, and first descending, then again descending by the precipitous side of a mountain, with a magnificent ravine on our right, to a beautiful stream. At this place mountains rose all around us, but the banks of the stream were covered with delicate flowers, and parrots with gay plumage were perched on the trees and flying over our heads, making in the midst of gigantic scenery a fairy spot. The stream passed between two ranges of mountains so close together that there was barely room for a single horse path by its side. As we continued, the mountains turned to the left, and on the other side of the stream were a few openings cultivated with cochineal into the very hollow of the base. Again the road turned, and then ran straight, making a vista of more than a mile between the mountains, at the end of which was the Antigua, standing in a delightful valley, shut in by mountains and hills that always retain their verdure, watered by two rivers that supply numerous fountains, with a climate in which heat or cold never predominates. Yet this city, surrounded by more natural beauty than any location I ever saw, has perhaps undergone more calamities than any city that was ever built. We passed the gate and rode through the suburbs, in the opening of the valley, on one side of which was a new house that reminded me of an Italian villa, with a large cochineal plantation extending to the base of the mountain. We crossed a stream bearing the poetical name of El Rio Pensativo. On the other side was a fine fountain, and at the corner of the street was the ruined church of San Domingo, a monument of the dreadful earthquakes which had prostrated the old capital, and driven the inhabitants from their home. On each side were the ruins of churches, convents, and private residences, large and costly, some lying in masses, some with fronts still standing, richly ornamented with stucco, cracked and yawning, roofless, without doors or windows, and trees growing inside above the walls. Many of the houses have been repaired, and the city is repeopled, and presents a strange appearance of ruin and recovery. The inhabitants, like the dwellers over the buried Herculaneum, seemed to entertain no fears of renewed disaster. I rode up to the house of Don Miguel Manrique, which was occupied by his family at the time of the destruction of the city, and after receiving a kind welcome, in company with Senor Vidaury, walked to the plaza. The print opposite will give an idea, which I cannot, of the beauty of this scene. The great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego look down upon it. In the centre is a noble stone fountain, and the buildings which face it, especially the palace of the Captain General, displaying on its front the armorial bearings granted by the Emperor Charles V to the loyal and noble city, and surmounted by the Apostle St. James on horseback, armed and brandishing a sword, and the majestic but roofless and ruined cathedral, 300 feet long, 120 broad, nearly 70 high, and lighted by 50 windows, show at this day that La Antigua was once one of the finest cities of the New World, deserving the proud name which Alvarado gave it, the city of St. James of Gentlemen. This was the second capital of Guatemala, founded in 1542 on account of the destruction of the first by a water volcano. Its history is one of uninterrupted disasters. Quote, in 1558, an epidemic disorder, attended with a violent bleeding at the nose, swept away great numbers of people, nor could the faculty devise any method to arrest the progress of the distemper. Many severe shocks of earthquake were felt at different periods. The one in 1565 seriously damaged many of the principal buildings. Those of 1575, 76, and 77 were not less ruinous. On the 27th of December, 1581, the population was again alarmed by the volcano, which began to emit fire, and so great was the quantity of ashes thrown out and spread in the air that the sun was entirely obscured, and artificial light was necessary in the city at midday." The years 1585 and 6 were dreadful in the extreme. On January 16th of the former, earthquakes were felt, and they continued through that and the following year so frequently that not an interval of 8 days elapsed during the whole period without a shock more or less violent. Fire issued incessantly for months together from the mountain, and greatly increased the general consternation. The greatest damage of this series took place on the 23rd of December, 1586, when the major part of the city again became a heap of ruins, burying under them many of the unfortunate inhabitants. The earth shook with such violence that the tops of the high ridges were torn off, and deep chasms formed in various parts of the level ground. In 1601, a pestilential distemper carried off great numbers. It raged with so much malignity that 3 days generally terminated the existence of such as were affected by it. On the 18th of February, 1651, about 1 o'clock afternoon, a most extraordinary subterranean noise was heard, and immediately followed by 3 violent shocks, at very short intervals from each other, which threw down many buildings and damaged others. The tiles from the roofs of the houses were dispersed in all directions, like light straws by a gust of wind. The bells of the churches were rung by the vibrations. Masses of rock were detached from the mountains, and even the wild beasts were so terrified that, losing their natural instinct, they quitted their retreats and sought shelter from the habitations of men." The year 1686 brought with it another dreadful epidemic, which in 3 months swept away a 10th part of the inhabitants. From the capital the pestilence spread to the neighboring villages, and thence to the more remote ones, causing dreadful havoc, particularly among the most robust of the inhabitants." The year 1717 was memorable. On the night of August 27th, the mountain began to emit flames, attended by a continued subterranean rumbling noise. On the night of the 28th, the eruption increased to great violence, and very much alarmed the inhabitants. The images of saints were carried in procession, public prayers were put up day after day, but the terrifying eruption still continued, and was followed by frequent shocks at intervals for more than 4 months. At last, on the night of September 29th, the fate of Guatemala appeared to be decided, and inevitable destruction seemed at hand. Great was the ruin among the public edifices. Many of the houses were thrown down, and nearly all that remained were dreadfully injured, but the greatest devastation was seen in the churches." The year 1773 was the most melancholy epoch in the annals of the metropolis. It was then destroyed, and as the capital rose no more from its ruins. About 4 o'clock on the afternoon of July 29th, a tremendous vibration was felt, and shortly after began the dreadful convulsion that decided the fate of the unfortunate city. On the 7th September there was another, which threw down most of the buildings that were damaged on the 29th of July, and on the 13th December one still more violent terminated the work of destruction. The people had not well recovered from the consternation inflicted by the events of the fatal 29th of July, when a meeting was convoked for the purpose of collecting the sense of the inhabitants on the subject of the removal. In this meeting it was determined all the public authorities should remove provisionally to the little village of La Ermita until the valleys of Jalapa and Las Vacas could be surveyed, and until the king's pleasure should be ascertained on the subject. On the 6th of September, the governor and all the tribunals withdrew to La Ermita. The surveys of the last mentioned places being completed, the inhabitants were again convoked to decide upon the transfer. The Congress was held in the temporary capital, and lasted from the 12th to the 16th of January, 1774. The report of the commissioners was read, and by a plurality of votes it was resolved to make a formal translation of the city of Guatemala to the valley of Las Vacas. The king gave his assent to this resolution on the 21st of July, 1775, and by a decree of the 21st of September following, approved most of the plans that were proposed for carrying the determination into effect, granting very liberally the whole revenue arising from the customs for the space of 10 years toward the charges of building, etc. In virtue of this decree, the ayuntamiento was in due form established in the new situation on the 1st of January, 1776, and on the 29th of July, 1777, a proclamation was issued in Old Guatemala, commanding the population to remove to the new city within 1 year, and totally abandon the remains of the old one." Such is the account given by the historian of Guatemala concerning the destruction of this city, besides which I saw on the spot Padre Antonio Croques, an octogenarian and the oldest canonigo in Guatemala, who was living in the city during the earthquake which completed its destruction. He was still vigorous in frame and intellect, wrote his name with a free hand in my memorandum book, and had vivid recollections of the splendor of the city in his boyhood, when, as he said, carriages rolled through it as in the streets of Madrid. On the fatal day he was in the church of San Francisco with 2 padres, one of whom, at the moment of the shock, took him by the hand and hurried him into the patio. The other was buried under the ruins of the church. He remembered that the tiles flew from the roofs of the houses in every direction, the clouds of dust were suffocating, and the people ran to the fountains to quench their thirst. The fountains were broken, and one man snatched off his hat to dip for water. The archbishop slept that night in his carriage in the plaza. He described to me the ruins of individual buildings, the dead who were dug from under them, and the confusion and terror of the inhabitants. And though his recollections were only those of a boy, he had material enough for hours of conversation. In company with the cura, we visited the interior of the cathedral. The gigantic walls were standing, but roofless. The interior was occupied as a burying ground, and the graves were shaded by a forest of dahlias and trees 70 or 80 feet high rising above the walls. The grand altar stood under a cupola supported by 16 columns faced with tortoise shell, and adorned with bronze medallions of exquisite workmanship. On the cornice were once placed statues of the Virgin and the 12 Apostles in ivory, but all these are gone. And more interesting than the recollections of its ancient splendor or its mournful ruins was the empty vault where once reposed the ashes of Alvarado the Conqueror. Toward evening my young companion joined me, and we set out for Santa Maria, an Indian village at 2 leagues' distance, situated on the side of the volcano de Agua, with the intention of ascending the next day to the summit. As we entered the valley, the scene was so beautiful, I did not wonder that even earthquakes could not make it desolate. At the distance of a league we reached the village of San Juan Obispo, the church and convent of which are conspicuous from below, and command a magnificent view of the valley and city of the Antigua. At dark we reached the village of Santa Maria, perched at a height of 2,000 feet above the Antigua and 7,000 feet above the level of the Pacific. The church stands in a noble court with several gates, and before it is a gigantic white cross. We rode up to the convent, which is under the charge of the cura of San Juan Obispo, but it was unoccupied, and there was no one to receive us except a little talkative old man, who had only arrived that morning. Very soon there was an eruption of Indians, with the alcalde and his alguazils, who came to offer their services as guides up the mountain. They were the first Indians I had met who did not speak Spanish, and their eagerness and clamor reminded me of my old friends, the Arabs. They represented the ascent as very steep, with dangerous precipices, and the path extremely difficult to find, and said it was necessary for each of us to have 16 men with ropes to haul us up, and to pay $12 for each man. They seemed a little astonished when I told them that we wanted 2 men each, and would give them $half apiece, but fell immediately to 8 men for each and $1 apiece, and after a noisy wrangling we picked out 6 from 40, and they all retired. In a few minutes we heard a violin out of doors, which we thought was in honor of us, but it was for the little old man, who was a titerero, or puppet player, and intended giving an exhibition that night. The music entered the room, and a man stationed himself at the door to admit visitors. The price of admission was 3 cents, and there were frequent wranglings to have 1 cent taken off, or 2 admitted for 3 cents. The high price prevented the entrance of common people. The company was very select, and all sat on the floor. The receipts, as I learned from the doorkeeper, were upward of 5 shillings. Romaldi, who was a skillful amateur, led the orchestra, that is, the other fiddler. The puppet was in an adjoining room, and when the door opened it disclosed a black chamar hanging as a curtain, the rising of which discovered the puppet player sitting at a table with his little figures before him. The sports of the puppets were carried on with ventriloquial conversations, in the midst of which I fell asleep. We did not get off till 7 o'clock the next morning. The day was very unpromising, and the whole mountain was covered with clouds. As yet the side of the volcano was cultivated. In half an hour the road became so steep and slippery that we dismounted and commenced the ascent on foot. The Indians went on before, carrying water and provisions, and each of us was equipped with a strong staff. At 8:15 we entered the middle region, which is covered with a broad belt of thick forest. The path was steep and muddy, and every 3 or 4 minutes we were obliged to stop and rest. At 9:15 we reached a clearing in which stood a large wooden cross. This was the first resting place, and we sat down at the foot of the cross and lunched. A drizzling rain had commenced, but in the hope of a change, at 9:30 we resumed our ascent. The path became steeper and muddier, the trees so thickly crowded together that the sun never found its way through them, and their branches and trunks covered with green excrescences. The path was made and kept open by Indians, who go up in the winter time to procure snow and ice for Guatemala. The labor of toiling up this muddy acclivity was excessive, and very soon my young companion became fatigued and was unable to continue without help. The Indians were provided with ropes, one of which was tied around his waist, and 2 Indians went before with the rope over the shoulders. At 10:30 we were above the region of forest, and came out upon the open side of the volcano. There were still scattering trees, long grass, and a great variety of curious plants and flowers, furnishing rich materials for the botanist. Among them was a plant with a red flower called the arbol de las manitas, or hand plant, but more like a monkey's paw, growing to the height of 30 or 40 feet, the inside a light vermilion color, and outside vermilion with stripes of yellow. My companion, tired with the toil of ascending, even with the aid of the rope, at length mounted on an Indian's shoulders. I was obliged to stop every 2 or 3 minutes, and my rests were about equal to the actual time of walking. The great difficulty was on account of the wet and mud, which in ascending made us lose part of every step. It was so slippery that even with the staff and the assistance of branches of trees and bushes, it was difficult to keep from falling. About half an hour before reaching the top, and perhaps 1,000 or 1,500 feet from it, the trees became scarce and seemed blasted by lightning or withered by cold. The clouds gathered thicker than before, and I lost all hope of a clear day. At half an hour before 12 we reached the top and descended into the crater. A whirlwind of cloud and vapor was sweeping around it. We were in a perspiration, our clothes were saturated with rain and mud, and in a few moments the cold penetrated our very bones. We attempted to build a fire, but the sticks and leaves were wet and would not burn. For a few moments we raised a feeble flame, and all crouched around it, but a sprinkling of rain came down, just enough to put it out. We could see nothing, and the shivering Indians begged me to return. On rocks near us were inscriptions, one of which bore date in 1548, and on a cut stone were the words Alejandro Idvert de San Petersburgo, Edvardo Le Page de Inglaterra, Jose Krasky de Philadelphia, Fyladelfye, vivimos aquí unas botellas de champaña el día 26 de agosto de 1834, August 26, 1834. It seems strange that 3 men from such distant and different parts of the world, St. Petersburg, England, and Philadelphia, had met to drink champagne on the top of this volcano. While I was blowing my fingers and copying the inscription, the vapor cleared away a little, and gave me a view of the interior of the crater. It was a large oval basin, the area level and covered with grass. The sides were sloping, about 100 or 150 feet high, and all around were masses of rock piled up in magnificent confusion and rising to inaccessible peaks. There is no tradition of this mountain having ever emitted fire, and there is no calcined matter or other mark of volcanic eruption anywhere in its vicinity. The historical account is that in 1541 an immense torrent, not of fire, but of water and stones, was vomited from the crater by which the old city was destroyed. Father Remesal relates that on this occasion the crown of the mountain fell down. The height of this detached part was 1 league, and from the remaining summit to the plain was a distance of 3 leagues, which he affirms he measured in 1615. The area by my measurement is 83 paces long and 60 wide. According to Torquemada, and such is the tradition according to Padre Alcantara of Ciudad Vieja, this immense basin, probably the crater of an extinct volcano, with sides much higher than they are now, became filled with water by accumulations of snow and rain. There never was any eruption of water, but one of the sides gave way, and the immense body of fluid rushed out with horrific force, carrying with it rocks and trees, inundating and destroying all that opposed its progress. The immense barranca or ravine by which it descended was still fearfully visible on the side of the mountain. The height of this mountain has been ascertained by barometrical observation to be 14,450 feet above the level of the sea. The edge of the crater commands a beautiful view of the old city of Guatemala, 32 surrounding villages, and the Pacific Ocean, at least so I am told, but I saw nothing of it. Nevertheless, I did not regret my labor, and though drenched with rain and plastered with mud, I promised myself, in the month of February, when the weather is fine, to ascend again, prepared for the purpose, and pass 2 or 3 days in the crater. At 1 o'clock we began our descent. It was rapid and sometimes dangerous, from the excessive steepness and slipperiness, and the chance of pitching head foremost against the trunk of a tree. At 2 o'clock we reached the cross, and I mention as a hint for others that from the pressure of heavy waterproof boots upon the doigt du pied, I was obliged to stop frequently, and after changing the pressure by descending sideways and backward, catching at the branches of trees, I was obliged to pull off my boots and go down barefooted, ankle deep in mud. My feet were severely bruised by the stones, and I could hardly walk at all, when I met one of the Indians pulling my horse up the mountain to meet me. At 4 o'clock we reached Santa Maria, at 5 the Antigua, and at 1:15 I was in bed. The next morning I was still asleep when Senor Vidaury rode into the courtyard to escort me on my journey. Leaving Romaldi to follow, I was soon mounted, and, emerging from the city, we entered the open plain, shut in by mountains and cultivated to their base with cochineal. At about a mile's distance we turned into the hacienda of Senor Vidaury. In the yard were 4 oxen grinding sugar cane, and behind was his nopal, or cochineal plantation, one of the largest in the Antigua. The plant is a species of cactus, set out in rows like Indian corn, and at the time I speak of it was about 4 feet high. On every leaf was pinned with a thorn a piece of cane, in the hollow of which were 30 or 40 insects. These insects cannot move but breed, and the young crawl out and fasten upon the leaf. When they have once fixed, they never move. A light film gathers over them, and as they feed, the leaves become mildewed and white. At the end of the dry season, some of the leaves are cut off and hung up in a storehouse for seed. The insects are brushed off from the rest and dried, and are then sent abroad to minister to the luxuries and elegances of civilized life, and enliven with their bright colors the salons of London, Paris, and St. Louis in Missouri. The crop is valuable but uncertain, as an early rain may destroy it, and sometimes all the workmen of a hacienda are taken away for soldiers at the moment when they are most needed for its culture. The situation was ravishingly beautiful at the base and under the shade of the Volcano de Agua, and the view was bounded on all sides by mountains of perpetual green. The morning air was soft and balmy, but pure and refreshing. With good government and laws, and one's friends around, I never saw a more beautiful spot on which man could desire to pass his allotted time on earth. Resuming our ride, we came out upon a rich plain covered with grass, on which cattle and horses were pasturing, between the bases of the two great volcanoes; and on the left, at a distance, on the side of the Volcano de Agua, saw the church of Ciudad Vieja, the first capital of Guatemala, founded by Alvarado the Conqueror. I was now on classic ground. The fame of Cortez and his exploits in Mexico spread among the Indian tribes to the south, and the Kachiquel kings sent an embassy offering to acknowledge themselves vassals of Spain. Cortez received the ambassadors with distinction, and sent Pedro de Alvarado, an officer distinguished in the conquest of New Spain, to receive the submission of the native kings and take possession of Guatemala. On the 13th of November, 1523, Alvarado left the city of Mexico with 300 Spaniards and a large body of Tlascaltecas, Cholotecas, Chinampas, and other auxiliary Mexican Indians, fought his way through the populous provinces of Soconusco and Tonalá, and on the 14th of May, by a decisive victory over the Quiche Indians, he arrived at the capital of the Kachiquel kingdom, now known as the village of Tecpan, Guatemala. After remaining a few days to recover from their fatigues, the conquering army continued their route by the villages on the coast, overcoming all that disputed their progress, and on the 24th of July, 1524, arrived at a place called by the Indians Almalonga, meaning in their language a spring of water, or the mountain from which water flows, situated at the base of the Volcano de Agua. The situation, says Remesal, pleased them so much by its fine climate, the beauty of the meadows, delightfully watered by running streams, and particularly from its lying between two lofty mountains, from one of which descended runs of water in every direction, and from the summit of the other issued volumes of smoke and fire, that they determined to build a city which should be the capital of Guatemala. On the 25th of July, the festival of St. James, the patron of Spain, the soldiers, with martial music, splendid armor, waving plumes, horses superbly caparisoned in trappings glittering with jewels and plates of gold, proceeded to the humble church which had been constructed for that purpose, where Juan Godinez, the chaplain to the army, said mass. The whole body invoked the protection of the apostle, and called by his name the city they had founded. On the same day Alvarado appointed alcaldes, regidors, and the chief alguacil. The appearance of the country harmonized with the romantic scenes of which it had been the theatre, and as I rode over the plain, I could almost imagine the sides of the mountains covered with Indians, and Alvarado and his small band of daring Spaniards, soldiers, and priests, with martial pride and religious humility, unfurling the banners of Spain and setting up the standard of the cross. End of section 16. Section 17 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. As we approached the town, its situation appeared more beautiful, but very early in its history dreadful calamities befell it. Quote, in 1532, the vicinity of the city was ravaged, and the inhabitants thrown into consternation by a lion of uncommon magnitude and ferocity, that descended from the forests on the mountain called the Volcán de Agua, and committed great devastation among the herds of cattle. A reward of $25 gold, or 100 bushels of wheat, was offered by the town council to any person that could kill it, but the animal escaped even from a general hunting party of the whole city, with Alvarado at the head of it. After 5 or 6 months' continual depredations, he was killed on the 30th of July by a herdsman, who received the promised reward. The next great disaster was a fire that happened in February 1536, and caused great injury, as the houses were at that time nearly all thatched with straw. A large portion of them was destroyed before it could be extinguished. The accident originated in a blacksmith's shop, and to prevent similar misfortunes in future, the council prohibited the employment of forges within the city. "The most dreadful calamity that had as yet afflicted this unfortunate place occurred on the morning of September 11th, 1541. It had rained incessantly, and with great violence, on the 3 preceding days, particularly on the night of the 10th, when the water descended more like the torrent of a cataract than rain. The fury of the wind, the incessant appalling lightning, and the dreadful thunder were indescribable. At 2 o'clock on the morning of the 11th, the vibrations of the earth were so violent that the people were unable to stand. The shocks were accompanied by a terrible subterranean noise, which spread universal dismay. Shortly afterward, an immense torrent of water rushed down from the summit of the mountain, forcing away with it enormous fragments of rocks and large trees, which, descending upon the ill-fated town, overwhelmed and destroyed almost all the houses, and buried a great number of the inhabitants under the ruins. Among the many, Dona Beatriz de la Cueva, the widow of Pedro Alvarado, lost her life. All the way down the side of the volcano we saw the seams and gullies made by the torrents of water which had inundated the city. Again we crossed the beautiful stream of El Rio Pensativo, and rode up to the convent. It stands adjoining the gigantic and venerable Church of the Virgin. In front was a high stone wall. A large gate opened into a courtyard, at the extremity and along the side of which were the spacious corridors of the convent, and on the left the gigantic wall of the church, with a door of entry from one end of the corridor. The patio was sunk about 4 feet below the level of the corridor, and divided into parterres with beds of flowers, and in the centre was a large white circular fountain with goldfish swimming in it, and rising out of it above a jet d'eau, an angel with a trumpet and flag. Senor Vidaury had advised Padre Alcantara of my intended visit, and he was waiting to receive us. He was about 33, intelligent, educated, and energetic, with a passion for flowers, as was shown by the beautiful arrangements of the courtyard. He had been banished by Morazan, and only returned to his curacy about a year before. On a visit to him was his friend and neighbor, Don Pepe Astegueta, the proprietor of a cochineal hacienda, and a man of the same stamp and character. They were among the few whom I met who took any interest in the romantic events connected with the early history of the country. After a brief rest in the convent, with a feeling more highly wrought than any that had been awakened in me, except by the ruins of Copan, we visited a tree standing before the church and extending wide its branches, under whose shade, tradition says, Alvarado and his soldiers first encamped. The fountain of Almalonga, or, in the Indian language, the mountain from which water flows, which first induced him to select this spot as the site for the capital, and the ruined cathedral on the spot where Juan Godinez first said Mass. The fountain is a large natural basin of clear and beautiful water, shaded by trees, under which 30 or 40 Indian women were washing. The walls of the cathedral were standing, and in one corner was a chamber filled with the skulls and bones of those destroyed by the inundation from the volcano. After breakfast we visited the church, which was very large, and more than 200 years old. Its altar is rich in ornaments of gold and silver, among which is a magnificent crown of gold, studded with diamonds and emeralds, presented by one of the Philips to the Virgin, to whom the church was consecrated. Returning to the house, I found that Padre Alcantra had prepared for me a visit from a deputation of Indians, consisting of the principal chiefs and women, descendants of caciques of the Mexican auxiliaries of Alvarado, calling themselves, like the Spaniards, conquistadores, or conquerors. They entered wearing the same costumes which their ancestors had worn in the time of Cortez, and bearing on a salver covered with velvet a precious book bound in red velvet with silver corners and clasp, containing the written evidence of their rank and rights. It was written on parchment, dated in 1639, and contained the order of Philip I, acknowledging them as conquerors, and exempting them as such from the tribute paid by the native Indians. This exemption continued until the Revolution of 1825, and even yet they call themselves descendants of the conquerors, and the head of the Indian aristocracy. The interest which I felt in these memorials of the conquerors was increased in no small degree by the beauty and comfort of the convent, and Padre Alcantra's kindness. In the afternoon we walked down to the bridge across the Rio Pensativo. The plain on which the Spanish soldiers had glittered in armor was shaded by the high volcanoes, and the spirit of romance rested upon it. The day which I passed in the old city is one of those upon which I look back with pleasure. Senor Vidaury and Don Pepe remained with us all day. Afterward, when Padre Alcantra had again been obliged to fly from the convent at the approach of an invading army, and we had all passed through the crash of the Revolution, on leaving Guatemala to return home, I diverged from my road to pay them a visit, and they were the last friends to whom I said farewell. In the morning, with great regret, I left Ciudad Vieja. Padre Alcantra and Don Pepe accompanied me, and to help me on my journey, the latter lent me a noble mule, and the padre an excellent servant. The exit from this mountain-girt valley was between the two great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego, rising on each side nearly 15,000 feet high, and from between the two, so unexpectedly to me as almost to induce a burst of enthusiasm, we overlooked an immense plain and saw the Pacific Ocean. At a league's distance we reached the village of Alontenango, where among Indian huts stood another gigantic church, roofless and ruined by an earthquake, and where, with the hope, in which I was not disappointed, of seeing them again, I took the leave of the cura and Don Pepe. The road between the two volcanoes was singularly interesting, one with its base cultivated, girt by a belt of thick forests and verdant to the very summit, the other with three bare and rugged peaks, covered with dried lava and ashes, shaken by the strife of the elements within, the working of internal fires, and emitting constantly a pale blue smoke. The road bears marks of the violent convulsions to which it has been subject. In one place the horse path lies through an immense chasm, rent asunder by a natural convulsion over which huge stones, hurled in every direction, lay in the wildest confusion. In another it crosses a deep bed of ashes and cinders and scorified lava, and a little further on, strata of decomposed vegetable matter cover the volcanic substances, and high shrubs and bushes have grown up, forming a thick shady arbor, fragrant as the fields of Araby the Blessed. At every step there was a strange contrast of the horrible and beautiful. The last eruption of the Volcan del Fuego took place about 12 years ago, when flames issued from the crater and ascended to a great height, Immense quantities of stones and ashes were cast out, and the race of monkeys inhabiting the neighboring woods was almost extirpated. But it can never burst forth again. Its crater is no longer el boca del infierno, or the mouth of the infernal regions, for, as a very respectable individual told me, it has been blessed by a priest. After a beautiful ride under a hot sun, but shaded nearly all the way, at 3 o'clock we reached Escuintla, where another magnificent church, roofless, and again with its rich facade cracked by an earthquake. Before it were two venerable ceiba trees, and the platform commanded a splendid panoramic view of the volcanoes and mountains of the Antigua. In the streets were soldiers and drunken Indians. I rode to the house of the corregidor, Don Juan Dios de Guerra, and with Romaldi for a guide, I walked down to the banks of a beautiful stream, which makes Escuintla, in the summer months of January and February, the great watering place of Guatemala. The bank was high and beautifully shaded, and descending to the river through a narrow passage between perpendicular rocks, in a romantic spot where many a Guatemala lover has been hurried, by the charming influences around, into a premature outpouring of his hopes and fears, I sat down on a stone and washed my feet. Returning, I stopped at the church. The front was cracked from top to bottom by an earthquake, and the divided portion stood apart, but the towers were entire. I ascended to the top and looked down into the roofless area. On the east, the dark line of forest was broken by the curling smoke of a few scattered huts, and backed by verdant mountains, by the cones of volcanoes with their tops buried in the clouds, and by the rock of Mirandilla, an immense block of bare granite held up among the mountain tops, riven and blasted by lightning. On the west the setting sun illuminated a forest of 60 miles, and beyond shed its dying glories over the whole Pacific Ocean. At 2 o'clock, under a brilliant moonlight, and with a single guide, we started for the Pacific. The road was level and wooded. We passed a trapiche, or sugar mill, worked by oxen, and before daylight reached the village of Masagua, 4 leagues distant, built in a clearing cut out of the woods, at the entrance of which we stopped under a grove of orange trees, and by the light of the moon filled our pockets and alforgas with the shining fruit. Daylight broke upon us in a forest of gigantic trees, from 75 to 100 feet high, and from 20 to 25 feet in circumference, with creepers winding around their trunks and hanging from the branches. The road was merely a path through the forest, formed by cutting away shrubs and branches. The freshness of the morning was delightful. We had descended from the table of land called the Tierras Templadas, and were now in the Tierras Calientes. But at 9 o'clock the glare and heat of the sun did not penetrate the thick shade of the woods. In some places the branches of the trees, trimmed by the machete of a passing muleteer, and hung with a drapery of vines and creepers bearing red and purple flowers, formed for a long distance natural arches more beautiful than any ever fashioned by man. And there were parrots and other birds of beautiful plumage flying among the trees, among them guacamayas, or great macaws, large, clothed in red, yellow, and green, and when on the wing, displaying a splendid plumage. But there were also vultures and scorpions, and running across the road and up the trees, innumerable iguanas or lizards from 1 inch to 3 feet long. The road was a mere track among the trees, perfectly desolate, though twice we met muleteers bringing up goods from the port. At the distance of 12 miles we reached the hacienda of Narango, occupied by a major domo, who looked after the cattle of the proprietor, roaming wild in the woods. The house stood alone in the midst of a clearing built of poles, with a cattle yard in front, and I spied a cow with a calf, which was a sign of milk. But you must catch a cow before you can milk her. The major domo went out with a lasso, and playing upon the chord of nature, caught the calf first, and then the cow, and hauled her up by the horns to a post. The hut had but one wakal, or drinking shell, made of a gourd, and it was so small that we sat down by the cow so as not to lose much time. We had bread, chocolate, and sausages, and after a ride of 24 miles, made a glorious breakfast. But we exhausted the poor cow, and I was ashamed to look the calf in the face. Resuming our journey, at a distance of 9 miles, we reached the solitary hacienda of Overo. The whole of this great plain was densely wooded and entirely uncultivated, but the soil was rich and capable of maintaining, with very little labor, thousands of people. Beyond Overo the country was open in places, and the sun beat down with scorching force. At 1 o'clock we crossed a rustic bridge, and through the opening in the trees saw the river Mishatoya. We followed along its bank, and very soon heard breaking on the shore the waves of the great Southern Ocean. The sound was grand and solemn, giving a strong impression of the immensity of those waters, which had been rolling from the creation for more than 5,000 years, unknown to civilized man. I was loath to disturb the impression, and rode slowly through the woods, listening in profound silence to the grandest music that ever fell upon my ear. The road terminated on the bank of the river, and I had crossed the continent of America. On the opposite side was a long sandbar, with a flagstaff, 2 huts built of poles, and thatched with leaves, and 3 sheds of the same rude construction, and over the bar were seen the masts of a ship riding on the Pacific. This was the port of Istapa. We shouted above the roar of the waves, and a man came down to the bank, and loosing a canoe, came over for us. In the meantime, the interest of the scene was somewhat broken by a severe assault of mosquitoes and sandflies. The mules suffered as much as we, but I could not take them across, and was obliged to tie them under the trees. Neither Romaldi nor my guide could be prevailed upon to remain and watch them. They said it would be death to sleep there. The river is the outlet of the lake of Amatitan, and is said to be navigable from the falls of San Pedro Martyr, 70 miles from its mouth, but there are no boats upon it, and its banks are in the wildness of primeval nature. The crossing place was at the old mouth of the river. The sandbar extends about a mile further, and has been formed since the conquest. Landing, I walked across the sand to the house or hut of the captain of the port, and a few steps beyond saw the object of my journey, the boundless waters of the Pacific. When Nunez de Balboa, after crossing swamps and rivers, mountains and woods, which had never been passed but by straggling Indians, came down upon the shores of this newly discovered sea, he rushed up to the middle in the waves with his buckler and sword, and took possession of it in the name of the king his master, vowing to defend it in arms against all his enemies. But Nunez had the assurance that beyond the sea, quotes, he would find immense stores of gold, out of which people did eat and drink. End quote. I had only to go back again. I had ridden nearly 60 miles. The sun was intensely hot, the sand burning, and very soon I entered the hut and threw myself into a hammock. The hut was built of poles set up in the sand, thatched with the branches of trees, furnished with a wooden table, a bench, and some boxes of merchandise, and swarming with mosquitoes. The captain of the port, as he brushed them away, complained of the desolation and dreariness of the place. its isolation and separation from the world, its unhealthiness, and the misery of a man doomed to live there. And yet he feared the result of the war, a change of administration, and being turned out of office. Toward evening, rested and refreshed, I walked out upon the shore. The port is an open roadstead, without bay, headland, rock, or reef, or anything whatever to distinguish it from the line of the coast. There is no light at night, and vessels at sea take their bearings from the great volcanoes of the Antigua, more than 60 miles inland. A buoy was anchored outside of the breakers, with a cable attached, and under the sheds were 3 large launches for embarking and disembarking cargoes. The ship, which was from Bordeaux, lay off more than a mile from the shore. Her boat had landed the supercargo and passengers, since which she had had no communication with the land, and seemed proudly independent of so desolate a place. Behind the sandbar were a few Indian huts, and Indians nearly naked were sitting by me on the shore. Yet this desolate place was once the focus of ambitious hopes, high aspirations, lust of power and gold, and romantic adventure. Here Alvarado fitted out his armament, and embarked with his followers to dispute with Pizarro the riches of Peru. The sun was sinking, and the red globe touched the ocean. Clouds were visible on its face, and when it disappeared, ocean and land were illuminated with a ruddy haze. I returned to the hut and threw myself into my hammock. Could it be that I was again so far from home, and that these were the waves of the great southern ocean breaking on my ears? Chapter 14. The Return, Hunt for a Mule, Overo, Masagua, Escuintla, Falls of San Pedro Martyr, Michetoya River, Village of San Pedro, a Major Domo, San Cristoval, Amatitan, a Roving American, Entry into Guatemala, Letter from Mr. Catherwood, Christmas Eve, Arrival of Mr. Catherwood, Plaza de Toros, a Bullfight, the Theatre, Official Business, the Aristocracy of Guatemala, State of the Country, New Year's Day, Ferocity of Party. At 3 o'clock Romaldi woke me to set out on my return. The moonbeams were glancing over the water, and the canoe was ready. I bade farewell to my host as he lay in his hammock, and crossed the river. Here I found an unexpected difficulty. My spare mule had broken her halter and was nowhere to be seen. We beat about the woods till daylight, and, concluding that she must have taken the only path open, and set out for home on her own account, we saddled and rode on to Overo, a distance of 20 miles, but no stray mule had passed the hacienda, and I stopped and sent Romaldi back to the port. Very soon I became tired of waiting at the miserable hacienda, saddled my mule, and started alone. The road was so shaded that I did not stop for the noonday heat. For 21 miles further the road was perfectly desolate, the only sound being occasionally the crash of a falling tree. At the village of Masagua I rode up to a house at which I saw a woman under the shed, and, unsaddling my mule, got her to send a man out to cut zacate and to make me some chocolate. I was so pleased with my independence that I almost resolved to travel altogether by myself, without servant or change of apparel. In half an hour I resumed my journey. Toward sundown I met drunken Indians coming out from Escuintla, and looking back over the great plain, saw the sun fast sinking into the Pacific. Some time after dark I rode up to the house of the corregidor, having performed in the 2 days 110 miles. Unfortunately, there was no zacate for my mule. This article is brought into the towns by the Indians daily, and every person buys just enough for the night and no more. There was not a spare lock of grass in the place. With a servant of the corregidor's I made an exploring expedition through the town, and by an affecting appeal to an old woman, enforced by treble price, bought from under their very noses the portion of 2 mules, and left them supperless. I waited till 2 o'clock the next day for Romaldi and the mule, and after a vain endeavour to procure a guide to the falls of San Pedro Martyr, set out alone direct for Guatemala. At the distance of 2 leagues, ascending a steep hill, I passed a trapiche or sugar mill in a magnificent situation, commanding a full view of the plain I had crossed and the ocean beyond. 2 oxen were grinding sugar cane, and under a shed was a large boiling cauldron for making pandela, a brown sugar, in lumps of about 2 pounds each, an enormous quantity of which is consumed in the country. Here the humour seized me to make some inquiries about the falls of San Pedro Martyr. A man out at elbows and every other mentionable and unmentionable part of his body, glad to get rid of regular work, offered to conduct me. I had passed a league back the place where I ought to have turned off, and proceeding onward to the village of San Pedro, he turned off to the right, and went back almost in the same direction by a narrow path, descending through thick woods choked with bushes, and in a ravine reached the Michetoya River, which I had crossed at Estapa. It was narrow and rapid, breaking wildly over a stony bed, with a high mountain on the opposite side. Following it, we reached the cataract, consisting of 4 streams separated by granite rock, partly concealed by bushes, and precipitated from a height of about 200 feet, forming with the wild scenery around a striking and romantic view. A little below it were a sugar mill worked by water, and an uncommonly fine hacienda, which commanded a view of the falls, and at which I was very much disposed to pass the night. The major domo, a black man, was somewhat surprised at my visit, but when he learned that I did not come to see the mill, but only the falls, he seemed to suspect that I was no better than I should be, and when I asked him if I could reach San Cristoval before dark, he answered that I could if I started immediately. This was not exactly an invitation to stay, and I left him. It shows the want of curiosity and indolence of the people, that, though these falls are but a pleasant afternoon's ride from Escuintla, which for 2 months is thronged with visitors from Guatemala, nobody ever visits them. Hurrying back by the same wild path, we reached the main road, and as it was late, I hired my guide to go on with me to San Cristoval. We passed through the village of San Pedro, which was a collection of miserable huts, with an estanco, or place for the sale of agua ardiente, and thronged with half-intoxicated Indians. As we advanced, clouds began to gather around the mountains, and there was every appearance of heavy rain. I had no cloak or greatcoat, and being particularly apprehensive of fevers and rheumatisms, after riding about a mile, I returned to San Pedro. The most respectable citizens of the place were reeling around the estanco, and urged me to stop, but my guide said they were a bad set, and advised me to return and pass the night at the sugar mill. Presuming that he knew the people of whom he spoke better than I did, I was no way inclined to disregard his caution. It was after dark when we reached the trapiche. Some of the workmen were sitting around a fire smoking, others were lying asleep under a shed, and I had but to look around and choose my ground and take my rest. I inquired for the major domo, and was escorted to a mud house, where in the dark I heard a harsh voice, and presently, by the light of a pine stick, saw an old and forbidding face corresponding, and by its side that of a young woman, so soft and sweet that it seemed to appear expressly for the sake of contrast, and these two were one. I was disposed to pity her, but the old major domo was a noble fellow in heart, and she managed him so beautifully that he never suspected it. He was about going to bed, but sent men out to cut zacate, and both he and his wife were pleased that accident had brought me to their hut. The workmen sympathized in their humor, and we sat for 2 hours around a large table under the shed, with 2 candles sticking up in their own tallow. They could not comprehend that I had been to the top of the Volcano de Agua, and then ridden down to the coast merely to see the Pacific. A fine, open-faced young man had a great desire to travel, only he did not like to go away from home. I offered to take him with me and give him good wages. The subject was discussed aloud. It was an awful thing to go away from home, and among strangers, where no one would care for him. His house was the outside of the major domo's hut, but his home was in the hearts of his friends, and perhaps some of them would be dead before he returned. The wife of the major domo seemed a good spirit in tempering the hearts and conduct of these wild and half-naked men. I promised to give him money to pay his expenses home when he should wish to return, and he agreed to go with me. At 3 o'clock the old major domo was shouting in my ears. I was not familiar with my own name with the don prefixed, and thought he had waked up the wrong passenger. The courage of the young man who wished to travel failed him, and he did not make his appearance. In the expectation of his going, my guide did not come, and I set out alone. Before daylight I passed for the 3rd time through the village of San Pedro, and a little beyond overtook a bundle on horseback, which proved to be a boy and a woman, with one poncho over both. The river Michetoya was foaming and breaking in a long succession of rapids on our right, and we rode on together to San Cristobal. I rode up to the convent, pounced upon the cura at the witching hour of breakfast, mounted again, and rode around the base of the Volcano de Agua, with its cultivated fields and belt of forest and verdure to the top. Opposite was another volcano, its sides covered with immense forests. Between the two I passed a single trapiche belonging to a convent of Dominican friars, entered a large and beautiful valley, passed hot springs smoking for more than a mile along the road, and entered among the nopals or cochineal plantations of Amatitan. On both sides were high clay fences, and the nopals were more extensive than those of the Antigua and more valuable, as though, only 25 miles from it, the climate is so different that they produce 2 crops in each season. Approaching the town, I remembered that Mr. Handy, who had traveled from the United States through Texas and Mexico with a caravan of wild animals, had told me in New York of an American in his employ who had left him at this place to take charge of a cochineal plantation, and I was curious to see how he looked and flourished in such employment. I had forgotten his name, but inquiring on the road for an American del Norte, was directed to the nopal of which he had charge. It was one of the largest in the place, and contained 4,000 plants. I rode up to a small building in the middle of the plantation, which looked like a summer house, and was surrounded by workmen, one of whom announced me as a Spaniard, as the Indians generally call foreigners. Dismounting and giving my mule to an Indian, I entered and found Don Enriquez sitting at a table with an account book before him, settling accounts with the workmen. He was dressed in the coton or jacket of the country, and had a very long beard, but I should have recognized him anywhere as an American. I addressed him in English, and he stared at me as if startled by a familiar sound, and answered in Spanish. By degrees he comprehended the matter. He was under 30, from Rhinebeck Landing on the Hudson River, where his father keeps a store, and his name was Henry Pawling, had been a clerk in New York and then in Mexico. Induced by a large offer and a strong disposition to ramble and see the country, he accepted a proposal from Mr. Handy. His business was to go before the caravan, hire a place, give notice, and make preparations for the exhibition of the animals. In this capacity he had travelled all over Mexico, and from thence to Guatemala. It was 7 years since he left home, and since parting with Mr. Handy he had not spoken a word of his own language, and as he spoke it now, it was more than half Spanish. I need not say that he was glad to see me. He conducted me over the plantation, and explained the details of the curious process of making cochineal. He was somewhat disappointed in his expectations, and spoke with great feeling of home, but when I offered to forward letters, said he had resolved never to write to his parents again, nor to inform them of his existence, until he retrieved his fortunes and saw a prospect of returning rich. He accompanied me into the town of Amatitan, and as it was late, and I expected to return to that place, I did not visit the lake, but continued direct for Guatemala. End of section 17. Section 18 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The road lay across a plain with a high, precipitous, and verdant wall on the left. At a distance of a league we ascended a steep hill to the tableland of Guatemala. I regret that I cannot communicate to the reader the highest pleasure of my journey in Central America, that derived from the extraordinary beauty of scenery constantly changing. At the time, I thought this the most delightful ride I had had in the country. On the way I overtook a man and his wife on horseback, he with a gamecock under his arm, and she with a guitar. A little boy was hidden away among bedding on a luggage mule, and 4 lads were with them on foot, each with a gamecock wrapped in matting, with the head and tail only visible. They were going to Guatemala to pass the Christmas holidays, and with this respectable party I entered the gate of the city on the 8th day after my departure. I found a letter from Mr. Catherwood, dated at Esquipulas, advising me that he had been robbed by his servant, taken ill, had left the ruins, gone to Don Gregorio's, and was then on his journey to Guatemala. My messenger had passed through Copán, and gone on he did not know where. I was in great distress, and resolved, after a day's rest, to set off in search of him. I dressed myself and went to a party at Senor Zebador's, formerly minister to England, where I surprised the Guatemaltecos by the tour I had made, and particularly by having come alone from Istapa. Here I met Mr. Chatfield, Her Britannic Majesty's Consul General, and Mr. Skinner, who had arrived during my absence. It was Christmas Eve, the night of El Nacimiento, or birth of Christ. At one end of the sala was a raised platform with a green floor, and decorated with branches of pine and cypress, having birds sitting upon them, and looking-glass and sandpaper, and figures of men and animals representing a rural scene, with an arbor and a wax doll in a cradle. In short, the grotto of Bethlehem and the infant Saviour. Always at this season of the year, every house in Guatemala has its nacimiento, according to the wealth and taste of the proprietor. And in time of peace, the figure of the Saviour is adorned with family jewels, pearls, and precious stones, and at night every house is open, and the citizens, without acquaintance or invitation, or distinction of rank or persons, go from house to house visiting. And the week of El Nacimiento is the gayest in the year, but unfortunately at this time it was observed only in form. The state of the city was too uncertain to permit general opening of houses and running in the streets at night, Carrera's soldiers might enter. The party was small, but consisted of the elite of Guatemala, and commenced with supper, after which followed dancing, and, I am obliged to add, smoking. The room was badly lighted, and the company, from the precarious state of the country, not gay, but the dancing was kept up till 12 o'clock, when the ladies put on their mantas, and we all went to the cathedral, where were to be performed the imposing ceremonies of the Christmas Eve. The floor of the church was crowded with citizens, and a large concourse from the villages around. Mr. Savage accompanied me home, and we did not get to bed till 3 o'clock in the morning. The bells had done ringing, and Christmas Mass had been said in all the churches before I awoke. In the afternoon was the first bullfight of the season. My friend Vidaury had called for me, and I was in the act of going to the Plaza de Toros when there was a loud knock at the porte cochere, and in rode Mr. Catherwood, armed to the teeth, pale and thin, most happy at reaching Guatemala, but not half so happy as I was to see him. He was in advance of his luggage, but I dressed him up and carried him immediately to the Plaza de Toros. It stands near the church of El Calvario, at the end of the Calle Real, in shape and form like the Roman amphitheatre, about 350 feet long and 250 broad, capable of containing, as we supposed, about 8,000 people, at least 1/4 of the population of Guatemala, and was then crowded with spectators of both sexes and all classes, the best and the vilest in the city, sitting together indiscriminately, and among them were conspicuous the broad-brimmed, turned-up, and sharp-pointed hat and black gown of the priest. The seats commenced about 10 feet above the arena, with a corridor and open wood fence in front to protect the spectators, astride which sat Carrera's disorderly soldiers to keep order. At one end, underneath the corridor, was a large door through which the bull was to be let in. At the other end, separated by a partition from the part occupied by the rest of the spectators, was a large box, empty, formerly intended for the captain general and other principal officers of government, and now reserved for Carrera. Underneath was a military band, composed mostly of Indians. Notwithstanding the collection of people and the expectation of an animating sport, there was no clapping or stamping or other expression of impatience and anxiety for the performance to begin. At length Carrera entered the captain general's box, dressed in a badly fitting blue military frock coat, embroidered with gold, and attended by Monte Rosa and other officers richly dressed, the alcalde and members of the municipality. All eyes were turned toward him, as when a king or emperor enters his box at the theatre in Europe. A year before, he was hunted among the mountains under a reward for his body, dead or alive, and 9/10 of those who now looked upon him would have shut the city against him as a robber, murderer, and outcast. Soon the matadores entered, 8 in number, mounted and each carrying a lance and a red poncho. They galloped around the area and stopped with their lances opposite the door at which the bull was to enter. The door was pulled open by a padre, a great cattle proprietor, who owned the bulls of the day, and the animal rushed out into the area, kicking up his heels as if in play, but at the sight of the line of horsemen and lances, turned about and ran back quicker than he entered. The padre's bull was an ox, and, like a sensible beast, would rather run than fight. But the door was closed upon him, and perforce he ran around the area, looking up to the spectators for mercy, and below for an outlet of escape. The horsemen followed, prodding him with their lances, and all around the area men and boys on the fence threw barbed darts with ignited fireworks attached, which, sticking to his flesh and exploding on every part of his body, irritated him, and sometimes made him turn on his pursuers. The matadores led him on by flaring ponchos before him, and as he pressed them, the skill of the matador consisted in throwing the poncho over his horns so as to blind him, and then fixing in his neck, just below his jaw, a sort of balloon of fireworks. When this was done successfully, it created shouts of applause. The government, in an excess of humanity, had forbidden the killing of bulls, and restricted the fight to worrying and torturing. Consequently, it was entirely different from the bullfight in Spain, and wanted even the exciting interest of a fierce struggle for life, and the chance of the matador being gored to death or tossed over among the spectators. But watching the earnest gaze of thousands, it was easy to imagine the intense excitement in a martial age, when gladiators fought in the arena before the nobility and beauty of Rome. Our poor ox, after being tired out, was allowed to withdraw. Others followed and went through the same round. All the padres' bulls were oxen. Sometimes a matador on foot was chased to the fence under a general laugh of the spectators. After the last ox had run his rounds, the matadors withdrew, and men and boys jumped over into the arena in such numbers that they fairly hustled the ox. The noise and confusion, the flaring of colored ponchos, the running and tumbling, attacking and retreating, and clouds of dust, made this the most stirring scene of any. But altogether it was a puerile exhibition, and the better classes, among whom was my fair countrywoman, regarded it merely as an occasion for meeting acquaintances. In the evening we went to the theatre, which opened for the first time. A large building had been commenced in the city, but in one of the revolutions it had been demolished, and the work was abandoned. The performance was in the courtyard of a house. The stage was erected across one of the corners. The patio was the pit, and the corridor was divided by temporary partitions into boxes. The audience sent beforehand, or servants brought with them their own seats. We had invitations to the box of Senor Vidaury. Carrera was there, sitting on a bench a little elevated against the wall of the house, and at the right hand of Rivera Paz, the chief of the state. Some of his officers were with him in their showy uniforms, but he had laid his aside, and had on his black bombasset jacket and pantaloons, and was very unpretending in his deportment. I considered him the greatest man in Guatemala, and made it a point to shake hands with him in passing. The first piece was Saige, a tragedy. The company consisted entirely of Guatemaltecos, and their performance was very good. There was no change of scenery. When the curtain fell, all lighted cigars, ladies included, and fortunately there was an open courtyard for the escape of the smoke. When the performance was over, the boxes waited till the pit was emptied. Special care had been taken in placing sentinels, and all went home quietly. During the week there was an attempt at gaiety, but all was more or less blended with religious solemnities. One was that of the novena, or term of 9 days praying to the Virgin. One lady, who was distinguished for the observance of this term, had an altar built across the whole end of the sala, with 3 steps decorated with flowers, and a platform adorned with looking-glasses, pictures, and figures, in the center of which was an image of the Virgin richly dressed. the whole ornamented in a way impossible for me to describe, but that may be imagined in a place where natural flowers are in the greatest profusion, and artificial ones made more perfect than in Europe, and where the ladies have extraordinary taste in the disposition of them. When I entered, the gentlemen were in an anteroom, with hats, canes, and small swords, and in the sala the ladies, with female servants cleanly dressed, were on their knees praying. In front of the fairy altar was one who seemed a fairy herself, and while her lips moved, her bright eye was roving, and she looked more worthy of being kneeled to than the pretty image before her, and as if she thought so too. In regard to my official business, I was perfectly at a loss what to do. In Guatemala all were on one side. All said that there was no federal government, and Mr. Chatfield, the British Consul General, whose opinion I respected more, concurred, and had published a circular denying its existence. But the federal government claimed to be in existence, and the bare suggestion of General Morazan's marching against Guatemala excited consternation. Several times there were rumors to that effect, and one that he had actually determined to do so, that not a single priest would be spared, and that the streets would run with blood. The boldest partisans trembled for their lives. Morazan had never been beaten. Carrera had always run before him. They had no faith in his being able to defend them, and could not defend themselves. At all events, I had as yet heard only one side, and did not consider myself justified in assuming that there was no government. I was bound to make diligent search, and then I might return in legal phrase, saepi corpus, or non est inventus, according to circumstances. For this purpose I determined to go to San Salvador, which was formerly, and still claimed to be, the capital of the Confederation, and the seat of the federal government, or rather to Cojutepeque, to which place the government had been then lately transferred on account of earthquakes at San Salvador. The project was not without its difficulties. One Rascon, with an insurgent and predatory band, occupied an intervening district of the country, acknowledging neither party, and fighting under his own flag. Mr. Chatfield and Mr. Skinner had come by sea, a circuitous route, to avoid him, and Captain de Novelle, master of a French ship lying at the port of San Salvador, arrived in Guatemala almost on a run, having ridden 60 miles the last day over a mountainous country, who reported horrible atrocities, and 3 men murdered near San Vicente, on their way to the fair at Esquipulas, and their faces so disfigured that they could not be recognized. Immediately on his arrival, he sent a courier to order his ship up to Istapa, merely to take him back and save him from returning by land. I had signified my intention to the state government, which was dissatisfied with my going to San Salvador at all, but offered me an escort of soldiers, suggesting, however, that if we met any of Morazan's, there would certainly be a fight. This was not at all pleasant. I was loath to travel a third time the road to Istapa, but under the circumstances accepted Captain de Novelle's invitation to take a passage in his ship. Meanwhile, I passed my time in social visiting. In our own city, the aristocracy is called by the diplomatic corps at Washington the aristocracy of streets. In Guatemala, it is the aristocracy of houses, as certain families live in the houses built by their fathers at the foundation of the city, and they are really aristocratic old mansions. These families, by reason of certain monopolies of importation, acquired under the Spanish dominion immense wealth and rank as merchant princes. Still, they were excluded from all offices and all part in the government. At the time of the Revolution, one of these families was noble, with the rank of marquisate, and its head tore off the insignia of his rank and joined the revolutionary party. Next in position to the officers of the crown, they thought that, emancipated from the yoke of Spain, they would have the government in their own hands. And so they had, but it was only for a short time. The principles of equal rights began to be understood, and they were put aside. For 10 years they had been in obscurity, but accidentally they were again in power, and at the time of my visit ruled in social as well as political life. I do not wish to speak harshly of them, for they were the only people who constituted society. My intercourse was almost exclusively with them. My fair countrywoman was one of them. I am indebted to them for much kindness, and besides, they are personally amiable. But I speak of them as public men. I did not sympathize with them in politics. To me, the position of the country seemed most critical, and from a cause which in all Spanish America had never operated before. At the time of the first invasion, a few hundred Spaniards, by superior bravery and skill, and with more formidable arms, had conquered the whole Indian population. Naturally peaceable and kept without arms, the conquered people had remained quiet and submissive during the 3 centuries of Spanish dominion. In the civil wars following the independence they had borne but a subordinate part, and down to the time of Carrera's rising they were entirely ignorant of their own physical strength. But this fearful discovery had now been made. The Indians constituted 3/4 of the inhabitants of Guatemala, were the hereditary owners of the soil, for the first time since they fell under the dominion of the whites, were organized and armed under a chief of their own, who chose for the moment to sustain the central party. I did not sympathize with that party, for I believed that in their hatred of the Liberals they were courting a third power that might destroy them both, consorting with a wild animal which might at any moment turn and rend them in pieces. I believed that they were playing upon the ignorance and prejudices of the Indians, and through the priests upon their religious fanaticism, amusing them with feats and church ceremonies, persuading them that the Liberals aimed at a demolition of churches, destruction of the priests, and hurrying back the country into darkness. And in the general heaving of the elements, there was not a man of nerve enough among them, with the influence of name and station, to rally round him the strong and honest men of the country, reorganize the shattered republic, and save them from the disgrace and danger of truckling to an ignorant, uneducated Indian boy. Such were my sentiments. Of course I avoided expressing them, but because I did not denounce their opponents, some looked coldly upon me. With them, political differences severed all ties. Our worst party abuse is moderate and mild compared with the terms in which they speak of each other. We seldom do more than call men ignorant, incompetent, dishonest, dishonorable, false, corrupt, subverters of the Constitution, and bought with British gold. There, a political opponent is a robber, an assassin. It is praise to admit that he is not a bloodthirsty cutthroat. We complain that our ears are constantly offended and our passions roused by angry political discussions. There it would have been delightful to hear a good, honest, hot, and angry political dispute. I traveled in every state, and I never heard one, for I never met two men together who differed in political opinions. Defeated partisans are shot, banished, run away, or get a moral lockjaw, and never dare express their opinions before one of the dominant party. We have just passed through a violent political struggle. 20 millions of people have been divided against man to man, friend against friend, neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother, and son against father. Besides, honest differences of opinion, ambition, want, and lust of power and office have roused passions sometimes to fierceness. 2 millions of men, highly excited, have spoken out their thoughts and sentiments fearlessly and openly. They have all been counted, and the first rule in arithmetic has decided between them, and the defeated party are still permitted to live in the country. Their wives and children are spared. Nay, more, they may grumble in the streets, and hang out their banners of defiance, of continued and determined opposition, and, more than all, the pillars of the Republic are not shaken. Among 1 million of disappointed men, never, with all the infirmities of human passion, has one breathed resistance to the Constitution and laws. The world has never presented such a spectacle, such a proof of the capacity of the people for self-government. Long may it continue. May the tongue wither that dares preach resistance to the ballot boxes, and may the moral influence of our example reach our distracted sister republics, staying the sword of persecution in the hands of victors, and crushing the spirit of revolution in a defeated party. January 1st, 1840. This day, so full of home associations, snow and red noses and blue lips out of doors, and blazing fires and beauteous faces within, opened in Guatemala like a morning in spring. The sun seemed rejoicing in the beauty of the land it shone upon. The flowers were blooming in the courtyards, and the mountains visible above the tops of the houses were smiling in verdure. The bells of 38 churches and convents proclaimed the coming of another year. The shops were shut as on a Sunday. There was no market in the plaza. Gentlemen well dressed and ladies in black mantas were crossing it to attend grand mass in the cathedral. Mozart's music swelled through the aisles. A priest in a strange tongue proclaimed morality, religion, and love of country. The floor of the church was thronged with whites, mestizos, and Indians. On a high bench opposite the pulpit sat the chief of the state, and by his side Carrera, again dressed in his rich uniform. I leaned against a pillar opposite and watched his face, and if I read him right, he had forgotten war and the stains of blood upon his hands, and his very soul was filled with fanatic enthusiasm, exactly as the priests would have him. I did verily believe that he was honest in his impulses, and would do right if he knew how. They who undertake to guide him have a fearful responsibility. The service ended, a way was cleared through the crowd. Carrera, accompanied by the priests and the chief of the state, awkward in his movements, with his eyes fixed on the ground, or with furtive glances as if ill at ease in being an object of so much attention, walked down the aisle. 1,000 ferocious-looking soldiers were drawn up before the door. A wild burst of music greeted him, and the faces of the men glowed with devotion to their chief. A broad banner was unfurled with stripes of black and red, a device of a death's head and legs in the center, and on one side the words "Viva la Religion," and on the other "Paz o muerte a los liberales." Carrera placed himself at their head, and with Rivera Paz by his side, and the fearful banner floating in the air, and wild and thrilling music, and the stillness of death around, they escorted the chief of state to his house. How different from New Year's Day at home! Fanatic as I knew the people to be in religion, and violent in political animosities, I did not believe that such an outrage would be countenanced as flaunting in the plaza of the capital a banner linking together the support of religion and the death or submission of the Liberal party. Afterward, in a conversation with the chief of the state, I referred to this banner. He had not noticed it, but thought that the last clause was paz o muerte a los que no lo quieren, to those who do not wish it. This does not alter its atrocious character, and only adds to fanaticism what it takes from party spirit. I think, however, that I am right, for on the return of the soldiers to the plaza, Mr. C. and I followed it, till, as we thought, the standard-bearer contracted its folds expressly to hide it, and some of the officers looked at us so suspiciously that we withdrew. For the sake of home associations, I called on my fair countrywoman, dined at Mr. Hall's, and in the afternoon went to the cockpit, a large circular building handsomely proportioned, with a high seat for the judges, who rang a bell as a signal for the fight, when commenced a clamor, "I offer $5, I offer 20, etc. And I am happy to say that in this crowded den I saw but one man whom I had ever seen before. From there I went to the bullfight, and then to the theatre. The reader will admit that I made a brilliant beginning to the year 1840. End of section 18. Section 19 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 15. Hunt for a Government, Diplomatic Difficulties, Departure from Guatemala, Lake of Amatitan, Attack of Fever and Ague, Overo, Iztapa, a French merchant ship, Port of Acajutla, Illness, Zonzonate, the Government found, Visit to the Volcano of Izalco, Course of the Eruptions, Descent from the Volcano. On Sunday, the 5th of January, I rose to set out in search of a government. Don Manuel Pavon, with his usual kindness, brought me a packet of letters of introduction to his friends in San Salvador. Mr. Catherwood intended to accompany me to the Pacific. We had not packed up, the muleteer had not made his appearance, and my passport had not been sent. Captain de Nouvelle waited till 9 o'clock, and then went on in advance. In the midst of my confusion, I received a visit from a distinguished canonigo. The reverend prelate was surprised at my setting out that day. I was about pleading my necessities as an excuse for traveling on the Sabbath, but he relieved me by adding that there was to be a dinner party, a bullfight, and a play, and he wondered that I could resist such temptations. At 11 o'clock the muleteer came, with his mules, his wife, and a ragged little son, and Mr. Savage, who was always my help through the little vexations attendant upon doing anything in that country, as well as in more important matters, returned from the government house with word that my passport had been sent to me. I knew that the government was displeased with my purpose of going to the capital. The night before it had been currently reported that I intended to present my credentials at San Salvador and recognize the existence of the federal government. Newspapers received the same night by the courier from Mexico were burdened with accounts of an invasion of that country by the Texans. I had before received a piece of information that was new to me, and of which it was considered diplomatic that I should profess ignorance, viz., that, though not so avowed, the Texans were supported and urged on by the government of the United States. We were considered as bent upon the conquest of Mexico, and of course Guatemala would come next. The odium of our ambitious pretensions increased the feeling of coldness and distrust toward me, arising from my not having attached myself to the dominant party. In general, I was considered as the successor of Mr. DeWitt. It was known among politicians that proceedings were pending for the renewal of a treaty, and that our government had a claim for the destruction of property of our citizens in one of the revolutions of the country. But some imagined that the special object of my mission was very deep, and in favor of the party at San Salvador. When Mr. Savage returned without any passport, suspecting that there was an intention to embarrass me and make me lose the opportunity of going by sea, I went immediately to the Government House, where I received the same answer that had been given to Mr. Savage. I requested another, but the Secretary of State objected on the ground that none could be made out that day. There were several clerks in the office, and I urged my pressing necessity, the actual departure of Captain de Novelle, my seasonable application, and the promise that it should be sent to my house. After an unpleasant parley, one was given me, but without assigning me any official character. I pointed out the omission, and the secretary said that I had not presented my credentials. I answered that my credentials were to the general government, and not to the state of Guatemala, which alone he represented. But he persisted that it was not the custom of his government to recognize an official character unless he presented his credentials. His government had been in existence about 6 months, and during that time no person claiming to be official had been near the country. I put into his hands my passport from my own government, reminded him that I had been arrested and imprisoned once, assured him that I should at all events set out for San Salvador, and wished to know definitively whether he would give me such a passport as I had a right to ask for. After much hesitation, and with a very bad grace, he interlined before the official title the words con el carácter. I make great allowance for party feeling in a country where political divisions are matters of life and death, more particularly for Don Joaquin Durand, whose brother, a priest, was shot a short time before by the Morazan party. But this attempt to embarrass my movements by depriving me of the benefit of official character excited a feeling of indignation which I did not attempt to conceal. To refuse accepting the passport altogether, or to wait a day for remonstrance, would cause me to lose my passage by sea, and make it necessary to undertake a dangerous journey by land, or abandon going to the capital, which I believe was precisely what was wished. I was resolved not to be prevented by any indirect means. I only needed a passport to the port. The best they could give I did not value very highly. In San Salvador it would be utterly worthless, and with the uncourteous paper thus ungraciously bestowed, I returned to the house, and at 2 o'clock we started. It was the hottest hour of the day, and when we passed the gate the sun was scorching. Late as it was, our muleteer had not finished his leave-taking. His wife and little son accompanied him, and at some distance outside we were obliged to stop in the hot sun and wait till they came up. We were extremely glad when they exchanged their last embraces, and the wife and son turned off for their home in Mixco. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, we diverged from the regular road for the purpose of passing by the lake of Amatitan, but it was dark when we reached the top of the high range of mountains which bounds that beautiful water. Looking down, it seemed like a gathering of fog in the bottom of a deep valley. The descent was by a rough zigzag path on the side of the mountain, very steep, and in the extreme darkness difficult and dangerous. We felt happy when we reached the bank of the lake, though still a little above it. The mountains rose round it like a wall, and cast over it a gloom deeper than the shade of night. We rode for some distance with the lake on our left and a high and perpendicular mountainside on our right. A cold wind had succeeded the intense heat of the day, and when we reached Amatitan, I was perfectly chilled. We found the captain in the house he had indicated. It was 9 o'clock, and not having touched anything since 7 in the morning, we were prepared to do justice to the supper he had provided for us. To avoid the steep descent to the lake with the cargo mules, our muleteer had picked up a guide for us on the road, and gone on himself direct, but to our surprise he had not yet arrived. While at supper we heard an uproar in the street, and a man ran in to tell us that a mob was murdering our muleteer. The captain, a frequent visitor to the country, said it was probably a general machete fight, and cautioned us against going out. While in the corridor, hesitating, the uproar was hurrying toward us. The gate burst open, and a crowd rushed in, dragging with them our muleteer, that respectable husband and father, with his machete drawn, and so tipsy that he could hardly stand, but wanted to fight all the world. With difficulty we got him entangled among some saddle gear, where he dropped down, and after vain efforts to rise, fell asleep. I woke the next morning with violent headache and pain in all my bones. Nevertheless, we started at daylight and rode till 5 o'clock. The sun and heat increased the pain in my head, and for 3 hours before reaching Escuintla I was in great suffering. I avoided going to the corregidor's, for I knew that his sleeping apartment was open to all who came, and I wanted quiet, but I made a great mistake in stopping at the house of the captain's friend. He was the proprietor of an estanco, or distillery for making agua ardiente, and gave us a large room directly back of a store, and separated from it by a low board partition, open over the top, and this store was constantly filled with noisy, wrangling, and drinking men and women. My bed was next to the partition, and we had 8 or 10 men in our room. All night I had a violent fever, and in the morning I was unable to move. Captain de Nouvelle regretted it, but he could not wait, as his ship was ready to lie off and on without coming to anchor. Mr. Catherwood had me removed to a storeroom filled with casks and demijohns, where, except from occasional entries to draw off liquor, I was quiet, but the odor was sickening. In the afternoon the fever left me, and we rode to Masaya, a level and shady road of 4 leagues, and to our surprise and great satisfaction found the captain at the house at which I had stopped on my return from Istapa. He had advanced 2 leagues beyond, when he heard of a band of robbers at some distance further on, and returned to wait for company, sending in the meantime to Escuintla for a guard of soldiers. We afterwards learned that they were a body of exiles who had been expelled from Guatemala, and were crossing from Quetzaltenango to San Salvador. But being in desperate circumstances, they were dangerous persons to meet on the road. The hut at which we stopped was hardly large enough for the family that occupied it, and our luggage, with 2 hammocks and a cartaret, drove them into a very small space. Crying children are said to be healthy. If so, the good woman of the house was blessed. Besides this, a hen was hatching a brood of chickens under my head. During the night a party of soldiers entered the village in pursuance of the captain's requisition, and passed on to clear the road. We started before daylight, but as the sun rose my fever returned, and at 11 o'clock, when we reached Overo, I could go no further. I have before remarked that this hacienda is a great stopping place from Istapa and the salt works, and unfortunately for me several parties of muleteers, in apprehension of the robbers, had joined together, and starting at midnight had already finished their day's labour. In the afternoon a wild boar was hunted, which our muleteer with my gun killed. There was a great feast in cooking and eating him, and the noise racked my brain. Night brought no relief. Quiet was all I wanted, but that seemed impossible to have, besides which the rancho was more than usually abundant in fleas. All night I had violent fever. Mr. Catherwood, who, from not killing anyone at Copan, had conceived a great opinion of his medical skill, gave me a powerful dose of medicine, and toward morning I fell asleep. At daylight we started, and arrived at Istapa at 9 o'clock. Captain de Nouvelle had not yet gone on board. 2 French ships were then lying off the port, the Belle Poule and the Melanie, both from Bordeaux, the latter being the vessel of Captain de Nouvelle. He had accounts to arrange with the captain of the Belle Poule, and we started first for his vessel. I have before remarked that Istapa is an open roadstead, without bay, headland, rock, reef, or any protection whatever from the open sea. Generally the sea is, as its name imports, Pacific, and the waves roll calmly to the shore. But in the smoothest times there is a breaker, and to pass this, as a part of the fixtures of the port, an anchor is dropped outside, with a buoy attached, and a long cable passing from the buoy is secured on shore. The longboat of the Melanie lay hard ashore, stern first, with a cable run through a groove in the bows, and passing through the sculling hole in the stern. She was filled with goods, and among them we took our seats. The mate sat in the stern, and taking advantage of a wave that raised the bows, gave the order to haul. The wet rope whizzed past, and the boat moved, till, with the receding wave, it struck heavily on the sand. Another wave and another haul, and she swung clear of the bottom, and meeting the coming and hauling fast on the receding wave, in a few minutes we passed the breakers. The rope was thrown out of the groove, and the sailors took to their oars. It was one of the most beautiful of those beautiful days on the Pacific. The great ocean was as calm as a lake. The freshness of the morning still rested upon the water, and already I felt revived. In a few minutes we reached the Belle Poule, one of the most beautiful ships that ever floated, and considered a model in the French commercial marine. The whole deck was covered with an awning, having a border trimmed with scarlet and fluttering in the wind. The quarter-deck was raised, protected by a fanciful awning, furnished with settees, couches, and chairs, and on a brass railing in front sat 2 beautiful Peruvian parrots. The door of the cabin was high enough to admit a tall man without stooping. On each side were 4 staterooms, and the stern was divided into 2 chambers for the captain and supercargo, each with a window in it, and furnished with a bed, not a berth, a sofa, books, drawers, writing desk, everything necessary for luxurious living on shipboard, just the comforts with which one would like to circumnavigate the world. She was on a trading voyage from Bordeaux, with an assorted cargo of French goods, had touched at the ports in Peru, Chili, Panama, and Central America, and left at each place merchandise to be sold, and the proceeds to be invested in the products of the country, and was then bound to Mazatlan on the coast of Mexico, whence she would return and pick up her cargo, and in 2 years return to Bordeaux. We had a déjeuner à la fourchette, abounding in Paris luxuries, with wines and café as in Paris, to which, fortunately for the ship's stores, I did not bring my accustomed vigor. And there was style in everything, even to the name of the steward, who is called the maître d'hôtel. At 2 o'clock we went on board the Melanie. She was about the same size, and if we had not seen the Belle Poule first, we should have been delighted with her. The comfort and luxury of these homes on the sea were in striking contrast with the poverty and misery of the desolate shore. The captain of the Belle Poule came on board to dine. It was a pleasure to us to see the delight with which these 2 Bordeaux men and their crews met on this distant shore. Cape Horn, Peru, and Chili were the subjects of conversation, and we found on board a file of papers which gave us the latest news from our friends in the Sandwich Islands. Mr. C. and the captain of the Belle Poule remained on board till we got under way. We bade them good-bye over the railing. The evening breeze filled our sails. For a few moments we saw them, a dark spot on the water. The waves sank, and we lost sight of them entirely. I remained on deck but a short time. I was the only passenger, and the maître d'hôtel made me a bed with settees directly under the stern windows, but I could not sleep. Even with windows and doors wide open, the cabin was excessively warm. The air was heated, and it was full of mosquitoes. The captain and mates slept on deck. I was advised not to do so, but at 12 o'clock I went out. It was bright starlight. The sails were flapping against the mast. The ocean was like a sheet of glass, and the coast dark and irregular, gloomy and portentous with volcanoes. The Great Bear was almost upon me. The North Star was lower than I had ever seen it before, and, like myself, seemed waning. A young sailor of the watch on deck spoke to me of the deceitfulness of the sea, of shipwrecks, of the wreck of an American vessel which he had fallen in with on his first cruise in the Pacific, and of his beautiful and beloved France. The freshness of the air was grateful, and while he was entertaining me, I stretched myself on a settee and fell asleep. The next day I had a recurrence of fever, which continued upon me all day, and the captain put me under ship's discipline. In the morning the maître d'hôtel stood by me with cup and spoon, "Monsieur, un vomitif," and in the afternoon, "Monsieur, un purge." When we arrived at Acajutla, I was unable to go ashore. As soon as we cast anchor, the captain landed, and before leaving for Zonzonate, engaged mules and men for me. The port of Acajutla is not quite so open as that of Istapa, having on the south a slight projecting headland of rock. In the offing were a Golet brig for a port in Peru, a Danish schooner for Guayaquil, and an English brig from London. All the afternoon I sat on the upper deck. Some of the sailors were asleep and others playing cards. In sight were 6 volcanoes, one constantly emitting smoke and another flames. At night the volcano of Izalco seemed a steady ball of fire. The next morning the mate took me ashore in the launch. The process was the same as at Istapa, and we were detained some time by the boat of the English vessel occupying the cable. As soon as we struck, a crowd of Indians, naked except a band of cotton cloth around the loins and passing between the legs, backed up against the side of the boat. I mounted the shoulders of one of them. As the wave receded he carried me several paces onward, then stopped and braced himself against the coming wave. I clung to his neck, but was fast sliding down his slippery sides when he deposited me on the shore of San Salvador, called by the Indians Cuscatlan, or the Land of Riches. Alvarado, on his voyage to Peru, was the first Spaniard who ever set foot upon this shore, and as I took special care to keep my feet from getting wet, I could but think of the hardy frames as well as iron nerves of the conquerors of America. The mate and sailors took leave of me and returned to the ship. I walked along the shore and up a steep hill. It was only 8 o'clock and already excessively hot. On the bank fronting the sea were the ruins of large warehouses, occupied as receptacles for merchandise under the Spanish dominion, when all the ports of America were closed against foreign vessels. In one corner of the ruined building was a sort of guard-room, where a few soldiers were eating tortillas, and one was cleaning his musket. Another apartment was occupied by the captain of the port, who told me that the mules engaged for me had got loose, and the muleteers were looking for them. Here I had the pleasure to meet Dr. Driven, a gentleman from the island of St. Lucia, who had a large sugar hacienda a few leagues distant, and was at the port to superintend the disembarkation of machinery for a mill from the English brig. While waiting for the mules, he conducted me to a hut where he had 2 Guayaquil hammocks hung, and feeling already the effect of my exertions, I took possession of one of them. The woman of the rancho was a sort of ship's husband, and there being 3 vessels in port, the rancho was encumbered with vegetables, fruit, eggs, fowls, and ship stores. It was close and hot, but very soon I required all the covering I could get. I had a violent ague, followed by a fever, in comparison with which all I had suffered before was nothing. I called for water till the old woman was tired of giving it to me, and went out and left me alone. I became light-headed, wild with pain, and wandered among the miserable huts with only the consciousness that my brain was scorching. I have an indistinct recollection of speaking English to some Indian women, begging them to get me a horse to ride to Zonzonate, of some laughing, others looking at me with pity, and others leading me out of the sun and making me lie down under the shade of a tree. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon the mate came ashore again. I had changed my position, and he found me lying on my face asleep and almost withered by the sun. He wanted to take me back on board the ship, but I begged him to procure mules and take me to Zonzonate, within the reach of medical assistance. It is hard to feel worse than I did when I mounted. I passed 3 hours of agony, scorched by the intense heat, and a little before dark arrived at Zonzonate, fortunate, as Dr. Driven afterward told me, in not having suffered a stroke of the sun. Before entering the town, and crossing the bridge over the Rio Grande, I met a gentleman well mounted, having a scarlet Peruvian pillion over his saddle, with whose appearance I was struck, and we exchanged low bows. This gentleman, as I afterward learned, was the government I was looking after. I rode to the house of Captain de Nouvelle's brother, one of the largest in the place, where I had that comfort seldom known in Central America, a room to myself and everything else necessary. For several days I remained within doors. The first afternoon I went out, I called upon Don Manuel de Aguila, formerly chief of the state of Costa Rica, but about a year before driven out by a revolution and banished for life. At his house I met Don Diego Vigil, the vice president of the Republic, the same gentleman whom I had met on the bridge, and the only existing officer of the Federal Government. From observation and experience in my own country, I had learned never to take the character of a public man from his political enemy, and I will not soil this page with the foul aspersions which men of veracity, but blinded by party prejudice, threw upon the character of Senor Vigil. He was about 45, 6 feet high, thin, and suffering from a paralytic affection which almost deprived him of the use of both legs. In dress, conversation, and manners, eminently a gentleman. He had travelled more extensively in his own country than most of his countrymen, and knew all the objects of interest, and with a politeness which I appreciated, made no reference to my position or my official character. His business at Sonsonate showed the wretched state of the country. He had come expressly to treat with Rascon, the head of the band which had prevented my coming from Guatemala by land. Chico Rascon, as he was familiarly called in Sonsonate, was of an old and respectable family, who had spent a large fortune in dissipation in Paris, and returning in desperate circumstances, had turned patriot. About 6 months before, he had made a descent upon Sonsonate, killed the garrison to a man, robbed the custom house, and retreated to his hacienda. He was then on a visit in the town, publicly by appointment with Senor Vigil, and demanded as the price of disbanding his troops a colonel's commission for himself, other commissions for some of his followers, and $4,000 in money. Vigil assented to all except the $4,000 in money, but offered instead the credit of the state of San Salvador, which Rascon agreed to accept. Papers were drawn up, and that afternoon was appointed for their execution. But while Vigil was waiting for him, Rascon and his friends, without a word of notice, mounted their horses and rode out of town. The place was thrown into great excitement, and in the evening I saw the garrison busily engaged in barricading the plaza, in apprehension of another attack. The next day I made a formal call upon Senor Vigil. I was in a rather awkward position. When I left Guatemala in search of a government, I did not expect to meet it on the road. In that state I had heard but one side. I was just beginning to hear the other. If there was any government, I had treed it. Was it the real thing, or was it not? In Guatemala they said it was not. Here they said it was. It was a knotty question. I was in no great favor in Guatemala, and in endeavoring to play a safe game, I ran the risk of being hustled by all parties. In Guatemala they had no right to ask for my credentials, and took offense because I did not present them. Here, if I refused, they had a right to consider it an insult. In this predicament I opened my business with the vice president, and told him that I was on my way to the capital with credentials from the United States, but that, in the state of anarchy in which I found the country, was at a loss what to do. I was desirous to avoid making a false step, and anxious to know whether the federal government really existed, or whether the republic was dissolved. Our interview was long and interesting, and the purport of his answer was that the government did exist de facto and de jure. He himself was legally elected vice president. The act of the 4 states in declaring themselves independent was unconstitutional and rebellious. The Union could not be dissolved except by a convention of deputies from all the states. The government had the actual control in 3 states. One had been reduced to subjection by arms, and very soon the Federal party would have the ascendancy in the others. He was familiar with the case of South Carolina, and said that our Congress had sustained the right of the general government to coerce states into subjection, and they were in the same position. I referred to the shattered condition of the government, its absolute impotence in other states, the non-existence of Senate and other coordinate branches, or even of a Secretary of State, the officer to whom my credentials were addressed. And he answered that he had in his suite an acting Secretary of State, confirming what had been told me before, that the "government" would, at a moment's notice, make any officer I wanted. But I owe it to Senor Vigil to say that after going over fully the whole ground of the unhappy contest, and although at that critical juncture the recognition of the Federal government by that of the United States would have been of moment to his party, and not to recognize it was disrespectful and favored the cause of the rebellious or independent states, he did not ask me to present my credentials. The convention, which was expected to compose the difficulties of the Republic, was then about assembling in Honduras. The deputies from San Salvador had gone to take their seats, and it was understood that I should await the decision of this body. The result of my interview with the Vice President was much more agreeable than I expected. I am sure that I left him without the least feeling of ill will on his part, but my great perplexity whether I had any government was not yet brought to a close. In the meantime, while the political repairs were going on, I remained in Zonzonate recruiting. The town is situated on the banks of the Rio Grande, which is formed by almost innumerable springs, and in the Indian language its name means 400 springs of water. It stands in one of the richest districts of the rich state of San Salvador, and has its plaza with streets at right angles, with white houses of one story, some of them very large. But it has borne its share of the calamities which have visited the unfortunate Republic. The best houses are deserted, and their owners in exile. There were 7 costly churches and but 1 cura. I was unable to take any journey by land, and feeling the enervating effect of the climate, swung all day in a hammock. Fortunately, the proprietors of the brig which I had seen at Acajutla, bound for Peru, changed her destination and determined to send her to Costa Rica, the southernmost state of the Confederacy. At the same time, a man offered as a servant, very highly recommended, and whose appearance I liked, and I resolved to have the benefit of the sea voyage, and in returning by land, explore the canal route between the Atlantic and Pacific by the Lake of Nicaragua, a thing which I had desired much, but despaired of being able to accomplish. End of section 19. Section 20 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Before leaving, I roused myself for an excursion. The window of my room opened upon the volcano of Izalco. All day I heard, at short intervals, the eruptions of the burning mountain, and at night saw the column of flame bursting from the crater, and streams of fire rolling down its side. Fortunately, Mr. Blackburn, a Scotch merchant, for many years resident in Peru, arrived and agreed to accompany me. The next morning before 5 o'clock we were in the saddle. At the distance of a mile we forded the Rio Grande, here a wild river, and riding through a rich country, in half an hour reached the Indian village of Naguisal, a lovely spot, and literally a forest of fruits and flowers. Large trees were perfectly covered with red, and at every step we could pluck fruit. Interspersed among these beautiful trees were the miserable huts of Indians, and lying on the ground, or at some lazy work, were the miserable Indians themselves. Continuing another league through the same rich country, we rose upon a table of land, from which, looking back, we saw an immense plain, wooded and extending to the shore, and beyond, the boundless waters of the Pacific. Before us, at the extreme end of a long street, was the church of Izalco, standing out in strong relief against the base of the volcano, which at that moment, with a loud report like the rolling of thunder, threw in the air a column of black smoke and ashes, lighted by a single flash of flame. With difficulty we obtained a guide, but he was so tipsy that he could scarcely guide himself along a straight street, and he would not go till the next day, as he said it was so late that we should be caught on the mountain at night, and that it was full of tigers. In the meantime, the daughter of our host found another, and stowing 4 green coconuts in his alforgas, we set out. Soon we came out upon an open plain, and without a bush to obstruct the view, saw on our left the whole volcano from its base to its top. It rose from near the foot of a mountain to a height perhaps of 3,000 feet, its sides brown and barren, and all around for miles the earth was covered with lava. Being in a state of eruption, it was impossible to ascend it, but behind it is a higher mountain, which commands a view of the burning crater. The whole volcano was in full sight, spouting into the air a column of black smoke and an immense body of stones, while the earth shook under our feet. Crossing the plain, we commenced ascending the mountain. At 11 o'clock we sat down by the bank of a beautiful stream to breakfast. My companion had made abundant provision, and for the first time since I left Guatemala I felt the keenness of returning appetite. In half an hour we mounted, and soon after 12 o'clock entered the woods, having a very steep ascent by a faint path, which we soon lost altogether. Our guide changed his direction several times, and at length got lost, tied his horse, and left us to wait while he searched the way. We knew that we were near the volcano, for the explosions sounded like the deep mutterings of dreadful thunder. Shut up as we were in the woods, these reports were awful. Our horses snorted with terror, and the mountain quaked beneath our feet. Our guide returned, and in a few minutes we came out suddenly upon an open point higher than the top of the volcano, commanding a view of the interior of the crater, and so near it that we saw the huge stones as they separated in the air and fell pattering around the sides of the volcano. In a few minutes our clothes were white with ashes, which fell around us with a noise like the sprinkling of rain. The crater had 3 orifices, one of which was inactive. Another emitted constantly a rich blue smoke, and after a report, deep in the huge throat of the third appeared a light blue vapor, and then a mass of thick black smoke, whirling and struggling out in enormous wreaths, and rising in a dark majestic column, lighted for a moment by a sheet of flame. And when the smoke dispersed, the atmosphere was darkened by a shower of stones and ashes. This over, a moment of stillness followed, and then another report and eruption, and these continued regularly at intervals, as our guide said, of exactly 5 minutes, and really he was not much out of the way. The sight was fearfully grand. We refreshed ourselves with a draught of coconut milk, thought how this grandeur would be heightened when the stillness and darkness of night were interrupted by the noise and flame, and forthwith resolved to sleep upon the mountain. The cura of Zonzonate, still in the vigor of life, told me that he remembered when the ground on which this volcano stands had nothing to distinguish it from any other spot around. In 1798 a small orifice was discovered, puffing out small quantities of dust and pebbles. He was then living at Izalco, and as a boy was in the habit of going to look at it, and he had watched it and marked its increase from year to year until it had grown into what it is now. Captain de Nouvelle told me he could observe from the sea that it had grown greatly within the last 2 years. 2 years before, its light could not be seen at night on the other side of the mountain on which I stood. Night and day it forces up stones from the bowels of the earth, spouts them into the air, and receives them upon its sides. Every day it is increasing, and probably it will continue to do so until the inward fires die, or by some violent convulsion the whole is rent to atoms. Old travelers are not precluded occasional bursts of enthusiasm, but they cannot keep it up long. In about an hour we began to be critical and even captious. Some eruptions were better than others, and some were comparatively small affairs. In this frame of mind we summed up our want of comforts for passing the night on the mountain, and determined to return. Mr. Blackburn and I thought that we could avoid the circuit of the mountain by descending directly to the base of the volcano, and crossing it, reach the Camino Real, but our guide said it was a tempting of Providence, and refused to accompany us. We had a very steep descent on foot, and in some places our horses slid down on their haunches. An immense bed of lava, stopped in its rolling course by the side of the mountain, filled up the wide space between us and the base of the volcano. We stepped directly upon this black and frightful bed, but we had great difficulty in making our horses follow. The lava lay in rolls as irregular as the waves of the sea, sharp, rough, and with huge chasms, difficult for us and dangerous for the horses. With great labor we dragged them to the base and around the side of the volcano. Massive stones hurled into the air fell and rolled down the sides, so near that we dared not venture further. We were afraid of breaking our horses' legs in the holes into which they were constantly falling, and turned back. On the lofty point from which we had looked down into the crater of the volcano sat our guide, gazing, and, as we could imagine, laughing at us. We toiled back across the bed of lava and up the side of the mountain, and when we reached the top, both my horse and I were almost exhausted. Fortunately, the road home was downhill. It was long after dark when we passed the foot of the mountain and came out upon the plain. Every burst of the volcano sent forth a pillar of fire. In 4 places were steady fires, and in one a stream of fire was rolling down its side. At 11 o'clock we reached Zonzonate. Besides toiling around the base of the volcano, having ridden upward of 50 miles, and such had been the interest of the day's work that, though my first effort, I never suffered from it. The arrangements for my voyage down the Pacific were soon made. The servant to whom I referred was a native of Costa Rica, then on his way home after a long absence, with a cargo of merchandise belonging to himself. He was a tall, good-looking fellow, dressed in a Guatemala jacket or coton, a pair of Mexican leather trousers with buttons down the sides, and a steeple-crowned, broad-brimmed, drab wool hat, altogether far superior to any servant I saw in the country. And I think if it had not been for him, I should not have undertaken the journey. The reader will, perhaps, be shocked to hear that his name was Jesus, pronounced in Spanish Jesus, Hezos, by which latter appellation, to avoid what might be considered profanity, I shall hereafter call him. Chapter 16. Sickness and Mutiny. Illness of Captain J. Critical Situation. Rough Nursing. A Countryman in Trouble. Dolphins. Succession of Volcanoes. Gulf of Nicoya. Harbor of Caldera. Another Countryman. Another Patient. Hacienda of San Felipe. Mountain of Aguacate. Zillenthal Patent Self-Acting Cold Amalgamation Machine. Gold Mines. View from the Mountain Top. On Monday, the 22nd of January, 2 hours before daylight, we started for the port. Jesus led the way, carrying before him all my luggage, rolled up in a baquette, being simply a cowhide, after the fashion of the country. At daylight we heard behind us the clattering of horses' hoofs, and Don Manuel de Aguila with his 2 sons overtook us. Before the freshness of the morning was past, we reached the port, and rode up to the old hut which I had hoped never to see again. The hammock was swinging in the same place. The miserable rancho seemed destined to be the abode of sickness. In one corner lay Senor de Iriarte, my captain, exhausted by a night of fever and unable to sail that day. Dr. Driven was again at the port. He had not yet disembarked his machinery. In fact, the work was suspended by a mutiny on board the English brig, the ringleader of which, as the doctor complained to me, was an American. I passed the day on the seashore. In one place, a little above high water mark, almost washed by the waves, were rude wooden crosses, marking the graves of unhappy sailors who had died far from their homes. Returning, I found at the hut Captain J. of the English brig, who also complained to me of the American sailor. The captain was a young man, making his first voyage as master. His wife, whom he had married a week before sailing, accompanied him. He had had a disastrous voyage of 8 months from London. In doubling Cape Horn his crew were all frostbitten and his spars carried away. With only 1 man on deck he had worked up to Guayaquil, where he incurred great loss of time and money in making repairs, and shipped an entirely new crew. At Acajutla he found that his boats were not sufficient to land the doctor's machinery, and was obliged to wait until a raft could be constructed. In the meantime his crew mutinied, and part of them refused to work. His wife was then at the doctor's hacienda, and I noticed that, while writing her a note with pencil, his sunburned face was pale, and large drops of perspiration stood on his forehead. Soon after he threw himself into the hammock, and, as I thought, fell asleep. But in a few minutes I saw the hammock shake, and remembering my own shaking there, thought it was at its old tricks of giving people the fever and ague. But very soon I saw that the poor captain was in convulsions. Excepting Captain d'Ariarte, who was lying against the wall perfectly helpless, I was the only man in the hut, and as there was danger of his throwing himself out of the hammock, I endeavored to hold him in. But with one convulsive effort he threw me to the other side of the hut, and hung over the side of the hammock, with one hand entangled in the cords, and his head almost touching the ground. The old woman said that the devil had taken possession of him, and ran out of doors screaming. Fortunately, this brought in a man whom I had not seen before, Mr. Warburton, an engineer who had come out to set up the machinery, and who was himself a machine of many horsepower, having a pair of shoulders that seemed constructed expressly for holding men in convulsions. At first he was so shocked that he did not know what to do. I told him that the captain was to be held, whereupon, opening his powerful arms, he closed them around the captain's with the force of a hydraulic press, turning the legs over to me. These legs were a pair of the sturdiest that ever supported a human body, and I verily believe that if the feet had once touched my ribs, they would have sent me through the wall of the hut. Watching my opportunity, I wound the hammock around his legs, and my arms around the hammock. In the meantime he broke loose from Mr. Warburton's hug, who, taking the hint from me, doubled his part in with the folds of the hammock and gave his clinch from the outside. The captain struggled, and worming like a gigantic snake, slipped his head out of the top of the hammock and twisted the cords around his neck, so that we were afraid of his strangling himself. We were in utter despair when two of his sailors rushed in, who, being at home with ropes, extricated his head, shoved him back into the hammock, wrapped it around him as before, and I withdrew completely exhausted. The two recruits were Tom, a regular tar of about 40, and the cook, a black man and particular friend of Tom, who called him Darky. Tom undertook the whole direction of securing the captain, and though Dr. Driven and several Indians came in, Tom's voice was the only one heard, and addressed only to Darky. "Stand by his legs, Darky. Hold fast, Darky. Steady, Darky," but altogether could not hold him. Turning on his face and doubling himself inside, he braced his back and drove both legs through the hammock, striking his feet violently against the ground. His whole body passed through. His struggles were dreadful. Suddenly the mass of bodies on the floor rolled against Captain D'Yriarte's bed, which broke down with a crash, and with a fever upon him he was obliged to scramble out of the way. In the interval of one of the most violent struggles we heard a strange idiotic noise, which seemed like an attempt to crow. The Indians who crowded the hut laughed, and Dr. Driven was so indignant at their heartlessness that he seized a club and drove them all out of doors. An old naked African, who had been a slave at Belize and had lost his language without acquiring much of any other, returned with a bunch of feathers, which he wished to stick in the captain's nose and set fire to, saying it was the remedy of his country, but the doctor showed him his stick, and he retreated. The convulsions continued for 3 hours, during which time the doctor considered the captain's situation very critical. The old woman persisted that the devil was in him and would not give him up, and that he must die, and I could not but think of his young wife, who was sleeping a few miles off, unconscious of the calamity that threatened her. The fit was brought on, as the doctor said, by anxiety and distress of mind occasioned by his unfortunate voyage, and particularly by the mutiny of his crew. At 11 o'clock he fell asleep, and now we learned the cause of the strange noise which had affected us so unpleasantly. Tom was just preparing to go on board the vessel when the African ran down to the shore and told him that the captain was at the hut, drunk. Tom, being himself in that state, felt it was his duty to look after the captain, but he had just bought a parrot, for which he had paid $1, and, afraid to trust him in other hands, hauled his baggy shirt a foot more out of his trousers, and thrust the parrot into his bosom, almost smothering it with his neckcloth. The parrot, indignant at this confinement, was driving his beak constantly into Tom's breast, which was scarified and covered with blood, and once, when Tom thought it was going too far, he put his hand inside and pinched it, which produced the extraordinary sounds we had heard. In a little while Tom and Darky got the Indians to relieve them, and went out to drink the captain's health. On their return they took their places on the ground, one on each side of their commander. I threw myself into the broken hammock, and Dr. Driven, charging them, if the captain awoke, not to say anything that could agitate him, went off to another hut. It was not long before the captain, raising his head, called out, "What the devil are you doing with my legs?" which was answered by Tom's steady cry, "Hold on, Darky." Darky and an Indian were holding the captain's legs, 2 Indians his arms, and Tom was spread over his body. The captain looked perfectly sensible and utterly amazed at being pinned to the ground. "Where am I?" said he. Tom and Darky had agreed not to tell him what had happened, but after the most extraordinary lying on the part of Tom, while the captain was looking at him and us in utter amazement, the poor fellow became so entangled that, swearing the doctor might stay and tell his own stories, he began where he and Darky came in, and found the captain kicking in the hammock, and the captain was given to understand that if it had not been for him and Darky, he would have kicked his own brains out. I relieved Tom's story from some obscurity, and a general and noisy conversation followed, which was cut short by poor Captain d'Yriarte, who had not had a wink of sleep all night, and begged us to give him a chance. In the morning, while I was taking chocolate with Dr. Driven, the mate came to the hut with the mutinous American sailor in the custody of 4 soldiers to make a complaint to me. The sailor was a young man of 28, short, well-made, and very good-looking, and his name was Jemmy. He too complained to me, wanted to leave the brig, and said that he would stop on a barren rock in the midst of the ocean rather than remain on board. I told him I was sorry to find an American sailor a ringleader in mutiny, and represented to him the distress and danger in which it had placed the captain. Dr. Driven had had some sharp passages with him on board the brig, and after a few words started up and struck him. Jemmy fell back in time to avoid the full blow, and, as if by no means unused to such things, continued to fall back and ward off. But when pressed too hard, he broke loose from the soldiers and tore off his jacket for a regular fight. I had no idea of favoring a mutinous sailor, but still less of suffering an American to be maltreated by odds, and hauled off the soldiers. In a moment the doctor's passion was over, and he discontinued his attack, whereupon Jemmy surrendered himself to the soldiers, who carried him, as I supposed, to the guardhouse. I waited a little while, and going down saw Jemmy sitting on the ground in front of the cuartel, with both legs in the stocks above the knees. He was keenly alive to the disgrace of his situation, and my blood boiled. I hurried to the captain of the port, and complained warmly of his conduct as high-handed and insufferable, and insisted that Jemmy must be released, or I would ride to San Salvador on the instant and make a complaint against him. Dr. Driven joined me, and Jemmy was released from the stocks, but put under guard in the cuartel. This will probably never reach the eyes of any of his friends, but I will not mention his name. He was from the little town of Esopus on the Hudson. In 1834 he sailed from New York in the sloop of war Peacock for the Pacific Station, was transferred to the North Carolina, and regularly discharged at Valparaiso, entered the Chilean naval service, and after plenty of fighting and no prize money, shipped on board this brig. I represented that he was liable to be tried for mutiny, and had only escaped the stocks by my happening to be at the port, that I could do nothing more for him, and he might be kept on shore till the vessel sailed, and carried on board in irons. It was a critical moment in the young man's life, and as one destitute of early opportunities, and whom necessity had probably doomed to a wayward life, and moreover as a countryman, I was anxious to save him from the effects of headstrong passion. The captain said he was the best sailor on board, and as he was short of hands, I procured from him a promise that, if Jemmy would return to his duty, he would take no notice of what had passed, and would give him his discharge at the first port where he could procure a substitute. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Captain d'Yriarte was sufficiently recovered to sail, and before going on board my vessel, I took Jemmy to his. She was the dirtiest vessel I ever saw, and her crew a fair sample of the villainous sailors picked up in the ports of the Pacific. Among them, and as bad as any in appearance, was another countryman, Jemmy's American accomplice. I did not wonder that Jemmy was discontented. I left him on board in a bad condition, but unfortunately I afterward heard of him in a worse. A few strokes of the oar brought me on board our vessel, and as before, with the evening breeze, we got under way. The vessel in which I embarked was called La Cosmopolita. She was a goelette brig, and the only vessel that bore on the Pacific the Central American flag. She was built in England for a collier, and called the Britannia. By some accident she reached the Pacific Ocean, was bought by the state of San Salvador when at war with Guatemala, and called by that state's Indian name of Cuscatlan. Afterward she was sold to an Englishman, who called her Eugenia, and by him to Captain d'Yriarte, who called her La Cosmopolita. My first night on board was not particularly agreeable. I was the only cabin passenger, but besides the bugs that always infest an old vessel, I had in my berth mosquitoes, spiders, ants, and cockroaches. Yet there was no part of my tour upon which I look back with so much quiet satisfaction as this voyage on the Pacific. I had on board Gil Blas and Don Quixote in the original, and all day I sat under an awning, my attention divided between them and the great range of gigantic volcanoes which stud the coast. Before this became tedious, we reached the Gulf of Papagayo, the only outlet by which the winds of the Atlantic pass over to the Pacific. The dolphin, the most beautiful fish that swims, played under our bows and stern, and accompanied us slowly alongside. But the sailors had no respect for his golden back. The mate, a murderous young Frenchman, stood for hours with a harpoon in his hand, drove it into several, and at length brought one on board. The king of the sea seemed conscious of his fallen state. His beautiful colors faded, and he became spotted, and at last heavy and lusterless, like any other dead fish. We passed in regular succession the volcanoes of San Salvador, San Vicente, San Miguel, Telega, Momotombo, Managua, Nindiri, Nasaya, and Nicaragua, each one a noble spectacle, and all together forming a chain with which no other in the world can be compared. Indeed, this coast has well been described as bristling with volcanic cones. For 2 days we lay with sails flapping in sight of Cape Blanco, the upper headland of the Gulf of Nicoya. On the afternoon of the 31st we reached the Gulf. On a line with the point of the cape was an island of rock, with high, bare, and precipitous sides, and the top covered with verdure. It was about sunset. For nearly an hour the sky and sea seemed blazing with the reflection of the departing luminary, and the island of rocks seemed like a fortress with turrets. It was a glorious farewell view. I had passed my last night on the Pacific, and the highlands of the Gulf of Nicoya closed around us. Early in the morning we had the tide in our favor, and very soon, leaving the main body of the Gulf, turned off to the right and entered a beautiful little cove, forming the harbor of Caldera. In front was the range of mountains of Aguacata, on the left the old port of Point Arenas, and on the right the volcano of San Pablo. On the shore was a long, low house set on piles, with a tile roof, and near it were 3 or 4 thatched huts and 2 canoes. We anchored in front of the houses, and apparently without exciting the attention of a soul on shore. All the ports of Central America on the Pacific are unhealthy, but this was considered deadly. I had entered without apprehension cities where the plague was raging, but here, as I looked ashore, there was a death-like stillness that was startling. To spare me the necessity of sleeping at the port, the captain sent the boat ashore with my servant to procure mules with which I could proceed immediately to a hacienda 2 leagues beyond. Our boat had hardly started before we saw 3 men coming down to the shore, who presently put off in a canoe, met our boat, turned her back, and boarded us themselves. They were 2 paddles and a soldier, the latter of whom informed the captain that by a late decree no passenger was permitted to land without the special permission of the government, for which it was necessary to send an application to the capital and wait on board for an answer. He added that the last vessel was full of passengers who were obliged to remain 12 days before the permission was received. I was used to vexations in traveling, but I could not bear this quietly. The captain made a bold attempt in my favor by saying that he had no passengers, that he had on board the Minister of the United States, who was making the tour of Central America, and who had been treated with courtesy in Guatemala and San Salvador, and that it would be an indignity for the government of Costa Rica not to permit his landing. He wrote to the same effect to the captain of the port, who, on the return of the soldier, came off himself. I was almost sick with vexation, and the captain of the port finished 2 glasses of wine before I had the courage to introduce the subject. He answered with great courtesy, regretting that the law was imperative and that he had no discretion. I replied that the law was intended to prevent the entrance of seditious persons, emigres, and expulsados from other states, who might disturb the peace of Costa Rica, but that it could not contemplate a case like mine, at the same time laying great stress upon my official character. Fortunately for me, he had a high sense of the respect due to that character, and though holding a petty office, had a feeling of pride that his state should not be considered wanting in courtesy to an accredited stranger. For a long time he was at a loss what to do, but finally, after much deliberation, he requested me to wait till morning, when he could dispatch a courier to advise the government of the circumstances, and would take upon himself the responsibility of permitting me to land. Fearful of some accident or some change of purpose, and anxious to get my feet on shore, I suggested that in order to avoid traveling in the heat of the day, it would be better to sleep on shore, to be ready for an early start, to which he assented. In the afternoon the captain took me ashore. At the first house we saw 2 candles lighted to burn at the body of a dead man. All whom we saw were ill, and all complained that the place was fatal to human life. In fact, it was almost deserted, and notwithstanding its advantages as a port, government a few days afterward issued an order for breaking it up and removing back to the old port of Point Arenas. The captain was still suffering from fever and ague, and would not on any account remain after dark. I was so rejoiced to find myself on shore that if I had met a death's head at every step, it would hardly have turned me back. The last stranger at the port was a distinguished American. His name was Handy. I had first heard of him at the Cape of Good Hope, hunting giraffes, afterward met him in New York, and regretted exceedingly to miss him here. He had traveled from the United States through Texas, Mexico, and Central America, with an elephant and 2 dromedaries as his file leaders. The elephant was the first ever seen in Central America, and I often heard of him in the pueblos under the name of El Demonio. 6 days before, Mr. Handy, with his interesting family, had embarked for Peru, and perhaps he is at this moment crossing the Pampas to Brazil. End of section 20. Section 21 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Determined not to lose sight of my friend, the captain of the port, with my luggage at my heels, I walked down the beach for the custom house. It was a frame building, about 40 feet long, and stood at a little distance from the high water mark, on piles about 6 feet above ground. It was the gathering place of different persons in the employ of the government, civil and military, and of 2 or 3 women employed by them. The military force consisted of the captain of the port and the soldier who boarded us, so that I had not much fear of being sent back at the point of the bayonet. During the evening a new difficulty arose about my servant, but considering myself tolerably secure, I insisted that he was of my suite, and obtained permission for him to accompany me. My host gave me a bedstead with a bull's hide for a bed. It was a warm night, and I placed it opposite an open door, and looked out upon the water of the Gulf. The waves were breaking gently upon the shore, and it was beautiful to see the Cosmopolita riding quietly at her anchor, without even Jesus or the luggage in her. At 2 o'clock in the morning we rose, and before 3 we started. The tide was low, and for some distance we rode along the shore by moonlight. At daylight we overtook the courier sent to give advice of my coming. In an hour crossed the river of Jesus Maria, and at 7 o'clock stopped to breakfast at the hacienda of the same name. It was a miserable shell, with an arbor of branches around it, but it had an appearance of cleanliness and comfort, and Jesus told me that the proprietor had on it 2,000 head of cattle, and owned all the land over which we had ridden from the sea. Jesus was quite at home, and, as he afterward told me, he had once wanted to marry one of the daughters, but the father and mother objected because he was not good enough. He added that they were surprised at seeing him return in such prosperous circumstances, and that the daughter told him she had always refused to marry anyone else, on account of her affection for him. While breakfasting, the mother told me of a sick daughter, asked me for remedios, and finally requested me to go in and see her. The door opened from the shed, and all the apertures of the room were carefully closed, so as to exclude even a breath of air. The invalid lay in a bed in one corner, with a cotton covering over it like a mosquito netting, but lower, and pinned close all around. And when the mother raised the covering, I encountered a body of hot and unwholesome air that almost overcame me. The poor girl lay on her back, with a cotton sheet wound tightly round her body, and already she looked like one laid out for burial. She was not more than 18. The fever had just left her. Her eyes still sparkled, but her face was pale, and covered with spots, seams, and creases of dirt. She was suffering from intermitting fever, that scourge which breaks down the constitution and carries to the grave thousands of the inhabitants of Central America. And, according to the obstinate prejudice of the country, her face had not been washed for more than 2 months. I had often been disgusted with the long beards and unwashed faces of fever and ague subjects, and the ignorance and prejudice of the people on medical subjects, an illustration of which Dr. Driven told me of a case of practice of an old quack woman, who directed her patient, a rich cattle proprietor, to be extended on the ground naked every morning, and a bullock to be slaughtered over him, so that the blood could run warm upon his body. The man submitted to the operation more than 100 times, and was bathed with the blood of more than 100 bullocks. Afterward he underwent a much more disgusting process, and, strange to say, he lived. But to return. In general, my medical practice was confined to men, and with them I considered myself a powerful practitioner. I did not like prescribing for women, and in this case I struck at all the prejudices of the country, and cheapened my medical skill by directing first that the poor girl's face should be washed, but I saved myself somewhat by making a strong point that it should be washed with warm water. Whether they thanked me or not I do not know, but I had my reward, for I saw a lovely face, and long afterward I remembered the touching expression of her eyes as she turned toward me and listened to the advice I gave her mother. At 10 we resumed our journey. The land was level and rich, but uncultivated. We passed several miserable cattle haciendas, the proprietors of which lived in the towns, and kept men on the estate from time to gather and number the cattle, which roamed wild in the woods. At 11 we passed the hacienda of San Felipe, belonging to a Welshman engaged in mining. It was a large clearing and a fine situation, and its cleanliness, neatness, and good fences showed that the Welshman had not forgotten what he had learned at home. We crossed the river Sarubris and the Rio Grande or Machuca, and reached the hacienda of San Mateo, situated in the boca of the mountain of Aguacate, and from this place we began to ascend. The road had been much improved lately, but the ascent was steep, wild, and rugged. As we toiled up the ravine, we heard before us a loud noise that sounded like distant thunder, but regular and continued, and becoming louder as we advanced, and at length we came out on a small clearing and saw on the side of the mountain a neat frame building of 2 stories, with a light and graceful balcony in front, and alongside was the thundering machine which had startled us by its noise. Strangers from the other side of the Atlantic were piercing the sides of the mountain and pounding its stones into dust to search for gold. The whole range, the very ground which our horses spurned with their hoofs, contained that treasure for which man forsakes kindred and country. I rode up to the house and introduced myself to Don Juan Bard, the superintendent, a German from Friesburg. It was about 2 o'clock and excessively hot. The house was furnished with chairs, sofa, and books, and had in my eyes a delightful appearance, but the view without was more so. The stream which turned the immense pounding machine had made the spot from time immemorial a descansadera, or resting place for muleteers. All around were mountains, and directly in front one rose to a great height, receding and covered to the top with trees. Don Juan Bard had been superintendent of the Quebrado del Ingenio for about 3 years. The company which he represented was called the Anglo-Costa Rican Economical Mining Company. It had been in operation these 3 years without losing anything, which was considered doing so well that it had increased its capital and was about continuing on a larger scale. The machine which had just been set up was a new German patent, called a machine for extracting gold by the Zillenthal patent self-acting cold amalgamation process. I believe that I have omitted nothing, and its great value was that it required no preliminary process, but by one continued and simple operation extracted the gold from the stone. It was an immense wheel of cast iron, by which the stone, as it came from the mountain, was pounded into powder. This passed into troughs filled with water, and from them into a reservoir containing vases, where the gold detached itself from the other particles, and combined with the quicksilver with which the vases were provided. There were several mines under Don Juan's charge, and after dinner he accompanied me to that of the Corralio, which was the largest, and fortunately lay on my road. After a hot ride of half an hour, ascending through thick woods, we reached the spot. According to the opinion of the few geologists who have visited that country, immense wealth lies buried in the mountain of Aguacate, and so far from being hidden, the proprietors say its places are so well marked that all who search may find. The lodes or mineral veins run regularly north and south, in ranges of greenstone porphyry, with strata of basaltic porphyry, and average about 3 feet in width. In some places, side cuts or lateral excavations are made from east to west, and in others, shafts are sunk until they strike the vein. The first opening we visited was a side cut, 4 feet wide, and penetrating 240 feet before it struck the lode, but it was so full of water that we did not enter. Above it was another cut, and higher still a shaft was sunk. We descended the shaft by a ladder made of the trunk of a tree, with notches cut in it, until we reached the vein, and followed it with a candle as far as it was worked. It was about a yard wide, and the sides glittered, but it was not with gold. They were of quartz and feldspar, impregnated with sulphuret of iron, and gold in such small particles as to be invisible to the naked eye. The most prominent objects in these repositories of wealth were naked workmen with pickaxes, bending and sweating under heavy sacks of stones. It was late in the afternoon when I came out of the shaft. Don Juan conducted me by a steep path up the side of the mountain to a small table of land, on which was a large building occupied by miners. The view was magnificent. Below was an immense ravine, above, perched on a point like an eagle's nest, the house of another superintendent, and on the opposite side the great range of the mountains of Candelaria. I waited till my mules came up, and with many thanks for his kindness, bade Don Juan farewell. As we continued ascending, every moment the view became more grand and beautiful, and suddenly, from a height of 6,000 feet, I looked down upon the Pacific, the Gulf of Nicoya, and, sitting like a bird upon the water, our brig La Cosmopolita. And here, on the very highest points, in the wildest and most beautiful spots that ever man chose for their abodes, were the huts of the miners. The sun touched the sea, lighted up the surface of the water, and softened the rugged mountains. It was the most beautiful scene I ever saw, and this loveliest view was the last, for suddenly it became dark, and very soon the darkest night I ever knew came on. As we descended, the woods were so thick that even in the daytime they shut out the light, and in some places the road was cut through steep hills higher than our heads, and roofed over by the dense foliage. Jesus was before me with a white hat and jacket, and had a white dog running by his side, but I could not see the outline of his figure. The road was steep but good, and I did not pretend to direct the mule. In one of the darkest passages, Jesus stopped, and with a voice that made the woods ring, cried out, "A lion! A lion!" I was startled, but he dismounted and lighted a cigar. This was cool, I thought. He relieved me by telling me that the lion was a different animal from the roarer of the African desert. small, frightened by a shout, and only 8 children. Long as it seemed, our whole descent did not occupy 3 hours, and at 10 o'clock we reached the house in the Boca de la Montaña. It was shut, and all were asleep, but we knocked hard, and a man opened the door, and before we could ask any questions, disappeared. Once inside, however, we made noise enough to wake everybody, and got corn for the mules and a light. There was a large room open to all comers, with 3 bedsteads, all occupied, and 2 men were sleeping on the floor. The occupant of one of the beds, after eyeing me a few moments, vacated it, and I took his place. The reader must not suppose that I am perfectly unscrupulous. He took all his bedclothes, that is, his chamar, with him. The bed and all its furniture consisted of an untanned bull's hide. Chapter 17. La Garita, Alihuela, a friendly people, Heredia, Rio Segundo, coffee plantations of San Jose, the sacrament for the dying, a happy meeting, travelling embarrassments, quarters in a convent, Senor Carrillo, chief of state, vicissitudes of fortune, visit to Cartago, Tres Rios, an unexpected meeting, ascent of the volcano of Cartago, the crater, view of the 2 seas, descent, stroll through Cartago, a burial, another attack of fever and ague, a vagabond, cultivation of coffee. The next morning we entered an open, rolling, and undulating country, which reminded me of scenes at home. At 9 o'clock we came to the brink of a magnificent ravine, and winding down by a steep descent of more than 1,500 feet, the mountain closed around us and formed an amphitheatre. At the bottom of the ravine was a rough wooden bridge, crossing a narrow stream running between perpendicular rocks 150 feet high, very picturesque, and reminding me of Trenton Falls. We ascended by a steep road to the top of the ravine, where a long house stood across the road, so as to prevent all passing except directly through it. It is called La Garita, and commands the road from the port to the capital. Officers are stationed here to take an account of merchandise and to examine passports. The one then in command had lost an arm in the service of his country, that is, in a battle between his own town and another 15 miles off, and the place was given to him as a reward for his patriotic services. As we advanced, the country improved, and for a league before entering Alihuela, it was lined on both sides with houses 300 or 400 yards apart, built of sun-dried bricks, whitewashed, and the fronts of some were ornamented with paintings. Several had chalked in red on each side of the door the figure of a soldier, with his musket shouldered and bayonet fixed, large as life and stiff as a martinet. But all imperfections were hidden by rows of trees on both sides of the road, many of them bearing beautiful flowers, which in some places completely embowered the houses. The fields were cultivated with sugar cane, and every house had its little trapiche or sugar mill, and there were marks of carriage wheels, and very soon we heard a vehicle approaching. The creaking of its wheels made almost as much noise as the Zillenthal patent cold amalgamating machine in the mountain of Aguacate. They were made of a cut about 10 or 12 inches thick from the trunk of a Guanacaste tree, with a hole in the center, which played upon the axle almost ad libitum, and made the most mournful noise that can be conceived. The body was constructed of sugar cane. It was about 4 feet high, and drawn by oxen fastened by the horns instead of the neck. At the entry of Alihuela, I stopped to inquire for one bearing a name immortal in the history of the Spanish conquest. It was the name of Alvarado. Whether he was a descendant or not I do not know, nor did he, and strange to say, though I met several bearing that name, not one attempted to trace his lineage to the conqueror. Don Ramon Alvarado, however, was recommended to me for qualities which allied him in character with his great namesake. He was the courier for the English mining company for Serapequeya and the river St. Juan, one of the wildest roads in all Central America. Next to the advantage of the sea voyage, my principal object in leaving Zonzonate was to acquire some information in regard to the canal route between the Atlantic and Pacific by means of the Lake of Nicaragua and the river San Juan, and my business with Alvarado was to secure him as a guide to the port of San Juan. In half an hour all these arrangements were made, the day fixed, and half the contract money paid. In the meantime, Jesus was busily engaged in drawing a black glazed covering over my hat and fixing in it an American eagle which I had taken off on shipboard. There are 4 cities in Costa Rica, all of which lie within the space of 15 leagues, yet each has a different climate and different productions. Including the suburbs, Alihuela contains a population of about 10,000. The plaza was beautifully situated, and the church, the cabildo, and the houses fronting it were handsome. The latter were long and low, with broad piazzas and large windows having balconies made of wooden bars. It was Sunday, and the inhabitants, cleanly dressed, were sitting on the piazzas, or with doors wide open, reclining in hammocks, or on high-backed wooden settees inside. The women were dressed like ladies, and some were handsome and all white. A respectable-looking old man, standing in the door of one of the best houses, called out "Amigo," friend, and asked us who we were, whence we came, and whither we were going, recommending us to God at parting, and all along the street we were accosted in the same friendly spirit. At a distance of 3 leagues we passed through Heredia without dismounting. I had ridden all day with a feeling of extraordinary satisfaction, and if such were my feelings, what must have been those of Jesus? He was returning to his country, with his love for it increased by absence and hardship away from home. All the way he met old acquaintances and friends. He was a good-looking fellow, dashingly dressed, and wore a basket-hilted Peruvian sword more than 6 feet long. Behind him was strapped a valise of scarlet cloth with black borders, part of the uniform of a Peruvian soldier. It would have been curious to remember how many times he told his story of military service and 2 battles in Peru, of impressment for the navy and desertion, a voyage to Mexico, and his return to Guatemala by land, and always concluded by inquiring about his wife, from whom he had not heard since he left home, "La povera" being regularly his last words. As we approached his home, his tenderness for "La povera" increased. He could not procure any direct intelligence of her, but one good-natured friend suggested that she had probably married someone else, and that he could only disturb the peace of the family by his return. A league beyond Heredia we came to another great ravine. We descended and crossed a bridge over the Rio Segundo. A few months before, this river had risen suddenly and without any apparent cause, swept away a house and family near the bridge, and carried with it consternation and death. But little is known of the geography of the interior of the country. and it is supposed that a lake had burst its bounds. Rising upon the other side, Jesus pointed out the scene of the battle in which the officer of La Garita had lost his arm, and in which he himself had taken part, and being a San Jose man, he spoke of the people of the other town as an Englishman in Lord Nelson's time would of a Frenchman. On the top of the ravine we came upon a large table of land covered with the rich coffee plantations of San Jose. It was laid out into squares of 200 feet, enclosed by living fences of trees bearing flowers, with roads 60 feet wide, and except the small horse path, the roads had a sod of unbroken green. The deep green of the coffee plantations, the sward of the roads, and the vistas through the trees at all the crossroads were lovely, and at a distance on each side were mountains, and in front, rising above all, was the great volcano of Cartago. It was about the same hour as when, the day before, from the top of the mountain of Aguacate, I had looked down into the great ravines and over the tops of high mountains, and seen the Pacific Ocean. This was as soft as that was wild, and it addressed itself to other senses than the sight, for it was not, like the rest of Central America, retrograding and going to ruin, but smiling as the reward of industry. 7 years before, the whole plain was an open waste. At the end of this table of land we saw San Jose on a plain below us. On the top of the hill we passed a house with an arch of flowers before the door, indicating that within lay one waiting to receive the last sacrament before going to his final account in another world. Descending, we saw at a distance a long procession, headed by a cross with the figure of the Saviour crucified. It approached with the music of violins and a loud chorus of voices, and was escorting the priest to the house of the dying man. As it approached, horsemen pulled off their hats, and pedestrians fell on their knees. We met it near a narrow bridge at the foot of the hill. The sun was low, but its last rays were scorching to the naked head. The priest was carried in a sedan chair. We waited till he passed, and, taking advantage of a break in the procession, crossed the bridge, passed a long file of men and longer of women, and, being some distance ahead, I put on my hat. A fanatic fellow, with a scowl on his face, cried out, "Quites el sombrero," "Take off your hat." I answered by spurring my horse, and at the same moment the whole procession was thrown into confusion. A woman darted from the line, and Jesus sprang from his horse and caught her in his arms, and hugged and kissed her as much as decency in the public streets would allow. To my great surprise, the woman was only his cousin, and she told him that his wife, who was the principal milliner in the place, was on before in the procession. Jesus was beside himself, ran back, returned, caught his horse, and dragged the beast after him, then, mounting and spurring, begged me to hurry on and let him go back to his wife. Entering the town, we passed a respectable-looking house, where 4 or 5 well-dressed women were sitting on the piazza. They screamed. Jesus drove his mule up the steps, and, throwing himself off, embraced them all around. After a few hurried words, he embraced them all over again. Some male friends attempted to haul him off, but he returned to the women. In fact, the poor fellow seemed beside himself, though I could not but observe that there was method in his madness, for after 2 rounds with the very respectable old ladies, he abandoned them, and dragging forward a very pretty young girl with his arms around her waist, and kissing her every moment, told me she was the apprentice of his wife, and though at every kiss he asked her questions about his wife, he did not wait for answers, and the kisses were repeated faster than the questions. During all this time I sat on my horse looking on. Doubtless it was very pleasant for him, but I began to be impatient, seeing which he tore himself away, mounted, and, accompanied by half a dozen of his friends, he again led the way. As we advanced, his friends increased. It was rather vexatious, but I could not disturb him in the sweetest pleasures in life, the welcome of friends after a long absence. Crossing the plaza, 2 or 3 soldiers of his old company, leaning on the railing of the cuartel, cried out "Compañero," and, with the sergeant at their head, passed over and joined us. We crossed the plaza with 15 or 20 in our suite, or rather in his suite, some of whom, particularly the sergeant, in compliment to him, were civil to me. While he had so many friends to welcome him, I had none. In fact, I did not know where I should sleep that night. In the large towns of Central America I was always at a loss where to stop. Throughout the country the traveller finds no public accommodation, save the cabildo and a jar of water. Everything else he must carry with him, or purchase on the spot, if he can. But in the large towns he has not this recourse, for it is not considered respectable to stop at the cabildo. I had letters of recommendation, but it was excessively disagreeable to present one from the back of a mule, with my luggage at my heels, as it was, in fact, a draft at sight for board and lodging. Jesus had told me that there was an old chapiton, that is, a person from Spain, in whose house I could have a room by myself and pay for it. But unfortunately time had made its changes, and the old Spaniard had been gone so long that the occupants of his house did not know what had become of him. I had counted upon him with so much certainty that I had not taken out my letters of recommendation, and did not even know the names of the persons to whom they were addressed. The cura was at his hacienda, and his house shut up. A padre who had been in the United States was sick and could not receive any one. My servant's friends all recommended different persons, as if I had the whole town at my disposal, and principally they urged me to honour with my company the chief of the state. In the midst of this street consultation, I longed for a hotel at $100 a day and the government for paymaster. Jesus, who was all the time in a terrible hurry, after an animated interlude with some of his friends, spurred his mule and hurried me back, crossed a corner of the plaza, turned down a street to the right, stopped opposite a small house, where he dismounted, and begging me to do the same, in a moment the saddles were whipped off and carried inside. I was ushered into the house and seated on a low chair in a small room where a dozen women, friends of Jesus and his wife, were waiting to welcome him to his home. He told me that he did not know where his house was, or that it had an extra room, till he learned it from his friends, and carrying my luggage into a little dark apartment, said that I could have that to myself, and that he and his wife and all his friends would wait upon me, and that I could be more comfortable than in any house in San Jose. I was excessively tired, having made 3 days' journey in 2, worn out with the worry of searching for a resting place, and if I had been younger and had no character to lose, I should not have given myself any further trouble. But unfortunately the dignity of office might have been touched by remaining in the house of my servant, and besides I could not move without running against a woman, and more than all, Jesus threw his arms around any one he chose and kissed her as much as he pleased. In the midst of my irresolution, La Povera herself arrived, and half the women in the procession, amateurs of tender scenes, followed. I shall not attempt to describe the meeting. Jesus, as in duty bound, forsook all the rest, and, notwithstanding all that he had done, wrapped her little figure in his arms as tightly as if he had not looked at a woman for a month, and La Povera lay in his arms as happy as if there were no pretty cousins or apprentices in the world. All this was too much for me. I worked my way out of doors, and after a consultation with the sergeant, ordered my horse to be saddled, and riding a third time across the plaza, stopped before the convent of Don Antonio Castro. The woman who opened the door said the padre was not at home. I answered that I would walk in and wait, and ordered my luggage to be set down on the portico. She invited me inside, and I ordered the luggage in after me. The room occupied nearly the whole front of the convent, and besides some pictures of saints, its only furniture was a large wooden table and a long high-backed wooden-bottomed settee. I laid my pistols and spurs upon the table, and stretching myself upon the settee, waited to welcome the padre to his house. It was some time after dark when he returned. He was surprised, and evidently did not know what to do with me, but seemed to recognize the principle that possession is 9 points of the law. I saw, however, that his embarrassment was not from want of hospitality, but from a belief that he could not make me comfortable. In Costa Rica the padres are poor, and I afterward learned that there it is unusual for a stranger to plant himself upon one. I have since thought that the Padre Castro must have considered me particularly cool, but at all events, his nephew coming in soon after, they forthwith procured me chocolate. At each end of the long room was a small one occupied by the padre, and the other by his nephew. The latter vacated his, and with a few pieces from the padres they fitted me up so well that when I lay down I congratulated myself upon my forcible entry, and probably before they had recovered from their surprise I was asleep. End of section 21. Section 22 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. My arrival was soon known, and next morning I received several invitations to the houses of residence, one from the lady of Don Manuel de Aguila. But I was so well pleased with the convent that I was not disposed to leave it. As a matter of course, I soon became known to all the foreign residents, who, however, were but 4, Messrs. Stiples and Squire, a German and an Englishman associated in business, Mr. Wallenstein, German, and the 4th was a countryman, Mr. Lawrence, from Middleton, Connecticut. All lived with Mr. Stiples, and I had immediately a general invitation to make his house my home. San Jose is, I believe, the only city that has grown up or even improved since the independence of Central America. Under the Spanish dominion, Cartago was the royal capital, but on the breaking out of the Revolution, the fervor of patriotism was so hot that it was resolved to abolish this memorial of colonial servitude and establish the capital at San Jose. Their local advantages are perhaps equal. Cartago is nearer the Atlantic and San Jose the Pacific, but they are only 6 leagues apart. The buildings in San Jose are all Republican. There is not one of any grandeur or architectural beauty, and the churches are inferior to many erected by the Spaniards in the smallest villages. Nevertheless, it exhibited a development of resources and an appearance of business unusual in this lethargic country, and there was one house in the plaza which showed that the owner had been abroad and had returned with his mind so liberalized as to adopt the improvements of other countries, and build differently from the custom of his fathers and the taste of his neighbors. My first visit of ceremony was to Senor Carrillo, the Jefe del Estado. The state of Costa Rica enjoyed at that time a degree of prosperity unequaled by any in the disjointed confederacy. At a safe distance, without wealth enough to excite cupidity, and with a large tract of wilderness to protect it against the march of an invading army, it had escaped the tumults and wars which desolated and devastated the other states. And yet, but 2 years before, it had had its own revolution. A tumultuous soldiery entered the plaza, and shouting "Abas de Aguila, Viva Carrillo," my friend Don Manuel was driven out by bayonets and banished from the state, and Carrillo installed in his place. He appointed his father-in-law, a quiet, respectable old man, vice chief, called the soldiery, officers, civil and military, into the plaza, and all went through the solemn farce of swearing fealty to the Constitution. The time fixed by the Constitution for holding new elections came, but they were not permitted to be held. Having tried this once and failed, he does not mean to run the risk of another, and probably he will hold on until he is turned out by the same force that put him in. In the meantime, he uses prudent precautions, does not permit emigres, nor revolutionists, nor suspected persons from other states to enter his dominions, has sealed up the press, and imprisons or banishes, under pain of death if they return, all who speak loud against the government. He was about 50, short and stout, plain but careful in his dress, and with an appearance of dogged resolution in his face. His house was republican enough, and had nothing to distinguish it from that of any other citizen. In one part his wife had a little store, and in the other was his office for government business. It was not larger than the counting room of a third-rate merchant, and he had 3 clerks who at the moment of my entering were engaged writing, while he, with his coat off, was looking over papers. He had heard of my coming and welcomed me to Costa Rica. Though the law under which I came near being detained at the port was uppermost in my mind, and I am sure was not forgotten by him, neither of us referred to it. He inquired particularly about Guatemala, and though sympathizing in the policy of that state, had no good opinion of Carrera. He was uncompromising in his hostility to General Morazan and the federal government, and in fact it seemed to me that he was against any general government, and strongly impressed with the idea that Costa Rica could stand alone, doubtless believing that the state, or, which is the same thing, he himself, could disperse the revenues better than any other authority. Indeed, this is the rock on which all the politicians of Central America split. There is no such thing as national feeling. Every state would be an empire. The officers of state cannot brook superiors. A chief of the state cannot brook a president. He had not sent deputies to the convention, and did not intend to do so. He said that Costa Rica would remain neutral until the other states had settled their difficulties. He spoke with much interest of the improvement of the roads, particularly to the ports on the Atlantic and Pacific, and expressed great satisfaction at the project of the British government, which I mentioned to him, of sending steamboats to connect the West India Islands with the American coast, which, by touching at the port of San Juan, could bring his secluded capital within 18 or 20 days of New York. In fact, usurper and despot as he is, Carrillo works hard for the good of the state, and for $1,200 a year, with perquisites, and leave to be his own paymaster. In the meantime, all who do not interfere with him are protected. A few who cannot submit to despotism talk of leaving the country, but the great mass are contented, and the state prospers. As for myself, I admire him. In that country the alternative is a strong government or none at all. Throughout his state I felt a sense of personal security which I did not enjoy in any other. For the benefit of travelers, may he live 1,000 years. In the afternoon I dined with the foreign residents at the house of Mr. Stiples. This gentleman is an instance of the vicissitudes of fortune. He is a native of Hanover. At 15 he left college and entered the Prussian army, fought at Dresden and Leipzig, and at the Battle of Waterloo received a ball in his brain, from which, unfortunately, only within the month preceding, he had lost the use of an eye. Disabled for 3 years by his wound, on his recovery, with 3 companions, he sailed for South America, and entered the Peruvian army, married a hija del sol, daughter of the sun, turned merchant, and came to San Jose, where he was then living in a style of European hospitality. I shall lose all reputation as a sentimental traveller, but I cannot help mentioning honourably every man who gave me a good dinner, and with this determination I shall offend the reader but once more. Early the next morning, accompanied by my countryman Mr. Lawrence, and mounted on a noble mule lent me by Mr. Stiples, I set off for Cartago. We left the city by a long, well-paved street, and a little beyond the suburbs passed a neat coffee plantation, which reminded me of a continental villa. It was the property of a Frenchman, who died just as he completed it, but his widow had provided another master for his house and father for his children. On both sides were mountains, and in front was the great volcano of Cartago. The fields were cultivated with corn, plantains, and potatoes. The latter, though indigenous, and now scattered all over Europe, is no longer the food of the natives, and but rarely found in Spanish America. The Cartago potatoes are of good flavour, but not larger than a hickory nut, doubtless from the want of care in cultivating them. We passed a campo santo, a square enclosure of mud walls whitewashed, and came to an Indian village, the first I had seen in Costa Rica, and much better than any in the other states, the houses being of tejas, more substantial, and the inhabitants having clothes on. Halfway between San Jose and Cartago we reached the village of Tres Rios. From this place the road was more broken, without fences, and the land but little cultivated. Entries have been found in the records of Cartago dated in 1598, which show it to be the oldest city in Central America. Coming from San Jose, its appearance was that of an ancient city. The churches were large and imposing. The houses had yard walls as high as themselves, and its quiet was extraordinary. We rode up a very long street without seeing a single person, and the cross streets, extending to a great distance both ways, were desolate. A single horseman crossing at some distance was an object to fix our attention. The day before we had met at San Jose Dr. Brayley, the only foreign resident in Cartago, who had promised to procure a guide and make arrangements for ascending the volcano of Cartago, and we found that, beside doing all that he had promised, he was himself prepared to go with us. While dinner was preparing, Mr. L. and I visited another countryman, Mr. Lovell, a gentleman whom I knew in New York. He had brought with him a newly married wife, a young lady from New York, whom, to my surprise and with great pleasure, I recognized as an acquaintance, very slight it is true, but the merest personal knowledge, so far from home, was almost enough to constitute an intimacy. She had encountered many hardships, and her home was indeed in a strange land, but she bore all with the spirit of a woman who had given up all for one, and was content with the exchange. Their house was situated on one side of the plaza, commanding a view of the volcano almost from its base to its top, and though one of the best in the place, the rent was only $6 per month. Immediately after dinner we set out to ascend the volcano. It was necessary to sleep en route, and Mr. Lovell furnished me with a poncho from Mexico for a covering, and a bear's skin from the Rocky Mountains for a bed. Passing down the principal street, we crossed in front of the cathedral, and immediately began to ascend. Very soon we reached a height which commanded a view of a river, a village, and an extensive valley not visible from the plain below. The sides of the volcano are particularly favorable for cattle, and while the plains below were unappropriated, all the way up were potreros, or pasture grounds, and huts occupied by persons who had charge of the cattle. Our only anxiety was lest we should lose our way. A few months before, my companions had attempted to ascend with Mr. Handy, but by the ignorance of their guide got lost, and, after wandering the whole night on the sides of the volcano, returned without reaching the top. As we ascended, the temperature became colder. I put on my poncho. Before we reached our stopping place my teeth were chattering, and before dismounting I had an ague. The situation was most wild and romantic, hanging on the side of an immense ravine, but I would have exchanged its beauties for a blazing coal fire. The hut was the highest on the mountain, built of mud, with no opening but the door and the cracks in the wall. Opposite the door was a figure of the Virgin, and on each side was a frame for a bed. On one of them my friend spread the bear's skin, and tumbling me upon it, wrapped me up in the poncho. I had promised myself a social evening, but who can be sure of an hour of pleasure? I was entirely unfit for use, but my friends made me some hot tea. The place was perfectly quiet, and upon the whole I had as comfortable a chill and fever as I ever experienced. Before daylight we resumed our journey. The road was rough and precipitous. In one place a tornado had swept the mountain, and the trees lay across the road so thickly as to make it almost impassable. We were obliged to dismount and climb over some and creep under others. Beyond this we came into an open region, where nothing but cedar and thorns grew, and here I saw whortleberries for the first time in Central America. In that wild region there was a charm in seeing anything that was familiar to me at home, and I should perhaps have become sentimental, but they were hard and tasteless. As we rose, we entered a region of clouds. Very soon they became so thick that we could see nothing. The figures of our own party were barely distinguishable, and we lost all hope of any view from the top of the volcano. Grass still grew, and we ascended till we reached a belt of barren sand and lava, and here, to our great joy, we emerged from the region of clouds, and saw the top of the volcano, without a vapor upon it, seeming to mingle with the clear blue sky, and at that early hour the sun was not high enough to play upon its top. Mr. Lawrence, who had exerted himself in walking, lay down to rest, and the doctor and I walked on. The crater was about 2 miles in circumference, rent and broken by time or some great convulsion. The fragments stood high, bare, and grand as mountains, and within were 3 or 4 smaller craters. We ascended on the south side by a ridge running east and west till we reached a high point, at which there was an immense gap in the crater, impossible to cross. The lofty point on which we stood was perfectly clear. The atmosphere was of transparent purity, and looking beyond the region of desolation, below us, at a distance of perhaps 2,000 feet, the whole country was covered with clouds, and the city at the foot of the volcano was invisible. By degrees the more distant clouds were lifted, and over the immense bed we saw at the same moment the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. This was the grand spectacle we had hoped, but scarcely expected to behold. My companions had ascended the volcano several times, but on account of the clouds had only seen the two seas once before. The points at which they were visible were the Gulf of Nicoya and the harbor of San Juan, not directly opposite, but nearly at right angles to each other, so that we saw them without turning the body. In a right line over the tops of the mountains, neither was more than 20 miles distant, and from the great height at which we stood, they seemed almost at our feet. It is the only point in the world which commands a view of the two seas, and I ranked the sight with those most interesting occasions when from the top of Mount Sinai I looked out over the desert of Arabia, and from Mount Hor I saw the Dead Sea. There is no history or tradition of the eruption of this volcano. Probably it took place long before the country was discovered by Europeans. This was one of the occasions in which I regretted the loss of my barometer, as the height of the mountain has never been measured, but is believed to be about 11,000 feet. We returned to our horses and found Mr. Lawrence and the guide asleep. We woke them, kindled a fire, made chocolate, and descended. In an hour we reached the hut at which we had slept, and at 2 o'clock Cartago. Toward evening I set out with Mr. Lovell for a stroll. The streets were all alike, long and straight, and there was nobody in them. We fell into one which seemed to have no end, and at some distance were intercepted by a procession coming down a cross street. It was headed by boys playing on violins, and then came a small barrow, tastefully decorated and strewed with flowers. It was a bier carrying the body of a child to the cemetery. We followed, and passing it at the gate, entered through a chapel, at the door of which sat 3 or 4 men selling lottery tickets, one of whom asked us if we wished to see the grave of our countryman. We assented, and he conducted us to the grave of a young American whom I had known by sight, and several members of whose family I knew personally. He died about a year before my visit, and his funeral was attended with mournful circumstances. The vicar refused him burial in consecrated ground. Dr. Brayley, who was the only European resident in Cartago, and at whose house he died, rode over to San Jose, and making a strong point of the treaty existing between the United States and Central America, obtained an order from the government for his burial in the cemetery. Still, the fanatic vicar, acting, as he said, under a higher power, refused. A messenger was sent to San Jose, and 2 companies of soldiers were ordered to the doctor's house to escort the body to the grave. At night men were stationed at its side to watch that it was not dug up and thrown out. The next day the vicar, with the cross and images of saints and all the emblems of the church, and a large concourse of citizens, moved in solemn procession to the cemetery, and formally reconsecrated the ground which had been polluted by the burial of a heretic. The grave is the 3rd from the corridor. In the corridor, and in an honored place among the principal dead of Cartago, lay the body of another stranger, an Englishman named Bailey. The day before his death the alcalde was called in to draw his will, who, according to the customary form, asked him if he was a Christian. Mr. Bailey answered yes, and the alcalde wrote him Católico Romano Apostolico Cristiano. Mr. Bailey himself did not contemplate this. He knew the difficulty in the case of my countryman about 6 months before, and wishing to spare his friends a disagreeable and perhaps unsuccessful controversy, had already indicated a particular tree under which he wished to be buried. Before the will was read to him, he died. His answer to the alcalde was considered evidence of his orthodoxy. His friends did not interfere, and he was buried under the special direction of the priests, with all the holiest ceremonies of the church. It was the greatest day ever known in Cartago. The funeral was attended by all the citizens. The procession started from the door of the church, headed by violins and drums. Priests followed with all the crosses, figures of saints, and banners that had been accumulated from the foundation of the city. At the corners of the plaza and of all the principal streets, the procession stopped to sing hallelujahs, to represent the joy in heaven over a sinner that repents. While standing in the corridor, we saw pass the man who had accompanied the bier, with the child in his arms. He was its father, and with a smile on his face was carrying it to its grave. He was followed by 2 boys playing on violins, and others were laughing around. The child was dressed in white, with a wreath of roses around its head, and as it lay in its father's arms it did not seem dead, but sleeping. The grave was not quite ready, and the boys sat on the heap of dirt thrown out and played the violin till it was finished. The father then laid the child carefully in its final resting place, with its head to the rising sun, folded its little hands across its breast, and closed its fingers around a small wooden crucifix. And it seemed, as they thought it was, happy at escaping the troubles of an uncertain world. There were no tears shed. On the contrary, all were cheerful, and though it appeared heartless, it was not because the father did not love his child, but because he and all his friends had been taught to believe, and were firm in the conviction, that, taken away so young, it was transferred immediately to a better world. The father sprinkled a handful of dirt over its face. The grave-digger took his shovel. In a few moments the little grave was filled up, and, preceded by the boy playing on his violin, we all went away together. The next morning, with great regret, I took leave of my kind friends and returned to San Jose. It is my misfortune to be the sport of other men's wives. I lost the best servant I had in Guatemala because his wife was afraid to trust him with me, and on my return I found Jesus at the convent, waiting for me. While putting my things in order, without looking me in the face, he told me of the hardships his wife, La Povera, had suffered during his absence, and how difficult it was for a married woman to get along without her husband. I saw to what he was tending, and feeling, particularly since the recurrence of my fever and ague, the importance of having a good servant in the long journey I had before me, with the selfishness of a traveller, I encouraged his vagabond propensities by telling him that in a few weeks he would be tired of home, and would not have so good an opportunity of getting away. This seemed so sensible that he discontinued his hints and went off contented. At 3 o'clock I felt uncertain in regard to my chill, but determined not to give way, dressed myself and went to dine with Mr. Stiples. Before sitting down, the blueness of my lips and a tendency to use superfluous syllables betrayed me, and my old enemy shook me all the way back to the convent and into bed. Fever followed, and I lay in bed all next day, receiving many visits at the door and a few inside. One of the latter was from Jesus, who returned stronger than before, and, coming to the point, said that he himself was anxious to go with me, but his wife would not consent. I felt that if she had fairly taken the field against me, it was all over, but told him that he had made a contract and was already overpaid, and sent her a pair of gold earrings to keep her quiet. For 4 days in succession I had a recurrence of chill and fever. Every kindness was shown to me in the convent. Friends visited me, and Dr. Brayley came over from Cartago to attend me. But withal I was desponding. The day fixed for setting out with Alvarado arrived. It was impossible to go. Dr. Brayley advised me that it would be unwise, while any tendency to the disease remained, to undertake it. There were 6 days of desert travelling to the port of San Juan, without a house on the road, but mountains to cross and rivers to ford. The whole party was to go on foot except myself. 4 extra men would be needed to pass my mule over some difficult places, and there was always more or less rain. San Juan was a collection of miserable shanties, and from that place it was necessary to embark in a bungo for 10 or 15 days on an unhealthy river. Besides all this, I had the alternative to return by the Cosmopolita to Zonzonate, or to go to Guatemala by land, a journey of 1,200 miles through a country destitute of accommodations for travelers and dangerous from the convulsions of civil war. At night, as I lay alone in the convent, and by the light of a small candle saw the bats flying along the roof, I felt gloomy, and would have been glad to be at home. Still, I could not bear the idea of losing all I came for. The land route lay along the coast of the Pacific, and for 3 days was the same as to the port. I determined to go by land, but, by the advice of Dr. Brayley, to start in time for the vessel, and in the hope that I would not have another chill, I bought 2 of the best mules in San Jose, one being that on which I had ascended the volcano of Cartago, and the other a macho, not more than half broke, but the finest animal I ever mounted. To return to Jesus. The morning after I gave him the earrings, he had not come, but sent word that he had the fever and ague. The next day he had it much worse, and satisfied that I must lose him, I sent him word that if he would procure me a good substitute, I would release him. This raised him from bed, and in the afternoon he came with his substitute, who had very much the air of being the first man he had picked up in the street. His dress was a pair of cotton trousers with a shirt outside, and a high, bell-crowned, narrow-brimmed black straw hat, and all that he had in the world was on his back. His hair was cut very close except in front, where it hung in long locks over his face. In short, he was the beau ideal of a Central American loafer. I did not like his looks, but I was at the time under the influence of fever, and told him I could give him no answer. He came again the next day at a moment when I wanted some service, and by degrees, though I never hired him, he quietly engaged me as his master. The morning before I left, Don Agustin Gutierrez called upon me, and seeing this man at the door, expressed his surprise, telling me that he was the town blackguard, a drunkard, gambler, robber, and assassin, that the first night on the road he would rob and perhaps murder me. Shortly after, Mr. Lawrence entered, who told me that he had just heard the same thing. I discharged him at once, and apparently not much to his surprise, though he still continued round the convent, as he said, in my employ. It was very important for me to set out in time for the vessel, and I had but that day to look out for another. Jesus was astonished at the changes time had made in the character of his friend. He said that he had known him when a boy, and had not seen him in many years till the day he brought him to me, when he had stumbled upon him in the street. Not feeling perfectly released, after a great deal of running, he brought me another, whose name was Nicholas. In any other country I should have called him a mulatto, but in Central America there are so many different shades that I am at a loss how to designate him. He was by trade a mason. Jesus had encountered him at his work, and talked him into a desire to see Guatemala and Mexico, and come back as rich as himself. He presented himself just as he left his work, with his shirt sleeves rolled up above his elbows and his trousers above his knees, a rough diamond for a valet. But he was honest, and could take care of mules and make chocolate. I did not ask for more. He was married, too, and as his wife did not interfere with me, I liked him the better for it. In the afternoon, being the last before I started, in company with Mr. Lawrence, I visited the coffee plantations of Don Mariano Montealegre. It was a lovely situation, and with great good taste. Don Mariano lived there a great part of the year. He was at his factory, and his son mounted his horse and accompanied us. It was a beautiful walk, but in that country gentlemen never walk. The cultivation of coffee on the plains of San Jose has increased rapidly within a few years. 7 years before, the whole crop was not more than 500 quintals, and this year it was supposed that it would amount to more than 90,000. Don Mariano was one of the largest planters, and had 3 cafetals in that neighborhood. That which we visited contained 27,000 trees, and he was preparing to make great additions the next year. He had expended a large sum of money in buildings and machinery, and though his countrymen said he would ruin himself, every year he planted more trees. His wife, La Senora, was busily engaged in superintending the details of husking and drying the grains. In San Jose, by the way, all the ladies were what might be called good businessmen, kept stores, bought and sold goods, looked out for bargains, and were particularly knowing in the article of coffee. End of section 22. Section 23 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 18. Departure for Guatemala, Esparza, town of Costa Rica, the Barranca, history of a countryman, wild scenery, hacienda of Aranjuez, river Legartos, cerros de Colito, herds of deer, Santa Rosa, Don Juan Jose Bonilla, an earthquake, a cattle farm, Bagaces, Guanacaste, an agreeable welcome, belle of Guanacaste, pleasant lodgings, cordilleras, volcanoes of Rincon and Orosi, hacienda of Santa Teresa, sunset view, the Pacific again. On the 13th day of February, I mounted for my journey to Guatemala. My equipage was reduced to articles of the last necessity: a hammock of striped cotton cloth laid over my pillion, a pair of alforgas, and a poncho strapped on behind. Nicholas had strung across his alvarda behind a pair of leather cojines, in shape like buckets, with the inner side flat, containing biscuit, chocolate, sausages, and dulces, and in front on the pommel my wearing apparel rolled up in an ox-hide, after the fashion of the country. During my whole stay at the convent, the attentions of the padre were unremitted. Besides the services he actually rendered me, I have no doubt he considers that he saved my life. for during my sickness he entered my room while I was preparing to shave, and made me desist from so dangerous an operation. I washed my face by stealth, but his kindness added another to the list of obligations I was already under to the padres of Central America. I felt great satisfaction at being able once more to resume my journey, pleased with the lightness of my equipage, the spirit of my mules, and looked my journey of 1,200 miles boldly in the face. All at once I heard a clattering behind, and Nicholas swept by me on a full run. My macho was what was called espantoso, or scary, and started. I had very little strength, and was fairly run away with. If I had bought my beasts for racing, I should have had no reason to complain, but unluckily my saddle turned, and I came to the ground, fortunately clearing the stirrups, and the beast ran, scattering on the road pistols, holsters, saddle cloths, and saddle, and continued on bare-backed toward the town. To my great relief, some muleteers interrupted him, and saved my credit as a horseman in San Jose. We were more than an hour in recovering scattered articles and repairing broken trappings. For 3 days my road was the same that I had traveled in entering Costa Rica. The 4th morning I rose without any recurrence of fever. Mr. Lawrence had kindly borne me company from San Jose, and was still with me. He had relieved me from all trouble, and had made my journey so easy and comfortable that instead of being wearied I was recruited, and abandoned all idea of returning by sea. At 7 o'clock we started, and in half an hour reached Esparza. From this place to Nicaragua, a distance of 300 miles, the road lay through a wilderness. Except the frontier town of Costa Rica, there were only a few straggling haciendas, 20, 30, and 40 miles apart. I replenished my stock of provisions, and my last purchase was a yard and a half of American cotton from a Massachusetts factory, called by the imposing name of Manta del Norte. In half an hour we crossed the Barranca, a broad, rapid, and beautiful river, but which lost in my eyes all its beauty, for here Mr. Lawrence left me. Since the day of my arrival at San Jose, he had been almost constantly with me, had accompanied me in every excursion, and during my sickness had attended me constantly. He was a native of Middleton in Connecticut, about 50 years old, and by trade a silversmith, and, with the exception of a single return visit, had been 19 years from home. In 1822 he went to Peru, where, besides carrying on his legitimate business upon a large scale, his science and knowledge of the precious metals brought him into prominent public positions. In 1830 he sold a mint to the government of Costa Rica, and was offered the place of its director. Business connected with the mint brought him to Costa Rica, and during his absence he left his affairs in the hands of a partner, who mismanaged them and died. Mr. L. returned to Peru, but without engaging in active business, and in the meantime the mint purchased of him was worn out, and another imported from Europe, so complicated that no one in Costa Rica could work it. Offers were made to Mr. L. of such a nature that, connected with mining purposes of his own, they induced him to return. Don Manuel de Aguila was then Jefe del Estado, and on Mr. L.'s arrival at the port, he met Don Manuel banished and flying from the state. The whole policy of the government had changed. Mr. L. remained quietly in San Jose, and when I left, intended to establish himself at Point Arenas, to traffic with the pearl fishermen. Such is, in brief, the history of one of our many countrymen scattered in different parts of the world, and it would be a proud thing for the country if all sustained as honorable a reputation as his. We exchanged adieus from the backs of our mules, and, not to be sentimental, lighted our cigars. Whether we shall ever meet again or not is uncertain. I was again setting out alone. I had travelled so long with companions or in ships that when the moment for plunging into the wilderness came, my courage almost failed me. And it was a moment that required some energy, for we struck off immediately into one of the wildest paths that I met on the whole of that desolate journey. The trees were so close as to darken it, and the branches so low that it was necessary to keep the head constantly bent to avoid hitting them. The noise of the locusts, which had accompanied us since we reached the mountain of Aguacate, here became startling. Very soon families of monkeys, walking heavily on the tops of the trees, disturbed these noisy tenants of the woods, and sent them flying around us in such swarms that we were obliged to beat them off with our hats. My macho snorted and pulled violently on the bit, dragging me against the trees, and I could not help thinking, if this is the outset, what will be the end? Parting with Mr. Lawrence advanced the position of Nicholas. Man is a talking animal. Nicholas was particularly so, and very soon I knew the history of his life. His father was a muleteer, and he seemed constructed for the same rough business. But after a few journeys to Nicaragua he retired in disgust, married, and had 2 children. The trying moment of his life was when compelled to serve as a soldier. His great regret was that he could not read or write, and his astonishment that he worked so hard and yet could not get on. He wanted to go with me to Mexico, to go to my country, to be away 2 years, and to return with a sum of money in hand, as Jesus had done. He knew that General Morazan was a great man, for when he visited Costa Rica there was a great firing of cannons and a ball. He was a poor man himself, and did not know what the wars were about, and supposed that Don Manuel de Aguila was expelled because Carrillo wanted to be chief. We continued in the woods till about 2 o'clock, when, turning off by a path to the right, we reached a clearing, on one side of which was the hacienda of Aranjuez. The entrance to the house was by a ladder from the outside, and underneath was a sort of storehouse. It was occupied by a major domo, a mestizo, and his wife. Near it was the cucinera, where the wife and another woman were at work. The major domo was sitting on the ground, doing nothing, and 2 able-bodied men were helping him. The major domo told us that he had a good potrero for the mules, and the house promised a good resting place for me. Outside and extending all around was a rough board piazza, one side of which commanded a view of the ocean. I seated myself on this side, and very soon Nicholas brought me my dinner. It consisted of tortillas, rice cooked with lard, which he brought in a shell, and salt in his hands. I finished with a cup of chocolate, and could not but think of the blessings wasted by this major domo. In the same situation, one of our backwoodsmen, with his axe, his wife, and 2 pairs of twins, would in a few years surround himself with all the luxuries that good land can give. After dinner I led the mules to a stream, on the banks of which were tufts of young grass, and while I was sitting here 2 wild turkeys flew over my head and lighted on a tree near by. I sent Nicholas for my gun, and soon had a bird large enough for a household dinner, which I sent immediately to the house to be converted into provender. At sundown I returned, and then discovered a deficiency in my preparations which I felt during the whole journey, that is, of candles. A light was manufactured by filling a broken clay vessel with grease and coiling in it some twisted cotton, with one end sticking out about an inch. The workmen on the hacienda took advantage of the light, and brought out a pack of cards. The wife of the major domo joined them, and seeing no chance of a speedy termination of the game, I undressed myself and went to bed. When they finished, the woman got into a bed directly opposite mine, and before lying down, lighted another cigar. The men did the same on the floor, and till the cigars went out continued discussing the game. The major domo was already asleep in the hammock. All night the wife of the major domo smoked, and the men snuffled and snored. At 2 o'clock I rose and went out of doors. The moon was shining, and the freshness of the morning air was grateful. I woke Nicholas, and paying the major domo as he lay in his hammock, at 3 o'clock we resumed our journey. I was charmed with this place when we reached it, and disgusted when we left. The people were kind, and of as good disposition as the expectation of pay could make them, but their habits were intolerable. The freshness of the morning air restored my equanimity. The moon shed a glorious light over the clearing and lighted up the darkness of the forest. We heard only the surge of monkeys, as, disturbed by our noise, they moved on the tops of the trees. At 8 o'clock we reached the river Lagartos, breaking rapidly over a bed of white sand and gravel, clear as crystal and shaded by trees, the branches of which met at the fording place and formed a complete arbor. We dismounted, took off the saddles from our mules and tied them to a tree, kindled a fire on the bank, and breakfasted. Wild scenes had long lost the charm of novelty, but this I would not have exchanged for a déjeuner à la fourchette at the best restaurant of Paris. The wild turkey was not more than enough for my household, which consisted of Nicholas. Resuming our journey, in 2 hours we emerged from the woods and came into an open country in sight of the Cerro of Colito, a fine bare peak, standing alone, conical and covered with grass to the top. At 12 o'clock we reached the rancho of an Indian. On one side was a group of orange trees loaded with fruit, and in front a shed thatched with leaves of Indian corn. An old Indian woman was sitting in the door, and a sick Indian was lying asleep under the shed. It was excessively hot, and riding under the shed I dismounted and threw myself into a ragged hammock, and while quenching my thirst with an orange, fell asleep. The last that I remembered was seeing Nicholas drive into the hut a miserable half-starved chicken. At 2 o'clock he woke me and set before me the unfortunate little bird, nearly burned up, the expense of which, with oranges ad libitum, was 6¼ cents, which the old woman wished to commute for a charge of gunpowder. I was very poor in this, and would have given her $1, but could not help adding the charge of gunpowder to the coin. At 2 o'clock we set off again. We had already made a day's journey, but I had a good resting place for the night in view. It was excessively hot, but very soon we reached the woods again. We had not gone far before a deer crossed our path. It was the first I had seen in the country, which was almost destitute of all kinds of game. Indeed, during my whole journey, except at the wild turkey, I had fired but twice, and then merely to procure curious birds, and most unfortunately, in pursuance of my plan of encumbering myself as little as possible, I had with me but a few charges of duck-shot and half a dozen pistol balls. Very soon I saw 2 deer together and within reach of a ball. Both barrels of my gun were loaded with duck. I dismounted and followed them into the woods, endeavoring to get within reach. In the course of an hour I saw perhaps a dozen, and in that hour fired away my last duck-shot. I was resolved not to use my pistol balls, and, as both barrels were empty, kept quiet. As the evening approached, the deer increased, and I am safe in saying I saw 50 or 60, and many within rifle shot. Occasionally cattle peeped at us through the trees, as wild as the deer. The sun was getting low when we came out into a large clearing, on one side of which stood the hacienda of Santa Rosa. The house stood on the right, and directly in front, across the side of a hill, was a large cattle yard, enclosed by a hard clay wall, divided into 3 parts and filled with cows and calves. On the left was an almost boundless plain, interspersed with groves of trees, and as we rode up, a gentleman in the yard sent a servant to open the gate. Don Juan Jose Bonilla met me at the porch, and before I had time to present my letter, welcomed me to Santa Rosa. Don Juan was a native of Cartago, a gentleman by birth and education, and of one of the oldest families in Costa Rica. He had traveled over his own country, and what was very unusual in that region, had visited the United States, and though laboring under the disadvantage of not speaking the language, spoke with great interest of our institutions. He had been an active member of the Liberal party, had labored to carry out its principles in the administration of the government, and to save his country from the disgrace of falling back into despotism. He had been persecuted, heavy contributions had been laid upon his property, and 4 years before he had withdrawn from Cartago and retired to this hacienda. But political animosity never dies. A detachment of soldiers was sent to arrest him, and that no suspicion might be excited, they were sent by sea and landed at a port on the Pacific within the bounds of his own estate. Don Juan received an intimation of their approach and sent a servant to reconnoitre, who returned with intelligence that they were within half a day's march. He mounted his horse to escape, but near his own gate was thrown and his leg badly broken. He was carried back insensible, and when the soldiers arrived they found him in bed, but they made him rise, put him on horseback, hurried him to the frontiers of the state, and left him, communicating to him his sentence of banishment and death if he returned. The boundary line of the state of Costa Rica is a river in the midst of a wilderness, and he was obliged to travel on horseback to Nicaragua, a journey of 4 days. He had never recovered the use of his leg, which was 2 or 3 inches shorter than the other. He remained 2 years in exile, and on the election of Don Manuel de Aguila as chief of state, he returned. On the expulsion of Don Manuel, he retired again to his hacienda, and was then busily engaged in making repairs for the reception of his family. But he did not know at what moment another order might come to expel him from his home. While sitting at the supper table, we heard a noise over our heads, which seemed to me like the opening of the roof. Don Juan threw his eyes to the ceiling, and suddenly started from his chair, threw his arms around the neck of a servant, and with the fearful words, "Temblor, temblor, an earthquake, an earthquake," all rushed for the doors. I sprang from my chair, made one bound across the room, and cleared the piazza. The earth rolled like the pitching of a ship in a heavy sea. My step was high, my feet barely touched the ground, and my arms were thrown up involuntarily to save myself from falling. I was the last to start, but once under way I was the last to stop. Halfway across the yard I stumbled over a man on his knees and fell. I never felt myself so feeble a thing before. At this moment I heard Don Juan calling to me. He was leaning on the shoulder of his servant with his face to the door, crying to me to come out of the house. It was pitchy dark. Within was the table at which we had sat, with a single candle, the light of which extended far enough to show a few of the kneeling figures, with their faces to the door. We looked anxiously in, and waited for the shock which would prostrate the strong walls and lay the roof on the ground. There was something awful in our position, with our faces to the door, shunning the place which at all other times offers shelter to man. The shocks were continued perhaps 2 minutes, during which time it required an effort to stand firm. The return of the earth to steadiness was almost as violent as the shock. We waited a few minutes after the last vibration, when Don Juan said it was over, and, assisted by his servant, entered the house. I had been the last to leave it, but I was the last to return, and my chair, lying on its back on the floor, gave an intimation of the haste with which I had decamped. The houses in Costa Rica are the best in the country for resisting these shocks, being, like the others, long and low, and built of adobes or undried bricks, 2 feet long and 1 broad, made of clay mixed with straw to give adhesion, and laid, when soft, with upright posts between, so that they are dried by the sun into one mass, which moves with the surface of the earth. Before the evening was over, I forgot the earthquake in a minor trouble. The uncultivated grounds of Central America teem with noxious insects. Riding all day in the woods, and striking my head against the branches of trees, had brought ticks down upon me in such numbers that I brushed them off with my hand. I had suffered so much during the day that twice I was obliged to strip at a stream and tear them out of my flesh, but this gave me only temporary relief. Lumps of irritation were left, and in the midst of serious disquisitions with Don Juan, it was not polite, but I was obliged to use my nails violently and constantly. I was fain to entreat of him that he would go out and give me the room to myself. He retired, and in a moment all my clothes were out of doors, and I tore the vipers out by the teeth. But Don Juan sent to my relief a deaf and dumb boy, who, by touching them with a ball of black wax, drew them from their burrowing places without any pain. Yet they left behind wounds from which I did not recover in a long time. Early in the morning 2 horses were at the door, and 2 servants in attendance for a ride. Don Juan mounted the same horse which he had ridden in his exile, and was attended by the same servants. Heretofore I had always heard constant complaints of servants, and to do them justice, I think they are the worst I ever knew. But Don Juan's were the best in the world, and it was evident that they thought he was the best master. The estate of Don Juan covered as much ground as a German principality, containing 200,000 acres, and was bounded on one side for a long distance by the Pacific Ocean. But a small portion of it was cultivated, not more than enough to raise maize for the workmen, and the rest was a roaming ground for cattle. More than 10,000 were wandering over it, almost as wild as the deer, and never seen except as they crossed a path in the woods, or at the season of lassoing them for the purpose of taking an account of the increase. We had not gone far before we saw 3 deer all close together and not far from us. It was exceedingly vexatious, the first time I was in a country where there was anything to shoot at, to be so wholly unprovided, and I had no chance of supplying myself till I was out of that region. Don Juan was incapacitated for sporting by his lameness. In fact, deer shooting was not considered sporting, and venison not fit to eat. In the course of an hour we saw more than 20. I had set out on this long journey without any cargo mule, from the difficulty of procuring one that could keep pace with the riding beasts. But we had felt the inconvenience of being encumbered with luggage, and besides Don Juan's kindness to me at his house, He furnished me with one which he had broken expressly for his own use in rapid journeys between Cartago and the hacienda, and which, he warranted me, with a light load would trot and keep up with mine. Late in the afternoon I left his hospitable dwelling. Don Juan, with his deaf and dumb boy, accompanied me a league on the way, when we dismounted and took leave of each other. My new mule, like myself, was very reluctant to leave Don Juan, and seemed to have a sentiment that she would never see her old master again. Indeed, it was so difficult to get her along that Nicholas tied her by the halter to his mule's tail, after a manner common in the country, and thus, leading her along, I followed at her heels. The deer were more numerous than I had yet seen them, and I now looked at them only as animating a beautiful landscape. At dark we began to have apprehensions about the road. There was a difficult mountain pass before us, and Nicholas wanted to stop and wait till the moon rose, but as that would derange the journey for the next day, I pushed on for more than an hour through the woods. The mules stumbled along in the dark, and very soon we lost all traces of a path. While trying to find it, we heard the crash of a falling tree, which in the darkness sounded appalling, and made us hesitate to enter the woods. I determined to wait for the moon, and dismounted. Peering into the darkness, I saw a glimmering light on the left. We shouted with all our strength, and were answered by a pack of barking dogs, and, moving in that direction, reached a hut where 3 or 4 workmen were lying on the ground, who were at first disposed to be merry and impertinent when we asked for a guide to the next hacienda. But one of them recognized my cargo mule, said that he had known it since he was a child, rather doubtful praise of my new purchase, and was at length induced to make us an offer of his services. A horse was brought, large, wild, and furious, as if never bitted, snorting, rearing, and almost making the ground shake at every tread, and before the rider was fairly on his back, he was tearing in the dark across the plain. Making a wide sweep, he returned, and the guide, releasing the cargo mule from that of Nicholas, tied her to the tail of his horse, and then led the way. Even with the drag of the cargo mule, it was impossible for him to moderate his pace, and we were obliged to follow at a most unhappy rate. It was the first piece of bad road we had met with, having many sharp turns and ascents and descents, broken and stony. Fortunately, while we were in the woods, the moon rose, touched with a silvery light the tops of the trees, and when we reached the bank of the river, it was almost as light as day. Here my guide left me, and I lost all confidence in the moon, for by her deceitful light I slipped into his hand a gold piece instead of a silver one, without either of us knowing it. As we ascended the bank, after crossing the stream, the hacienda was in full sight. The occupants were in bed, but Don Manuel, to whom I was recommended by Don Juan, rose to receive me. On the bank of the river, near the house, was a large sawmill, the first I had seen in the country, built, as Don Manuel told me, by an American who afterward straggled to Guatemala and was killed in some popular insurrection. At daylight the next morning, as the workmen on the hacienda were about going to work, we set off again. In an hour we heard the sound of a horn, giving notice of the approach of a drove of cattle. We drew up into the woods to let them pass, and they came with a cloud of dust, the faces of the drivers covered, and would have trampled to death anything that impeded their progress. At 11 o'clock we entered the village of Bagaces. We had made tremendous journeys, and it was the first time in 4 days we had seen anything but single haciendas. But we rode through without stopping, except to ask for a cup of water. Late in the afternoon we came into a broad avenue and saw marks of wheels. At dusk we reached the river, which runs by the suburbs of Guanacaste, the frontier town of Costa Rica. The pass was occupied by an ox cart with 4 stubborn oxen, which would not go ahead and could not go back. We were detained half an hour, and it was dark when we entered. We passed through the plaza before the door of the church, which was lighted up for vespers, and rode to a house at which I had been directed to stop. Nicholas went in to make preliminary inquiries, and returning, told me to dismount, and unloaded the luggage mule. I went in, took off my spurs, and stretched myself on a bench. Soon it struck me that my host was not particularly glad to see me. Several children came in and stared, and then ran back into another room, and in a few minutes I received the compliments of the lady of the house, and her regret that she could not accommodate me. I was indignant at Nicholas, who had merely asked whether such a person lived there, and without more ado had sent me in. I left the house, and with the halter of my macho in one hand and spurs in the other, and Nicholas following with the mules, sought the house of the commandant. I found him standing on the piazza, with the key in his hand, and all his household stuff packed up outside, only waiting till the moon rose to set out for another post. I believe he regretted that he could not accommodate me, nor could he refer me to any other house, but he sent his servant to look for one, and I waited nearly an hour, up for a bidder. End of section 23. Section 24 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the meantime, I made inquiries about my road. I did not wish to continue on the direct route to Nicaragua, but to go first to the port of San Juan on the Pacific, the proposed termination of the canal to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The commandant regretted that I had not come one day sooner. He mentioned a fact of which I was aware before, that Mr. Bailey, an English gentleman, had been employed by the government to survey the canal route, and had resided some time at the post, and added that since his departure it was perfectly desolate, no one ever visited it, not a person in the place knew the road to it, and unluckily a man who had been in Mr. Bailey's employ had left that morning for Nicaragua. Most fortunately, on inquiry, the man was found to be still in the place, and he too intended setting out as soon as the moon rose. I had no inducement to remain. Nobody seemed very anxious for the honour of my company, and I would have gone on immediately if the mules had been able to continue. But I made an arrangement with him and his son to wait till 3 in the morning, then to conduct me to the port and thence to Nicaragua. At length the commandant's servant returned and conducted me to a house with a little shop in front, where I was received by an old lady with a "Buenos noches" that almost surprised me into an idea that I was welcome. I entered through the shop and passed into a parlour, which contained a hammock, an interlaced bedstead, and a very neat cartaret, with a gauze mosquito netting and pink bows at the corners. I was agreeably disappointed with my posada, and while conversing with the old lady, was dozing over a cup of chocolate, when I heard a lively voice at the door, and a young lady entered, with 2 or 3 young men in attendance, who came up to the table in front of me, and throwing back a black mantilla, bade me "Buenos noches," put out her hand, said that she had learned in church that I was at her house, and was so glad of it. No strangers ever came there. The place was completely out of the world, very dull, etc., etc. I was so surprised that I must have looked very stupid. She was not regularly handsome, but her mouth and eyes were beautiful, and her manner was so different from the cold, awkward, and bashful air of her countrywomen, so much like the frank and fascinating welcome which a young lady at home might extend to a friend after a long absence, that if the table had not been between us, I could have taken her in my arms and kissed her. I pulled up my check collar and forgot all my troubles and perplexities. Though living in that little remote town, like young ladies in large cities, she had a fancy for strangers, which at the time I regarded as a delightful trait of character in a woman. Her everyday beaux had no chance. At first they were very civil to me, but they became short and crusty, and very much to my satisfaction took themselves off. It was so long since I had felt the least interest in a woman that I gave myself a benefit. The simplest stories of other countries and other people were to her romance, and her eye kindled as she listened. Soon the transition came from facts to feelings, and then that highest earthly pleasure of being lifted above everyday thoughts by the enthusiasm of a high-minded girl. We sat up till 12 o'clock. The mother, who at first had wearied me, I found exceedingly agreeable. Indeed, I had seldom known a more interesting old lady, for she pressed me to remain 2 or 3 days and rest, said the place was dull, but that her daughter would try to make it agreeable, and her daughter said nothing, but looked unutterable things. All pleasure is fleeting. 12 o'clock came, an unprecedented hour for that country. My ordinary prudence in looking out for a sleeping place had not deserted me. 2 little boys had taken possession of the leather bed, the old lady had retired, the beautiful little cartaret remained unoccupied, and the young lady withdrew, telling me that this was to be my bed. I do not know why, but I felt uneasy. I opened the mosquito net. In that country beds are not used, and an ox-hide or mat, often not so clean as it might be, is the substitute. This was a mat, very fine and clean, as if perfectly new. At the head was a lovely pillow with a pink muslin covering, and over it a thin white pillowcase with a bewitching ruffle. Whose cheek had rested on that pillow? I pulled off my coat, walked up and down the room, and waked up one of the boys. It was as I supposed. I lay down, but could not sleep, and determined not to continue my journey the next day. At 3 o'clock the guide knocked at the door. The mules were already saddled, and Nicholas was putting on the luggage. I had often clung to my pillow, but never as I did to that pink one with its ruffled border. I told Nicholas that the guide must go home and wait another day. The guide refused. It was the young man. His father had already gone and had ordered him to follow. Very soon I heard a light footstep and a soft voice expostulating with the guide. Indignant at his obstinacy, I ordered him away, but very soon I reflected that I could not procure another, and might lose the great object I had in view in making this long journey. I called him back and attempted to bribe him, but his only answer was that his father had started at the rising of the moon and ordered him to follow. At length it was arranged that he should go and overtake his father and bring him back. But perhaps his father would not come. I was pertinacious until I carried the point, and then I was more indifferent. After all, why should I wait? Nicholas said we could get our clothes washed in Nicaragua. I walked out of doors and resolved that it was folly to lose the chance of examining a canal route for the belle of Guanacaste. I hurried through my preparations and bade her, I may say, an affectionate farewell. There is not the least chance that I shall ever see her again. Living in a secluded town, unknown beyond the borders of its own unknown state, between the Andes and Pacific Ocean, probably she is already the happy wife of some worthy townsman, and has forgotten the stranger who owes to her some of the happiest moments he passed in Central America. It was now broad daylight. It was very rare that I had left a place with so much regret, but I turned my sorrow into anger and wreaked it upon Nicholas and the guide. The wind was very high, and, sweeping over the great plain, raised such clouds of dust as made riding both disagreeable and difficult. This ought to have had some effect in restoring my equanimity, but it did not. All day we had on our right the great range of Cordilleras, and crowning it at this point the great volcanoes of Rincon and Orosi. From thence a vast plain, over which the wind swept furiously, extended to the sea. At 1 o'clock we came in sight of the hacienda of Santa Teresa, standing on a great elevation, and still a long way before us. The hacienda was the property of Don Agustin Gutierrez of San Jose, and with 2 others was under the charge of his son Don Manuel. A letter from his father had advised him of my coming, and he received me as an old acquaintance. The situation of the house was finer than that of any I had seen. It was high, and commanded a view of an immense plain, studded with trees in groups and in forest. The ocean was not visible, but we could see the opposite coast of the Gulf of Nicoya, and the point of the port of Colubre, the finest on the Pacific, only 3.5 leagues distant. The hacienda contained 1,000 mares and 400 horses, more than 100 of which were in sight from the door. It was grand enough to give the owner ideas of empire. Toward evening I counted from the door of the house 17 deer, and Don Manuel told me that he had a contract for furnishing 2,000 skins. In the season a good hunter gets 25 a day. Even the workmen will not eat them, and they are only shot for the hide and horns. He had 40 workmen, and an ox was killed every day. Near the house was an artificial lake, more than a mile in circumference, built as a drinking place for the cattle, and yet the proprietors of these haciendas are not rich. The ground is worth absolutely nothing. The whole value is in the stock, and allowing $10 a head for the horses and mares would probably give the full value of this apparently magnificent estate. Here, too, I could have passed a week with great satisfaction, but the next morning I resumed my journey. Though early in the dry season, the ground was parched and the streams were dried up. We carried a large calabash with water, and, stopping under the shade of a tree, turned our mules out on the plain and breakfasted. I was riding in advance, with my poncho flying in the wind, when I saw a drove of cattle stop and look wildly at me, and then rush furiously toward me. I attempted to run, but remembering the bullfights at Guatemala, I tore off my poncho and had just time to get behind a high rock as the whole herd darted by at their full speed. We continued our route, from time to time catching glimpses of the Pacific, till we reached a clear open place, completely protected from the wind, and called the Boca of the Mountain of Nicaragua. A large caravan had already encamped, and among the muleteers Nicholas found acquaintances from San Jose. Their cargoes consisted of potatoes, sweetbread, and dulces for Nicaragua. Toward evening I climbed to the top of one of the hills, and had a magnificent sunset view. On the top the wind blew so fiercely that I was obliged to shelter myself under the lee. Behind me was the great range of Cordilleras, along which we had ridden all day, with their volcanoes. On the left the headlands of the bays of Tortugas and Salina, and in front the great body of the Pacific Ocean. And what was quite as agreeable a spectacle to a traveller, my mules were up to their knees in grass. I returned to the encampment, and found that my guide had made me a casita, or small house to sleep in. It was formed by cutting 2 sticks about 4 feet high and as thick as a man's arm, and driving them into the ground, with a crotch in the top. Another stick was laid in the crotches, and against this other sticks were laid slanting, with leaves and branches wound in between them, so as to protect me from the dew, and tolerably well from the wind. I never had a servant in Central America who was not a brute with mules. I was obliged to look out myself for their food, and also to examine that their backs were not hurt by the saddles. My macho I always saddled myself. Nicholas had saddled the cargo mule so badly the day before that when he took off the aparecho, a huge saddle covering half the beast, the shoulder was raw, and in the morning even pointing at it made her shrink as if touched with a hot iron. I was unwilling to put the aparecho upon her back, and tried to hire a mule from one of the muleteers, but could not, and, putting the cargo upon the other mule, made Nicholas walk and the cargo mule go loose. I left the aparecho in the boca of the mountain, a great piece of profligacy as Nicholas and the guide considered it. We wound for a short distance among the hills that enclosed us, ascended a slight range, and came down directly upon the shore of the sea. I always had a high feeling when I touched the shore of the Pacific, and never more so than at this desolate place. The waves rolled grandly and broke with a solemn roar. The mules were startled, and my macho shrank from the heaving water. I spurred him into it, and at a moment when I was putting in my pocket some shells which Nicholas had picked up, he ran away. He had attempted it several times before in the woods, and now, having a fair chance, I gave him the full sweep of the coast. We continued nearly an hour on the shore, when we crossed a high, rough headland, and again came down upon the sea. 4 times we mounted headlands and again descended to the shore, and the heat became almost intolerable. The 5th descent was steep, but we came upon a table covered with a thick forest, through which we proceeded until we came to a small clearing with 2 huts. We stopped at the first, which was occupied by a black man and his wife. He had plenty of corn. There was a fine pasture ground near, so hemmed in by the woods that there was no danger of the mules escaping, and I hired the man and woman to sleep out of doors and give me the hovel to myself. Chapter 19. The Flores, the San Juan, Nature's Solitude, Primitive Cookery, Harbor of San Juan, Route of the Great Canal to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, Nicaragua, Survey for the Canal, Lake of Nicaragua, Plan of the Canal, Lockage, Estimate of Cost, Former Efforts to construct the Canal, its Advantages, Central American Hospitality, Tierra Caliente, Horrors of Civil War. I rose about an hour before daylight, and was in my saddle by break of day. We watered our mules at the river Flores, the boundary line of the states of Costa Rica and Nicaragua. In an hour we reached Scamaica, the name given to a single hut occupied by a negro, sick and alone. He was lying on a bedstead made of sticks, the very picture of wretchedness and desolation, worn to a skeleton by fever and ague. Soon after we came to another hut, where 2 women were sick with fever. Nothing could be more wretched than these huts along the Pacific. They asked me for remedios, and I gave them some quinine, but with little hope of their ever benefiting by it. Probably both the negro and they are now in their graves. At 12 o'clock we reached the river St. John, the mouth of which was the terminating point of the great canal. The road to Nicaragua crossed the stream, and ours followed it to the sea, the port being situated at its mouth. Our whole road had been desolate enough, but this far surpassed anything I had seen, and as I looked at the little path that led to Nicaragua, I felt as if we were leaving a great highway. The valley of the river is about 100 yards broad, and in the season of rain the whole is covered with water, but at this time the stream was small and a great part of the bed dry. The stones were bleached by the sun, and there was no track or impression which gave the slightest indication of a path. Very soon this stony bed became contracted and lost. The stream ran through a different soil, and high grass, shrubs, and bushes grew luxuriantly up to its bank. We searched for the track on both sides of the river, and it was evident that since the last wet season no person had passed. Leaving the river, the bushes were higher than our heads, and so thick that at every 2 or 3 paces I became entangled and held fast. At length I dismounted, and my guide cleared a way for me on foot with his machete. Soon we reached the stream again, crossed it, and entered the same dense mass on the opposite side. In this way we continued nearly 2 hours, with the river for our line. We crossed it more than 20 times, and when it was shallow rode in its bed. Further down the valley was open, stony, and barren, and the sun beat upon it with prodigious force. Flocks of zopilotes, or turkey buzzards, hardly disturbed by our approach, moved away on a slow walk, or with a lazy flap of the wings rose to a low branch of the nearest tree. In one place a swarm of the ugly birds was feasting on the carcass of an alligator. Wild turkeys were more numerous than we had seen them before, and so tame that I shot one with a pistol. Deer looked at us without alarm, and on each side of the valley large black apes walked on the tops of the trees, or sat quietly in the branches looking at us. Crossing the river for the last time, which became broader and deeper until it emptied into the Pacific, we entered the woods on the right, and reached the first station of Mr. Bailey, but it was covered with young trees and bushes. The woods were thicker than before, and the path entirely undistinguishable. I had read reports, papers, and pamphlets on the subject of the Great Canal, and expected at least to find a road to the port, but the desert of Arabia is not more desolate, and the track of the children of Israel to the Red Sea a turnpike compared with it. My beautiful gray degraded into a cargo mule, chafed under her burden, and here, obstructed and jerked first one way and then the other, the girths of the saddle became loose, the load turned on her side, and she rushed blindly forward, kicking, and threw herself among the bushes. Her back was badly hurt, and she was desperately frightened, but we were obliged to reload her, and fortunately we were near the end of our day's journey. On the border of the woods we reached a stream, the last at which fresh water was procurable, and filling our calabash, entered a plain covered with high grass. In front was another piece of woodland, and on the left the river San Juan, now a large stream, emptying into the Pacific. In a few minutes we reached a small clearing, so near the shore that the waves seemed breaking at our feet. we tied our mules under the shade of a large tree on the edge of the clearing. The site of Mr. Bailey's rancho was on an eminence near, but hardly a vestige remained, and though it commanded a fine view of the port and the sea, it was so hot under the afternoon sun that I fixed our encampment under the large tree. We hung our saddles, saddle cloths, and arms upon its branches, and while Nicholas and Jose gathered wood and made a fire, I found what was always the most important and satisfactory part of the day's journey, excellent pasture for the mules. The next thing was to take care of ourselves. We had no trouble in deciding what to have for dinner. We had made provision, as we supposed, for 3 days. But, as usual, it always happened that, however abundant, it did not last more than one. At this time all was eaten up by ourselves or by vermin, and but for the wild turkey we should have been obliged to dine upon chocolate. It was a matter of deeply interesting consideration how the turkey should be cooked. Boiling it was the best way, but we had nothing to boil it in except a small coffee pot. We attempted to make a gridiron of our stirrups and broil it, but those of Nicholas were wooden, and mine alone were not large enough. Roasting it was a long and tedious process, but our guide had often been in such straits, and fixing in the ground 2 sticks with crotches, he laid another across, split open the turkey, and securing it by sticks crosswise, hung it like a spread eagle before a blazing fire. When one side was burned, he turned the other. In an hour it was cooked, and in less than 10 minutes eaten up. A cup of chocolate, heavy enough to keep it from rising if it had been eaten with its wings on, followed, and I had dined. Rested and refreshed, I walked down to the shore. Our encampment was about in the center of the harbor, which was the finest I saw on the Pacific. It is not large, but beautifully protected, being almost in the form of the letter U. The arms are high and parallel, running nearly north and south, and terminating in high perpendicular bluffs. As I afterward learned from Mr. Bailey, the water is deep, and under either bluff, according to the wind, vessels of the largest class can ride with perfect safety. Supposing this to be correct, there is but one objection to this harbor, which I derive from Captain D'Yriarte, with whom I made the voyage from Zonzonate to Caldera. He has been 9 years navigating the coast of the Pacific, from Peru to the Gulf of California, and has made valuable notes which he intends publishing in France, and he told me that during the summer months, from November to May, the strong north winds which sweep over the Lake of Nicaragua pass with such violence through the Gulf of Papagayo that during the prevalence of these winds it is almost impossible for a vessel to enter the port of San Juan. Whether this is true to the extent that Captain D'Yriarte supposes, and if true, how far steam tugs would answer to bring vessels in against such a wind, is for others to determine. But at the moment there seemed more palpable difficulties. I walked along the shore down to the estuary of the river, which was here broad and deep. This was the proposed termination of the great canal to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. I had read and examined all that had been published on this subject in England or this country, had conferred with individuals, and I had been sanguine, almost enthusiastic, in regard to this gigantic enterprise. But on the spot the scales fell from my eyes. The harbor was perfectly desolate. For years not a vessel had entered it. Primeval trees grew around it. For miles there was not a habitation. I walked the shore alone. Since Mr. Bailey left, not a person had visited it, and probably the only thing that keeps it alive even in memory is the theorizing of scientific men, or the occasional visit of some Nicaragua fisherman who, too lazy to work, seeks his food in the sea. It seemed preposterous to consider it the focus of a great commercial enterprise, to imagine that a city was to rise up out of the forest, the desolate harbor to be filled with ships, and become a great portal for the thoroughfare of nations. But the scene was magnificent. The sun was setting, and the high western headland threw a deep shade over the water. It was perhaps the last time in my life that I should see the Pacific, and in spite of fever and ague tendencies, I bathed once more in the great ocean. It was after dark when I returned to my encampment. My attendants had not been idle. Blazing logs of wood, piled 3 or 4 feet high, lighted up the darkness of the forest. We heard the barking of wolves, the scream of the mountain cat, and other wild beasts of the forest. I wrapped myself in my poncho and lay down to sleep. Nicholas threw more wood upon the burning pile, and as he stretched himself on the ground, hoped we would not be obliged to pass another night in this desolate place. In the morning I had more trouble. My gray mule, running loose and drinking at every stream, with her girths tight, had raised a swelling 8 or 10 inches. I attempted to put the cargo on my macho, with the intention of walking myself, but it was utterly impossible to manage him, and I was obliged to transfer it to the raw back of the cargo mule. At 7 o'clock we started, recrossed the stream at which we had procured water, and returned to the first station of Mr. Bailey. It was on the river San Juan, 1.5 miles from the sea. The river here had sufficient depth of water for large vessels, and from this point Mr. Bailey commenced his survey to the Lake of Nicaragua. I sent Nicholas with the mules by the direct road, and set out with my guide to follow, as far as practicable, his line of survey. I did not know until I found myself in this wilderness how fortunate I had been in securing the guide. He had been Mr. Bailey's pioneer in the whole of his exploration. He was a dark mestizo, and gained his living by hunting bee trees and cutting them down for the wild honey, which made him familiar with all the watercourses and secret depths of almost impenetrable forests. He had been selected by Mr. Bailey out of all Nicaragua, and for the benefit of any traveller who may feel an interest in this subject, I mention his name, which is Jose Dionisio de Lerda, and he lives at Nicaragua. It was 2 years since Mr. Bailey had taken his observations, and already in that rank soil the clearings were overgrown with trees 12 or 15 feet high. My guide cleared a path for me with his machete, and working our way across the plain, we entered a valley which ran in a great ravine called Quebrada Grande, between the mountain ranges of Zebadea and El Platina. By a vigorous use of the machete, I was enabled to follow the line of Mr. Bailey up the ravine to the station of Panama, so called from a large Panama tree, near which Mr. Bailey built his rancho. Up to this place, manifestly, there could be no difficulty in cutting a canal. Beyond, the line of survey follows the small stream of El Cacao for another league, when it crosses the mountain. But there was such a rank growth of young trees that it was impossible to continue without sending men forward to clear the way. We therefore left the line of the canal, and, crossing the valley to the right, reached the foot of the mountain over which the road to Nicaragua passes. A path had been opened for carrying Mr. Bailey's supplies to that station, but it was difficult to find it. We took a long draught at a beautiful stream called Loco de Agua, and my guide pulled off his shirt and commenced with his machete. It was astonishing how he found anything to guide him, but he knew a tree as the face of a man. The side of the mountain was very steep, and besides large trees was full of brambles, thorn bushes, and ticks. I was obliged to dismount and lead my macho. The dark skin of my guide glistened with perspiration, and it was almost a climb till we reached the top. Coming out into the road, the change was beautiful. It was about 10 feet wide, straight, and shaded by the noblest trees in the Nicaragua forests. In an hour we reached the boca of the mountain, where Nicolas was waiting with the mules under the shade of a large tree, which threw its branches 50 feet from its trunk, and seemed reared by a beneficent hand for the shelter of a weary traveller. Soon we reached another station of Mr. Bailey. Looking back, I saw the two great mountain ranges standing like giant portals, and could but think what a magnificent spectacle it would be to see a ship with all its spars and rigging cross the plain, pass through the great door, and move on to the Pacific. Beyond, the whole plain was on fire. The long grass, scorched by the summer's sun, crackled, flashed, and burned like powder. The road was a sheet of flame, and when the fire had passed, the earth was black and hot. We rode some distance on the smoking ground along the line of flame, and finding a favorable place, spurred the mules through, but part of the luggage took fire. My face and hands were scorched, and my whole body heated. Off from the road, on the edge of the woods, and near the river Las Lajas, was another station of Mr. Bailey. From that place the line runs direct over a plain till it strikes the same river near the Lake of Nicaragua. I attempted to follow the lines again, but was prevented by the growth of underwood. It was late in the afternoon, and I hurried on to reach the Camino Real. Beautiful as the whole country had been, I found nothing equal to this 2 hours before entering Nicaragua. The fields were covered with high grass, studded with noble trees, and bordered at a distance by a dark forest, while in front, high and towering of a conical form, rose the beautiful volcano of the island. Herds of cattle gave it a home-like appearance. Toward dark we again entered the woods, and for an hour saw nothing, but at length heard the distant sound of the vesper bell, and very soon were greeted by the barking of dogs in the suburbs of Nicaragua. Fires were burning in the streets, which served as kitchens for the miserable inhabitants, and at which they were cooking their suppers. We passed round a miserable plaza, and stopped at the house of the Licenciado Pineda. A large door was wide open. The licenciado was swinging in one hammock, his wife and a mulatto woman in another. I dismounted and entered his house, and told him that I had a letter to him from Don Manuel de Aguila. He asked me what I wished, and when I told him a night's lodging, said that he could accommodate me, but had no room for the mules. I told him that I would go to the cura, and he said that the cura could do no better than he. In a word, his reception of me was very cool. I was indignant, and went to the door, but without it was as dark as Erebus. I had made a long and tiresome journey through a desolate country, and that day had been one of extreme labour. The first words of kindness came from the lady of the licenciado. I was so tired that I was almost ready to fall. I had left San Jose with the fever and ague, had been 12 days in the saddle, and the last 2 nights I had slept in the open fields. I owe it to both, however, to say that, the ice once broken, they did all they could for my comfort, and in fact treated me with distinguished attention. A traveller never forgets the kindness shown him in a strange land, and I never felt so sensible of it as in Central America. In other countries, with money, a man can command comforts. There, whatever his means may be, he is entirely dependent upon individual hospitality. End of section 24. Section 25 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The whole of the next morning I devoted to making inquiries on the subject of the canal route. More is known of it in the United States than in Nicaragua. I did not find one man who had been to the port of San Juan, or even who knew Mr. Bailey's terminating point on the Lake of Nicaragua. I was obliged to send for my old guide, and after a noonday dinner started for the lake. The town consisted of a large collection of straggling houses without a single object of interest. Though the richest state in the Confederacy in natural gifts, the population is the most miserable. Passing through the suburbs, very soon we entered the woods and rode under a beautiful shade. We met no one. Before reaching the lake, we heard the waves breaking upon the shore like the waves of the sea, and when we emerged from the woods, the view before us was grand. On one side no land was visible. A strong north wind was sweeping over the lake, and its surface was violently agitated. The waves rolled and broke upon the shore with solemn majesty, and opposite, in the center of the lake, were the islands of Isola and Madeira, with giant volcanoes rising as if to scale the heavens. The great volcano of Omotepeque reminded me of Mount Etna, rising like the pride of Sicily from the water's edge, a smooth, unbroken cone, to the height of nearly 6,000 feet. We rode for an hour along the shore, and so near the water that we were wetted by the spray. The bank was all wooded, and in one place, on a little clearing by the side of a stream, was a hut occupied by a mulatto, the view from which princes might envy. Further on we passed some women washing, and at a distance of 1.5 leagues reached the river Las Lajas, according to Mr. Bailey's survey, the terminating point on the lake. A flock of wild fowl were sitting on the water, and long-legged birds with wings outstretched were walking on the shore. I had now examined, as well as circumstances would permit, the canal route from the Pacific to the Lake of Nicaragua. A direction had been given to my investigations by getting on the track of Mr. Bailey's survey, but I should be able to communicate nothing if it were not for Mr. Bailey himself, whom I afterward met at Granada. This gentleman is a half-pay officer in the British Navy. 2 years before, he was employed by the government of Central America to make a survey of this canal route, and he had completed all except the survey of an unimportant part of the river San Juan when the revolution broke out. The states declared their independence of the general government and disclaimed all liability for its debts. Mr. Bailey had given his time and labor, and when I saw him had sent his son to make a last appeal to the shadow of the federal government. But before he reached the capital, this government was utterly annihilated, and Mr. Bailey remains with no reward for his arduous services but the satisfaction of having been a pioneer in a noble work. On my arrival at Granada, he laid before me all his maps and drawings, with liberty to make what use of them I pleased. I passed an entire day in taking notes and memoranda, and receiving explanations, and the result of the whole is as follows. The measurements began on the side of the Pacific Ocean, and were carried over to the Lake of Nicaragua. The chain was 25 varas in length, each vara being 32.5 inches English. The result of the whole is as follows. The length from the Pacific to the Lake of Nicaragua is 28,365 2/3 yards, or 15 2/3 miles. The sum of the ascents is 1,047 feet, 5.45 inches. The sum of the descents is 919 feet, 2.4 inches. The difference is the height of the lake above the Pacific Ocean at low water, 128 feet, 3.05 inches. We now come to the communication with the Atlantic by means of the Lake of Nicaragua and the River San Juan. The lake is 95 miles long, in its broadest part about 30, and averages, according to Mr. Bailey's soundings, 15 fathoms of water. The length of the river by measurement, with all its windings, from the mouth of the lake to the sea, is 79 miles. There are no cataracts or falls. All the obstructions are from rapids, and it is at all times navigable both up and down for piraguas drawing from 3 to 4 feet of water. From the lake to the river of Los Savalos, about 18 miles, the depth is from 2 to 4 fathoms. Here commence the rapids of Toros, which extend 1 mile, with water from 1½ to 2 fathoms. The river is then clear for 4 miles, with an average depth of from 2 to 4 fathoms. Then come the rapids of the Old Castle, but little more than half a mile in extent, with water from 2 to 4 fathoms. The river is clear again for about 2 miles, with water from 2½ to 5 fathoms, where begin the rapids of Mico and Las Balas, connected and running into each other, and both together not more than a mile, with water from 1 to 3 fathoms. Then the river is clear 1.5 miles to the rapids of Machuca, which extend a mile and are the worst of all, the water being more broken from running over a broken rocky bottom. The river then runs clear and without any obstruction for 10 miles, with water from 2 to 7 fathoms, to the river San Carlos, and then 11 miles, with some islands interspersed, with water from 1 to 6 fathoms, to the river Serapequea, the measurements of 1 fathom being about the points or bends, where there is an accumulation of sand and mud. It then continues 7 miles clear, with water from 2 to 5 fathoms, to the Rio Colorado. The river Colorado runs out of the San Juan in another direction into the Atlantic. The loss to the latter, according to measurement taken in the month of May, 1839, was 28,178 cubic yards of water per minute, and in the month of July of the same year, during the rising of the waters, it was 85,840 yards per minute, which immense body might be saved to the San Juan by damming up the mouth of the river Colorado. From this point there are 13 miles, with soundings of from 3 to 8 fathoms. The bottom is of sand and mud, and there are many small islands and aggregations of sand without trees, very easily cleared away. The last 13 miles might be reduced to 10 by restoring the river to its old channel, which has been filled up by collections at points of drifted matter. An old master of a piragua told Mr. B. that within his memory trees grew half a mile back. The soundings were all taken with the plotting scale when the river was low, and the port of San Juan, though small, Mr. Bailey considers unexceptionable. The foregoing memoranda were placed in the hands of my friend Mr. Horatio Allen, now engaged as engineer on our Croton aqueduct, who has kindly prepared from them the plan opposite. I ought perhaps to remark, for the benefit of those who are not familiar with such plans, that in order to bring the profile of the country within a small compass, the vertical lines, which represent elevations and depressions, are on a scale many times greater than the base lines or horizontal distances. Of the former the scale is 1,000 feet, and of the latter it is 20 miles to the inch. This of course gives a distorted view of the country, but to preserve the relative proportions it would be necessary for the base line in the plan to be 1,000 times longer. The whole length of the canal from the Lake of Nicaragua to the Pacific is 15 2/3 miles. According to the plan, in the first 8 miles from the lake, but 1 lock is necessary. In the next mile, 64 feet of lockage are required. In the next 3 miles there are about 2 of deep cutting and 1 of tunnel, and then a descent of 200 feet in 3 miles by lockage to the Pacific. Thus far of the canal across the isthmus. The Lake of Nicaragua is navigable for ships of the largest class down to the mouth of the River San Juan. This river has an average fall of 1 6/7 feet per mile to the Atlantic. If the bed of the river cannot be cleared out, a communication can be made either by lock and dam or by a canal along the bank of the river. The latter would be more expensive, but on account of the heavy floods of the rainy season it is preferable. I am authorized to state that the physical obstructions of the country present no impediment to the accomplishment of this work. A canal large enough for the passage of boats of the usual size could be made at a trifling expense. A tunnel of the length required is not considered a great work in the United States. According to the plan of the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, a tunnel is contemplated upward of 4 miles in length. The sole difficulty is the same which would exist in any route in any other region of country, that is, the great dimensions of the excavation required for a ship canal. The data here given are, of course, insufficient for great accuracy, but I present a rough estimate of the cost of this work, furnished me with the plan. It is predicated upon the usual contract prices in the United States, and I think I am safe in saying that the cheapness of labor in Nicaragua would equalize any advantages and facilities that exist here. The estimate is, from the lake to the east end of the tunnel, from $8 million to $10 million. Descent to the Pacific, $2 million to $3 million. From the lake to the Atlantic by canal along the bank of the river, $10 to $12 million. Total, $20 to $25 million, which is but about the sum contemplated as the cost of our enlarged Erie Canal. The idea of a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific is not new. Columbus wore out the last days of his checkered life in searching for a natural passage, and the vastness and sublimity of the enterprise suited the daring imagination of the early Spaniards. From the formation of the continent and the falling off in height of the range of the Andes, it has ever since engaged the attention of reflecting men. Even during the death-like sleep of Spanish dominion, a survey was made under the direction of the Captain General, but the documents remained buried in the archives of Guatemala until the emancipation of the colonies, when they were procured and published by Mr. Thompson, who visited that country under a commission from the British government. In 1825, an envoy extraordinary from the new Republic of Central America called to it the special attention of our government, requesting our cooperation in preference to that of any other nation, and proposed, by means of a treaty, "effectually to secure its advantages to the two nations." A charge d'affaires was appointed by our government, who was especially instructed to assure the government of Central America of the deep interest taken by that of the United States in the execution of an undertaking "so highly calculated to diffuse an extensive influence on the affairs of mankind," and to investigate with the greatest care the facilities offered by the route, and to remit the information to the United States. Unfortunately, being far removed from the capital, none of our diplomatic agents ever visited the spot, but in 1826, as appears by documents accompanying the report of a committee of the House of Representatives on a memorial, "praying the aid of the government of the United States in procuring the construction of a ship channel or navigable canal across the isthmus between North and South America," a contract was made by the government of Central America with the agent of a New York company under the name, style, and designation of the Central American and United States Atlantic and Pacific Canal Company. The names of DeWitt, Clinton, and others of the most distinguished men of that day appear as associates, but the scheme fell through. In 1830, the government of Central America made another contract with a society of the Netherlands, under the special patronage of the King of Holland, who embarked in it a large amount of his private fortune, but owing to the difficulties between Holland and Belgium, and the separation of the two countries, this also fell through. On the 3rd of March, 1835, a resolution passed the Senate of the United States, "that the President be requested to consider the expediency of opening negotiations with the governments of other nations, and particularly with the governments of Central America and Grenada, for the purpose of effectually protecting, by suitable treaty stipulations with them, such individuals or companies as may undertake to open a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans by the construction of a ship canal across the isthmus which connects North and South America, and of securing forever, by such stipulations, the free and equal right of navigating such canal to all nations, on the payment of such reasonable tolls as may be established to compensate the capitalists who may engage in such undertaking and complete the work." Under this resolution, a special agent was appointed by General Jackson, who was instructed to proceed without delay by the most direct route to Port San Juan, ascend the river San Juan to the Lake of Nicaragua, and thence by the contemplated route of communication by canal or railroad to the Pacific Ocean. After having completed an examination of the route of the canal, he was directed to repair to Guatemala, the capital of that republic, and with the aid of Mr. DeWitt, the charge d'affaires of the United States, procure all such public documents connected with the subject as might be had, and especially copies of all such laws as may have been passed to incorporate companies to carry into effect the undertakings of any convention or conventions that may have been entered into with a foreign power upon the subject, and of any plans, surveys, or estimates in relation to it. From Guatemala he was directed to proceed to Panama and make observations and inquiries relative to the proposed connection of the two oceans at that point. Unfortunately, from the difficulty of procuring a conveyance to the river San Juan, the agent went to Panama first, from adverse circumstances never reached Nicaragua, and died on his return to this country, before he reached Washington. But from his imperfect report, it appears to be the result of his observations that a ship canal was not practicable across the Isthmus of Panama. It is therefore valuable as turning attention, which was before divided between the two routes, exclusively to that by the Lake of Nicaragua. In regard to this route, much has been written. Many speculations and even estimates of the cost of constructing the canal have been made, but the actual knowledge on the subject has been very limited. In fact, the foregoing notes from Mr. Bailey's survey are the most reliable data that have ever been published. I can but hope that the same liberal spirit which prompted the sending out of an agent may induce our government to procure from Mr. Bailey and give to the world the whole of his maps and drawings. As yet, the subject of this communication has not taken any strong hold upon the public mind. It will be discussed, frowned upon, sneered at, and condemned as visionary and impracticable. Many in established businesses will oppose it as deranging the course of their trade. Capitalists will not risk their money in an unsettled and revolutionary country. The pioneers will be denounced and ridiculed, as Clinton was when he staked his political fortunes upon the big ditch that was to connect the Hudson with Lake Erie. But if the peace of Europe be not disturbed, I am persuaded that the time is not far distant when the attention of the whole civilized and mercantile world will be directed toward it, and steamboats will give the first impulse. In less than a year, English mailboats will be steaming to Cuba, Jamaica, and the principal ports of Spanish America, touching once a month at San Juan and Panama. To men of leisure and fortune, jaded with rambling over the ruins of the old world, a new country will be opened. After a journey on the Nile, a day at Petra, and a bath in the Euphrates, English and American travelers will be bitten by mosquitoes on the Lake of Nicaragua, and drink champagne and Burton ale on the desolate shores of San Juan on the Pacific. The random remarks of the traveler for amusement, and the observations of careful and scientific men, will be brought together, a mass of knowledge will be accumulated and made public, and in my opinion the two oceans will be united. In regard to the advantages of this work, I shall not go into any details. I will remark, however, that on one point there exists a great and very general error. In the documents submitted to Congress before referred to, it is stated that, quotes, "the trade of the United States and of Europe with China, Japan, and the Indian archipelago will be facilitated and increased by reason of shortening the distance above 4,000 miles." And in that usually correct work, The Modern Traveler, it is stated that from Europe, quotes, "the distance to India and China would be shortened by more than 10,000 miles." But by measurement on the globe, the distance from Europe to India and China will not be shortened at all. This is so contrary to the general impression that I have some hesitation in making the assertion, but it is a point on which the reader may satisfy himself by referring to the globe. The trade of Europe with India and Canton, then, will not necessarily pass through this channel from any saving of distance, but from conversations with masters of vessels and other practical men, I am induced to believe that by reason of more favorable latitudes for winds and currents, it will be considered preferable to the passage by the Cape of Good Hope. At all events, all the trade of Europe with the western coast of the Pacific and the Polynesian Islands, and all her whale fishing, and all the trade of the United States with the Pacific, without the exception of a single vessel, would pass through it. The amount of saving on which in time, interest of money, navigating expenses, and insurance, by avoiding the stormy passage around Cape Horn, I have no data for calculating. On broad grounds, this work has been well characterized as, quotes, "the mightiest event in favor of the peaceful intercourse of nations which the physical circumstances of the globe present to the enterprise of man." End quote. It will compose the distracted country of Central America, turn the sword which is now drenching it with blood into a pruning hook, remove the prejudices of the inhabitants by bringing them into close connection with people of every nation, furnish them with a motive and a reward for industry, and inspire them with a taste for making money, which, after all, opprobrious as it is sometimes considered, does more to civilize and keep the world at peace than any other influence whatever. A great city will grow up in the heart of the country, with streams issuing from it, fertilizing as they roll into the interior. Her magnificent mountains and valleys, now weeping in desolation and waste, will smile and be glad. The commerce of the world will be changed, the barren region of Tierra del Fuego be forgotten. Patagonia become a land of fable, and Cape Horn live only in the recollection of sailors and insurers. Steamboats will go smoking along the rich coasts of Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Grenada, Guatemala, California, our own Oregon territory, and the Russian possessions on the borders of Bering Straits. New markets will be opened for products of agriculture and manufactures, and the intercourse and communion of numerous and immense bodies of the human race will assimilate and improve the character of nations. The whole world is interested in this work. I would not speak of it with sectional or even national feeling, but if Europe is indifferent, it would be glory surpassing the conquest of kingdoms to make this greatest enterprise ever attempted by human force entirely our own work. Nay, more, to make it, as it was once attempted, entirely the work of our city, for it is to furnish a new field for the action of that tremendous power which first brought into being under our own eyes is now changing the face of the whole moral, social, and political world. Is it too much to hope that in honor of services poorly paid but never forgotten, a steamboat bearing the glorious name of Fulton may start from the spot where he made his first experiment and open the great highway of nations to the Pacific Ocean? Thursday, February 27th. At 3 o'clock in the morning we left the yard of the licenciado. The inhabitants of the town were still sleeping. At daylight we passed a village where, before the door of one of the houses, a traveler was making preparation to set out on a journey. We accosted him, and he said he would overtake us on the road. At 8 o'clock we reached a house where we stopped to breakfast. The hospitality of Central America is in the country and in the villages. Here I never knew it to fail. The traveler may stop where he pleases and have house, fire, and water free, paying only for the articles which he consumes. We had milk in abundance, and the charge was 6 cents. Before we resumed our journey, the traveler whom we had passed at the last village arrived, and after he had taken chocolate, we all started together. He was a merchant on his way to Leon, accoutred in the style of the country, with pistols, sword, spatterdashes, and spurs, and, as he was then suffering from fever and ague, wore a heavy woolen poncho, a striped cotton pocket handkerchief around his head, and over it 2 straw hats, one inside of the other. A young man, mounted and armed with a gun, was driving a cargo mule, and 3 mozos with machetes followed on foot. The whole of this region along the coast of the Pacific is called the Tierra Caliente. At 2:30, after a desperately hot and dusty ride, without any water, we reached a hacienda, the name of which I have lost. It was built of poles and plastered with mud. The major domo was a white man in bad health, but very obliging, who lived by selling occasionally a fowl or a few eggs to a traveler, and corn and water for mules. There were no more of those beautiful streams which had given such a charm to my journey in Costa Rica. The earth was parched. Water was a luxury sold for money. There was a well on the hacienda, and I paid 2 cents apiece for our mules to drink. There was a bedstead in the hut. At 4 o'clock I lay down for a few moments' rest, and did not wake till 5 the next morning. On a line with the head of my bed was a long log, squared and hollowed out, with a broad lid on the top, and secured by a lock and key containing the corn and household valuables, and on the top of it were sleeping a woman, rather yellow, and a little girl. I took chocolate, and in a few minutes was in the saddle. Very soon we came in sight of the highlands of Boambacho, a high, dark range of mountains, behind which stood Grenada, which in half an hour we entered. Built by those hardy adventurers who conquered America, even yet it is a monument worthy of their fame. The houses are of stone, large and spacious, with balconies to the windows of turned wood, and projecting roofs with pendant ornaments of wood curiously carved. I rode to the house of Don Frederico Derbyshire, to whom I had a letter from friends in New York. He had gone to the United States, but his clerk, a young Englishman, offered me the house, gave me a room, and in a few moments my travelling clothes were off and I was in the street. My first visit was to Mr. Bailey, who lived nearly opposite, with an English lady whose husband had died 2 years before, and who, besides carrying on his business, received into her house the few Englishmen or foreigners whom chance brought to that place. My appearance at Granada created surprise, and I was congratulated upon my liberation or escape from prison. News had reached there that I had been arrested, I do not know for what, and was in prison in San Salvador, and as all news has a party bias, it was told as another of the outrages of General Morazan. The house of this lady was a comfort to a battered traveller. I could have remained there a month, but unfortunately I heard news which did not allow me much time for rest. The black clouds which hung over the political horizon had burst, and civil war had broken out anew. The troops of Nicaragua, 1,400 strong, had marched into Honduras and, uniting with those of the latter state, had routed with great slaughter the troops of Morazan stationed at Tegucigalpa. The latter consisted of but 450 men, under the command of General Cabanes, and the records of civil wars among Christian people nowhere present a bloodier page. No quarter was given or asked. After the battle, 14 officers were shot in cold blood, and not a single prisoner lived as a monument of mercy. Cabanes, fighting desperately, escaped. Colonel Galindo, to whom I have before referred as having visited the ruins of Copan, known both in this country and in Europe for his investigation of the antiquities of that country, and to whom I had a letter of introduction from Mr. Forsyth, was murdered. After the battle, in attempting to escape, with 2 dragoons and a servant boy, he passed through an Indian village, was recognized, and they were all murdered with machetes. A disgraceful quarrel ensued between Quejanos and Ferrera, the leaders of the Nicaragua and Honduras troops, for the paltry spoils, and the former got Ferrera into his power, and for 24 hours had him under sentence to be shot. Afterward the matter was accommodated, and the Nicaraguans returned to Leon in triumph, with 350 muskets, several stands of colors, and, as a proof of the way in which they had done their work, without a single prisoner. At San Salvador there had been an ominous movement. General Morazan had resigned his office of chief of the state, retained command of the army, and sent his wife and family to Chile. The crisis was at hand. The notes of war sounded fearfully, and it was all important for the prosecution of my ultimate designs, and for my personal safety, to reach Guatemala while yet the road was open. I would have gone on immediately, but felt that I might exert myself too far and break down at an awkward place. In the afternoon, in company with Mr. Bailey and Mr. Wood, I walked down to the lake. At the foot of the street by which we entered, built out into the lake, was an old fort, dismantled and overgrown with bushes and trees, a relic of the daring Spaniards who first drove the Indians from the lake, probably the very fortress that Cordova built, and in its ruins beautifully picturesque. Under the walls, and within the shade of the fort and trees growing near it, the Indian women of Granada were washing. Garments of every color were hanging on the bushes to dry and waving in the wind. Women were wading out with their water jars, passing beyond the breakers to obtain it clear of sand, men were swimming, and servants were bringing horses and mules to drink, altogether presenting a beautifully animated picture. There were no boats on the water, but about half a dozen piraguas, the largest of which was 40 feet long and drew 3 feet of water, were lying on the shore. End of section 25. End of volume 1 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens.